right there. The fact of the matter is, Twitch didn't pay anybody anything for being on this platform until they had to. Let's talk about something that I've wanted to talk about for a while, which is this issue of Twitch exclusivity. So I guess there's nothing to be done about this topic, really. But like in the sense of like a problem that we can fix. But I want to make more people aware of it because it's one of the bigger issues on Twitch that I think doesn't get talked about enough. So at the very least, I think this could be like a pretty productive video, and we could make some progress here. So there's also like a lot of like really interesting things in this that a lot of people don't know in this talk. Okay, so I'm gonna do that now. So when I'm gonna talk about Twitch exclusivity is the subject today. So Twitch exclusivity, let's explain it first. So there are major streaming platforms, right? We'll say they're Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, and YouTube. As of right now, officially for all partners and affiliates on Twitch, the official rule is you can't upload any content to any other website within 24 hours of its production on Twitch. And you exclusively stream to Twitch and you can't stream anywhere else. So this first thing means that if I make this a video tomorrow and I upload it, that's technically against the terms of service, and it can be banned. So before I get into this topic, I think I need to actually the problem is this isn't clearly outlined in the partner contracts, and some contracts are different. So let's check what it actually says for affiliates. So the Twitch affiliate agreement is for any live or audio visual work you do, your live content starting from the beginning of the initial broadcast or any such live content and continuing for a period of 24 hours. Live content is exclusive to Twitch. You will not permit any third party to broadcast, stream, distribute it, or otherwise make available any live content in this manner. Notwithstanding the foregoing, you have the right to make any live content available during the exclusivity program solely via Twitch services. So right there, affiliates are also basically saying that you can only broadcast or stream live exclusively to Twitch. After the exclusive period or any live content, the license to such will become non-exclusive. You have a right to broadcast, stream, and distribute, exhibit, and otherwise make available. So my understanding of like what this means is, I guess this has never really been tested. It's objectively bad if you multi-stream, which is where all the value is for affiliates. You can't do that. So that's against the affiliate agreement. You can't multi-stream, so I can't stream to Mixer and Twitch at the same time as an affiliate. But what I can do is I can go to 24 hours later and stream on Mixer. But on Twitch, I can't even do that. Okay, and so like the whole subject here is why I want to talk about that, because multi-streaming is actually one of the most powerful forms of marketing that you can do. So, and Twitch limiting this is a really big factor as to why Twitch has the market share it does and why they've been able to hold on to that market share is this exclusivity for partners and affiliates. So now that we've like established like what the rules are, we can kind of discuss that like interestingly on all other platforms, out of all of them, Twitch is the only people that do this for all their partners. Facebook actually, for most Facebook partners, allows you to multi-stream. YouTube doesn't have like an official stance on it, but doesn't like really care. And Mixer also doesn't have like a really official stance. Twitch is the exception would be for all of their bigger content creators. So obviously people like Ninja and Shroud, those people are on separate contracts. But I'm talking for the vast majority of us, just partners and affiliates that are on these platforms, this affects them. So the reason why this is important is because if you wanted to stream to, let's say like Twitch and YouTube and Mixer at the same time, you actually get a lot of benefits to this, to do this, right? So the first benefit you get is you have 3x the discovery and audience, and that's really powerful. The second thing you have is you have 3x the potential brand power and staying power if one platform fails, and also 3x different 3x different opportunities for your brand to resonate with separate demographics and cultures. So there are programs like Restream.io, which I think is the most common one. And what this does is it allows you to broadcast to 30 different websites at once for a pretty low price. So doing this is objectively good. Like, there's no streamer that would not want to do this, because doing this allows you, it basically takes no extra work, but gets you exposed to a bunch of other communities. And there's a lot of people who are not succeeding on Mixer that would maybe succeed on YouTube, and a lot of people on YouTube that are not succeeding on YouTube that might succeed on Twitch, and a lot of people on Twitch that might succeed on Mixer or YouTube, right? So what Twitch is doing by holding people to exclusivity, in my personal, non-attorney, non-legal opinion, is illegal, I think. I think if this were actually challenged in court, I don't think you could hold people to exclusivity for content if they're not employees of your organization. And from everything that I know, based on dealing with this problem in esports, which was around exclusivity of players, which is very similar. They're both talent, and both have. We figured out that if that really went to court, and this is one of the reasons why Tfue versus FaZe was very interesting, right? Was because one of the things that Tfue was sought to do was try to make it non-exclusive for players to belong in esports teams, and to be classified as legitimate talent, like you have to be in sports. I don't think a state like California, where Twitch does business, would hold this up. But again, I want to make, for purposes of this talk, I'm not an attorney. I'm not a legal counsel. This is my own personal opinion. I've worked in the industry with talent. I currently do. I don't have a lawyer's opinion on this. There are far more intelligent people that you can go off of to get this take. But the problem is that nobody individually or even as a group could ever challenge Amazon to any kind of class action or any kind of call out on this, because Amazon's and Twitch's resources are so vast on this issue. So I think that the exclusivity doesn't hold up for me, because we are not employees of Twitch, especially as an affiliate. But so to get that likeness and that exclusivity via a blanket agreement for no monetary compensation besides the right to use the platform, which has monetary compensation on it, but in and of itself, you're not getting paid or anything or have any kind of deliverables or exchange for that, I think feels probably unenforceable. But the problem is that it's never going to be able to be enforced because nobody's going to challenge it. So exclusivity is something that people like California really, really don't like, because especially with people that are independent contractors, ICs, or people that are affiliated in some way, because exclusivity is an extremely powerful thing. In legal terms, there's a thing called a likeness clause, okay? And a likeness kind of just means like who you are, your personality, your brand, your ability to represent yourself. If you guys have ever seen like Shroud on like Monster, wasn't he? On Monster energy drinks. Was it this where he was? And or who was the gamer that was on the Monster energy drink? Or this is I'm sorry, I was thinking Madrinas. So here you go. So anything like this, where it's Shroud on like a Madrinas coffee, requires an agreement between the broadcaster and the company to give away what's called your likeness clause. So your likeness clause for individual influencers or talent, actually, I think this is, if I provide you any value and you're an influencer considering being, actually, if you're anybody, if you're working a job, whatever, your likeness and your personality and your, the ability for you to be featured somewhere or shown somewhere or images of you is the most valuable leveraging tool that you usually have in a negotiation. So there are different ways to define likeness in legal terms. You can define it in perpetuity, which means forever. This is the most extreme example of that. And you have a lot of instances of players signing this away to organizations without any kind of like compensation. And you have it for fixed amounts of time and to varying degrees. Only audio, only face, etc. So celebrities sell their likeness for things for tens of millions of dollars, right? I mean, it's just insanely valuable. people that when I was criticizing the phase contracts, one of the reasons why I was like so ass pained about the phase contracts was because phase literally had a clause in there that said we own your likeness in perpetuity forever across all times, dimensions, and universes and galaxies. Like it literally accommodated for space travel. Like when we invent space, when we have like other planets we live on, like we still own you there. Like it was that ridiculous. This is not like a meme. It literally said that. So like, so likeness is extremely powerful. And for Twitch, owning this kind of exclusivity is really powerful because they not only have the ability to use any partner or affiliate. So if you ever go to like, we can probably do it now, but if we go to Twitch's Twitter, right? They'll have some compilation of somebody doing they'll usually have some like compilation of like, yeah, like this, where you have a bunch of streamers, right, that they can feature for their social media and stuff. So you'll see like random streamers featured here. So ostensibly this looks pretty cool. It's like, oh good, Twitch is like featuring its content creators, but they're not actually giving the content creators anything for this. They're not paying anything for this. They already own it. So they just take it. If you're on their platform, they just own your content. And no matter how big you are, right, you can get, I've even been on the Twitch Instagram page for one clip I had on Subnautica actually. And so like all these streamers, right, they're not getting anything in compensation for that. They're just being featured. And the argument might be, well, Devin, like they're being featured, they're getting earned media, right? That's really cool. But what I want you to understand is that in every other industry, this would be compensated. In every other industry, like if, let's say that this was not Twitch, but this was Razer that was featuring this person, there would have been some agreement. There would have been some kind of, transaction. There would have been some kind of monetary value that's associated with that. If you want somebody to feature a product or service on Razer, you would have some kind of deal associated with that. So, and then the fact of the matter also is that this doesn't really earn people follows, right? Like this is basically just for Twitch to market their platform. Now I'm not saying that every single person should be compensated or whatever, or I'm not like trying to make that argument. I'm just trying to show you the problem here, which is that, basically Twitch is taking something that is extremely valuable and is also exponentially valuable, right? It's more valuable the bigger you get. And they're just taking it with no argument and no compensation and no way to stop it. Like your literal only answer is to not stream on Twitch. That's all you can do. So the exclusivity thing is a problem for two reasons. It's a problem not only because you are not allowed to multi-stream to other platforms, and for partners, this is a problem because for partners, imagine if you're banned on Twitch. Well, like every if you're banned on Twitch and your entire brand is there, all of your phone, your notifications, everything, you lose everything, right? Like you're just done. And it's to me, it's extremely unethical of Twitch to hold partners to exclusivity and then simultaneously be willing to like completely there's no suspensions. It's just your account is gone. Everything that you had is gone. All of your notifications, all of your followers, all of your subscribers, everything is gone. So to ban somebody on Twitch and then expect them to exclusivity, that you're guaranteeing that their career is single-handedly on Twitch. But if they had ability to stream to Mixer and YouTube and Facebook all that time, at least they could be like, well, I also have followers on Facebook, I have followers on YouTube, I have people there, I can continue my brand. So this is one of the reasons why I recommend to small business people or influencers or anybody really that like it's the literal don't put all of your eggs in one basket, because if one person can shut you down like that, that's so dangerous, right? Like you really want to think about having multiple income sources and ways that you build your brand, because it's just so dangerous. Whereas like if you were able to stream to multiple platforms, you wouldn't have this happen. And for affiliates, the problem is that it reduces growth, right? Because it's objectively better for an affiliate to get discovered through multiple different platforms. They have a much higher chance of being discovered simultaneously on Mixer, YouTube, Facebook at the same time as they do on Twitch. And so to hold somebody to exclusivity for affiliates also feels bad because it makes it so much harder to grow. Then when you finally do have the opportunity to have a partner, your entire brand is in Twitch. So Twitch is creating this ecosystem of farming talent where they literally grow you to the point of like your maximum, and then they can just ban you and you completely and you're completely gone and there's nothing you can do. And this kind of thing bothers me a lot when I think about it, because it seems to me like it's like almost like a farm, right? Like they start you off very young. You have 1 to 5 viewers. Then they bring you in as an affiliate, which is extremely easy to do. You're limited in growth purposefully, that your only channel is to grow on Twitch, basically. Now you can do third-party media, but you're not encouraged to do that by anybody at Twitch. There's no education that teaches you to do that, right? Literally the only show on Twitch that actually talks about any kind of legitimate marketing is my show. I'm the only person that does it. So like, me telling you to go make YouTube videos, right? You'll never see that in any of the resources that Twitch offers. Creator Camp, and for that fact matter, we could get into this whole other subject, which is probably something that I should probably talk about at some point. Is that Twitch's educational system is abysmal for streamers, right? The only thing that actually exists is something that most of you probably haven't ever heard of. It's called Creator Camp for Twitch, and we could do a whole nother separate talk on how bad this is and how completely ineffective it is to teach influencers how to grow. So as an affiliate, you basically get brought in immediately with 1 to 5 viewers. You're taught that Twitch is going to be the place where you can grow. You'll find out very quickly that you can't grow on Twitch, but one way to grow might be to actually 4 or 5x your broadcasts so that you're on 4 or 5 different platforms at once so that you can build a following. But there's no way to do that because Twitch then limits you to exclusivity. But let's say that you actually succeed somehow and you progress through affiliate to partner. Well, now your entire brand has been on Twitch because that's all you've actually done is build a following there for that entire period of time. So now if you get banned on Twitch, you're completely hosed because you've been in that funnel the entire time and you haven't been able to put your brand anywhere else. So Twitch creates this system where they make people completely reliant on them, but then they have an entirely draconian way of limiting people if you do end up getting banned, you do end up getting restricted from the platform. We've given talks about Twitch's ban system. In my opinion, most of Twitch's ban system is fair, but this still creates an ecosystem that can be profoundly negative for the people involved in it because of the way that it's set up from the ground floor. Okay. So, all that said, why is Twitch doing this? Well, Twitch has an enormous incentive to do this because what happens if Twitch streamers start broadcasting simultaneously on Mixer and on Twitch, and then they start growing more successful communities on Mixer? That's going to look really bad. Also, Twitch's market share disappears and evaporates overnight if they lose exclusivity because people can stream to multiple different platforms. Anybody that's like sane would do this. It costs no extra resources on the hand of the streamer. So third, you're starting to see, especially in the last couple of days with Lyric and Dr. Lupo and Tim the Tatman, that Twitch is actually now having to pay for this exclusivity. So if you wanted any argument against the kind of inherent evilness of this practice, you have it right there. The fact of the matter is, Twitch didn't pay anybody anything for being on this platform until they had to. When Mixer and Facebook and YouTube started getting talent, now all of a sudden you see Lyric and Tim the Tatman and Dr. Lupo getting cash deals. But this is a big problem, right? Because what about all the other partners? So the only way that you get a cash deal or any kind of recompensation from Twitch is if you're big enough and if you're threatening enough and you can actually fight them on the exclusivity. And that's what these other streamers did. And some of them moved, right? Like Shrouded Ninjas outright moved because the deals were better and because Twitch didn't have a system in place to pay for these people yet. They weren't ready. So now Twitch is giving some of its content creators millions of dollars and then simultaneously not giving its other content creators who are just as large nothing because they know they don't have leverage to move yet. So what's happening is top content creators can either negotiate for paid contracts if they have the leverage to say that they're going to be able to go to Mixer or Facebook or whatever, or they're screwed. And now Twitch is playing favorites with paid contracts and is paying for the same exclusivity that they literally and deliberately took from every partner and affiliate for the last 8 years. and so like having an idea of how kind of just like think about it, you step back and really think about that. That's pretty busted, I think. So I don't know, like if we get into like the ethics of it, I don't necessarily know that as CEO of Twitch that I would do anything different from this, right? It's a very effective marketing strategy. It gets you a lot of market share quickly and allows you to hold on to it. But I think that driving awareness to this issue would be productive, because I think this is, out of all the things that Twitch does, I think this is probably the worst for partners and affiliates, and the most egregious at least, because like it affects on the Twitch ban system, right? Very few partners are ever going to be affected by bans. They're probably never going to have a case where they're affected by a ban, statistically. But every single partner is affected by this. And yet we talk about it a lot less. Every single partner and affiliate on the platform is affected by this. And you're affected as a consumer because you don't actually get to choose where you go for your content. Like, you have to be here. And so luckily Twitch has made a pretty good platform for now. But if you look at like something like Facebook, where like the main criticisms are like of the UI and such, and like if Facebook exclusively drove a streamer there, then like people would be upset if they have to use that platform. So more options are always better than less for consumers. Twitch has kind of effectively, in my opinion, created a monopoly with this, and it's something that I don't think is going to change, but it is pretty unfortunate. So I think Twitch will never, we could talk about like what's going to happen. And that's why, like, for this talk, I've basically just set this up to be a awareness talk, because I don't think that anything's going to actually change. Twitch will not willingly drop this exclusivity. And we're going to enter a really weird ecosystem in the next couple of months where some people are getting paid. Like, isn't it kind of weird that it's like you take two streamers, both have around 11,000 subs and 15,000 concurrent viewers, but one is streaming on Twitch for free and one is streaming for Twitch under an exclusivity contract worth $1+ million a year. That's the situation we're about to enter into. That's what just happened with Tim the Tatman, Lyric, and Lupo. They got cash contracts, but they're not they're not even the biggest streamers. So like, it's so weird, because like, where's XQC's contract? Where's Tyler One, right? Where's Yogscast, Asmongold, Co-Carnage? Some of these people may have cash deals, but not all of them do. And like, where's Crip, right? Like, and for that matter, like, where are the people way at the bottom? Like, where's the people that, like, where do you draw the line? Why do some people get preferential treatment and others don't? If you take let's talk about top 200 broadcasters, talk about top 500 broadcasters, right? Like, at what point do you like, there's an enormous inconsistency here. There's going to be some people that are providing the exact same value to Twitch that are getting paid, and some people that are not. And exclusivity deals apply across the board to every partner and affiliate, but someone like me who gets, I don't know, anywhere between like half to 1,000 viewers is never going to get offered an exclusivity contract, right? But I'm bound to the same rules. So I just don't like, I just don't think it's, I just think there's a lot of problems with the system, and I know that Twitch is not going to fix it, but that's why I'm bringing this to people's attention. And I guess there's nothing else to do, like, because there's nothing we can do, but talk about it. But I think it's an important issue to consider. The only fix that's reasonable is enough people actually get together and see if this is enforceable. But it's just never going to happen. Facebook, for example, like, doesn't really hold anyone except its largest people that they pay to exclusivity. So if you like if that kind of platform took market share, then you could get a situation where Facebook was like the leading platform and nobody had this problem. So yeah, I guess it's just like my duty here was to explain this. Unfortunately, we can't actually do anything about it. So for people that are multi-streaming, there are people that are saying in chat, you can multi-stream if you aren't an affiliate. You sure can, but then realize the transaction there is Twitch saying, hey, you can't use the features of our website, like subs and bits and whatever, or subs or what's the other one? Basically subs and like I think bits or whatever. You can't use those features of our website unless you're willing to do exclusivity. And that's not how like a transaction works, right? Like if I have something of value, then you have to give me something of value back for it. So I guess my entire argument with this sort of Twitch exclusivity thing is that they're basically taking an enormous amount of value from us for nothing, right? They get nothing. We get nothing in return. Having like subscribers are a thing that should be on a platform anyway, and you shouldn't lock features behind a paywall so that you can force people into an exclusive contract with you. I think that's pretty messed up. I understand the business reason for doing it, but I just wanted to create awareness towards this happening because a lot of the problems that we have with Twitch right now would go away if we were allowed to do like restricting content to a platform. Let's like a corollary to this would be like, what if you could only post your YouTube videos on YouTube? The only reason why people don't see this as a problem is because YouTube owns like 90% of the market. But if a lot of people watch videos on Facebook, a lot of people watch videos on Instagram, what if YouTube said, hey, you guys can't actually post anything that is on YouTube, even clips of it on any other platform. We only want it to be on YouTube. And then they started DMCAing people for content that they created on other places. That would be really messed up. That's the equivalent here. If I multi-stream on Twitch, I get banned on Twitch as a partner. If I multi-stream to Mixer tomorrow, I get banned on Twitch. So they're literally willing to enforce exclusivity, right? And I'm not giving them, I'm not getting anything in value for that. I'm trading my likeness only for the right to be here on a supposedly free platform. That's not fair. And we already discussed like what the problems are with it with affiliates and how like affiliates are basically funneled into one channel because you can grow as an affiliate in one direction, and then you are only as an affiliate streaming on this platform. Then once you've grown into a partner status, well, now you're completely on the Twitch platform and you can't go anywhere else. So that's just my thoughts on this subject. I don't, again, unfortunately, I don't think there's anything to like do. It's just like, it's probably going to be a problem for years to come as long as Twitch has significant market share. It's just what it is. I don't know if there's anything else we want to talk about it. I guess I want to provide like some kind of value. So the solution here, if you're a content creator, is to diversify your platforms, right? So if you're an influencer, the number one thing you should be doing is not living on a single platform. This is incredibly dangerous to live on a single platform because your potential, whether it be YouTube or Twitch or Twitter or wherever, your entire livelihood is dependent on that platform's. Right now, in the current climate, companies and their enforcement policies are sole judge, jury, and executioner. So I don't think that it's worth becoming an affiliate for most people that are just starting out, and most people should diversify across multiple platforms. The other option is that individual broadcasters and influencers could possibly negotiate with Twitch on these exclusivity clauses. But that would only be like really big people. It'd still affect the vast majority of partners and affiliates. But you'd have to have negotiating power to make any kind of difference in that. But the default contracts come with it. So like pretty much everybody on the platform, except for like a very few people, either on like really old contracts or people that have some kind of like unique thing, they're going to be affected by this. I kind of want, I guess like the thing I would think about, or the thing that I would hope for is I'd really like more platforms to become more successful, because if Mixer and Facebook and YouTube actually got significant market share, they could then eventually Twitch would have to get pressured into doing this. Like they'd have to get pressured into lowering exclusivity clauses. So basically like more competition and more.
Writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help.
And that requires that leap of faith.
Oh, it's being on the edge of a precipice at 24/7.
Yep.
Because the best way to not live true to yourself is to not ever take any risks and just stay safe. Well, man, it's a pleasure to have you on. Thank you for joining us.
Dude, thank you so much for having me, Devin.
Hell yeah,
it's,
dude.
The pleasure is all mine. I've been, following your stuff. We've been on the train show a few times, and every time you're talking, I'm just like, this guy gets it. And it is so hard to find people that get it in this world.
That's exactly my feeling. It's like in Dragon Ball Z when you sense another power level. As soon as I heard you talk on the Scuff podcast, I was like, okay, this is a guy that we have to talk to more. I was like, I knew it immediately.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Oh shit, dude. So I guess like what would be really good is if you like told everybody like what you're all about first, and then like everybody can be on the same page, and then we can get into it.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So
your story's pretty fucking incredible.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm Gootecks. I operate in the fighting game community, have been there for the better part of my adult life. And we've built a big YouTube channel, a Twitch channel, all around fighting game content, everything from tutorials and resources for players who are trying to get better at fighting games, to entertaining stuff like our show Excellent Adventures of Gootecks and Mike Ross, to doing events such as bar fights, to doing stuff for Evo and whatnot. That's all like FGC stuff. And then also, you may have seen this face as the global emote known as PogChamp here on Twitch.
It's actually so crazy. Like, a lot of like emotes like fade in and out of popularity. The PogChamp has been like literally one of the most consistent. Because I looked up some of the stats because I knew we were going to talk, and it's like literally one of the most consistent emotes in the history of Twitch.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, it is.
And then it's also one of those ones that has like all these variations. Like there's the wide PogChamp, there's the Pog, there was the one. This one went out of fashion, but I really like this one. It was like a little mini Pog. Do you remember this?
Ooh, a mini. That one I don't know. Okay, we're gonna have to do some research now.
Yeah, it was like a really really tiny one. It was like a. Does anyone remember this? This is like. I don't know, maybe 5-6 months ago. I don't even know if we have it enabled, but it was like a little tiny Pog. It was so cool. Like I remember this one. I don't know if anyone remembers it, but yeah, it's like super iconic.
Now I have to look that one up.
Yeah.
See, it's the meme that keeps on memeing.
How did you get that global emote? Oh, we found
how did I get the global emote?
Yeah.
Let's see. How did I get the global emote? So there was I see the little tiny Kappa right there.
Oh, that's the mini Pog. Yeah, it was called like mini Pog or something.
Well, okay. So there was a big board meeting at the Twitch offices, and everybody sat around and debated the merits of different global emotes, and PogChamp was chosen.
That's it? That's why? Was this like Twitch?
No.
Oh, okay. What happened?
What happened? One day I woke up and there was a message. Hey, check. Have you seen your face in the Twitch chat? And I was like, what? No, I haven't. And then I looked and there it was. And then it was there over and over and over for a long time. The the way I understand it, based on what I remember from reading the forum posts, was there was a community vote. There was a post. There used to be forums. Mm-hmm. Okay, all right, kids. Boomer alert. Back in the day, before Twitch chat, there were the people communicated not simultaneously. They communicated asynchronously through what's called forums. And there was a vote on these forums for what was going to make it into the next round of global emotes. This was like the second round of global emotes. And PogChamp was one of the ones that got in, I guess, or that was voted in. And it gained steam from, I guess, Team Fortress 2. So I guess they were the ones that started to take the original face and then put it everywhere in TF2.
Dude, have you ever read any of those old marketing forums, like the Warrior Forum and shit like that?
Oh, I'm familiar with Warrior. Oh, wait. Oh, wow. Devin Nash, the rabbit hole goes even deeper than I would imagine.
Oh, now we have another one. Yeah, I was a big Warrior Forum guy. I posted.
Really? Tell me about. Tell me. Oh, tell me more.
So for context,
have you done? Wait. Have you put out a Warrior Forum $7 special?
I have not. No. I really haven't gotten like that big. So for context for what we're talking about right now, there is a still active forum today that's one of the actual best, and I can't believe Gootecks knows about it. Well, I can believe it actually, because like. But their tagline is the #1 digital marketing forum on the internet, and it's completely 100% true. It's changed a lot over like time, but there are all these different sections of this, and I was like really big in the affiliate marketing section and the PPC section.
Oh, where are you now? Oh, where are you?
A big part of like, so back when, because we're going to talk a lot of ebook like marketing shit today, but back when I was starting ebooks, the way that I learned pay-per-click advertising was the Warrior Forum. Like that, like I was on there, like learning all that stuff, and like that's when I started to run money through it, and I probably saved tens of thousands of dollars from this forum, because like just getting advice and DMing people that were there was one guy on this forum. His name was Carter Davis. He's like really prolific, and he went on to be like one of the biggest sellers for Black and Decker, and he like ran me through a bunch of pay-per-click campaigns for acai berries, because like back in like
for acai berries. When that was big. Yeah.
And so he did he was clearing like 9 or 10K a month on a fucking website where he was selling an acai berry supplement, and he was doing it almost exclusively through the Warrior Forum and PPC. And I was like,
wait, doing it through the Warrior Forum?
Yeah, like he was doing affiliate marketing through the Warrior Forum, getting people on the affiliate. Because you could get people to do your affiliate shit. So he had a ClickBank, he had the Warrior Forum, and then he would pull people to the ClickBank, and then he would do PPC.
What was he selling on ClickBank though?
He was selling the ability to be an affiliate for the acai berry thing.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. So it was so this is what's so crazy. The guy's clearing 10K a month and he's not even doing anything because everyone's selling the product for him. And then they're going to, and all he's doing is giving them a kickback of the percentage. And his margins are so high because it's a supplement, right? So like he's like, we're getting into some real shit already here, chat. Sorry. This is like, a lot of this is like really high level shit, but like, so he's clearing 10K a month. He's doing no work. And he's selling a supplement that has like a fucking 60 to 70% margin. So you can easily do a 50 to 10 to 20% kickback to everybody on the Warrior Forum, and there's no problem.
It's funny that you say that, because what was the price point on it?
Man, this is years ago. I think it was like $40, $45.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a conversation with a product. It's a CBD Balm.
CBD is the new acai berry. it totally is.
Sign me up. Great.
I see so much money in it. Yeah.
Perfect. Because we're gonna take everything that we learned from Carter. What was his name?
Carter Davis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna take everything that we learned from Carter Davis's brilliant affiliate marketing program, and we're gonna apply it to CBD Balm.
Oh, it all works today. Yeah. I'm one of the thing in 2020 that I am most interested in doing is product. I think like I want to have at least one really solid product under my
product.
Actually, physical product. Yeah, physical with a focus on online sales. Yeah.
What are you considering?
I think right now I either want to do green tea or I want to do a supplement.
I watched your, I forget which video it was, but you were talking about how you drink so much green tea from this one particular site, and if you've probably driven all kinds of revenue to them.
A ridiculous amount of sales, yeah.
So you're gonna white label? Wait, does that mean you're gonna work with them and do white label?
Oh, dude,
Devin,
you're fine. You're good. You're good.
And then you're gonna name your tea, your green tea, that something that resonates with the Twitch audience.
You've already figured out my business plan. Like literally, I literally gave him 5% or less of the idea, and he knows exactly what I'm thinking of doing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But here's the real question: how can you integrate two elements? Number one, subscription, and number two, a digital bonus that they get when they order, so that they have something when they click the buy now button, and then the green tea gets there, whenever it gets there.
Subscriptions should be pretty easy. If it's for a supplement, it's super easy, right? Like you can just take the time that it takes on average to consume the supplement, or actually however many pills you have for however many you're supposed to take. If it's 30 days, you just put them on a 30-day. And then, then that's easy enough. But with the green tea, there's actually a time to it too, is that there's an average rate of consumption that, like, generally if you're going to buy like 4 ounces of green tea, it'll last you like 5-6 months or something. And you can put people back on a subscription. Yeah.
Oh, so you got to sell them like 1 ounce samplers. Yeah.
Well, the way that you do this is what you'll do is you do it Amazon. Like just follow the kings of this, right? Set a price point for the base product non-subscription, and then lower the actual if you do subscribe by 20%. Because what'll happen is people will subscribe, and then they'll end up forgetting their subscription, and you'll make more money per subscription than you will. So you can actually sacrifice a ton of margin. I'd actually argue that on most subscription products, you can probably sacrifice your entire margin for the first sale. So sorry guys. So like for context,
as like customer acquisition.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, mobile games do it, right? Like mobile games are literally paying like $50 to $100 UA because they know that a person's going to spend an enormous amount. Yeah, someone else in chat says gyms.
Right. They have the they already have their lifetime value of the customer figured out. So
because subscriptions are so powerful, because Netflix can acquire a customer for, I don't know, the full price of at least probably 2 or 3 months of the subscription, because they know people are just going to sit on it and never cancel. Yeah. And this is how it is that's why I think subscription products are, anything that you do, you have to be on subscription. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Subscription is the name of the game. But here's the next question then. What about fulfillment? Because are you going to try to sell through, are you going to use, let's say, Amazon FBA? Are you going to set up your own online store? Are you yourself going to be like, weighing out the green tea and shipping and packaging and stuff?
I think
Are you going to do that on the stream?
It's the content, dude. Yeah, I'm not quite at the like watch Gordon Ramsay tier of like needing content that bad yet. So I think I could but maybe like later if I get there, I could do that. I think the real answer to this is that FBA is just too expensive. It takes about 30% of your margin, right? I think is right. So I think the right way to do this is you use the same shop that already has the deployment and they'll usually charge you anything between 5 and 7%. But there are so you white label the green tea. Those people are already selling the green tea, so they already have a drop shipping system in place, right? Because they have to for online orders. So you get them to do it, but they do 7% instead of Amazon doing 30% because Amazon knows they can get away with it. And they love it because they're increasing their sales by a huge margin, right? They're a small business. So I'm bringing them 20 to 50% more sales at a minimum. And so I'm saving 23% on every product I sell by going with like the actual small option. And there may be some costs there. Like, sure, I can't like Amazon Prime warp hole fucking time travel your package to your door or whatever. But my experience with selling online has been that most people are willing to wait for stuff. When we sold products through CLG, holy shit, our fulfillment with CLG was actually abysmal. Like, you'd order a jersey and you might get it like next year. It's not that bad, right? But it's like we would literally have like
I know the feel.
Yeah, we'd have like 60-day net turnarounds on like our jerseys sometimes, and so people were fine. Like like 30 to 60 days is okay for a product somebody really wants it. I don't think it would take that much. I'm talking, but like 2 weeks for a product that you want, it's okay. Yeah, especially from somebody that you know, like, and trust.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. What would you say that? Okay, so you're gonna just partner with the existing site. Does that mean that they're gonna like spin you up like a white label version of their site, or you're just gonna set up your own and then just sort of connect like drop shipping like that?
I haven't committed to this vendor as the potential vendor. So one thing that I want to, this is like a really sort of kind of like cap comment, right? Like, this is like everyone says this, but I actually want to put it into practice, which is like the product that I release, like the content that I do, I want it to be really high value and quality. So like if we do a supplement, I want to go to the labs. I want to actually like make sure that because you've seen that stat where like 80 or 90% of all supplements are like not actually the things that they're supposed to be and shit like that.
Right. Yeah, totally.
So I think like we actually need to quality control it to like a huge degree. And like the value of the product has to be like 5 to 10x what they're paying. And that's like a really big ask. So I need to do a lot of work. Like, it's super easy for me to go to some vendor and like scoop a fucking truck worth of green tea in there for, but I'm willing to sacrifice like 50% of my like revenue or actually profit even in exchange for like a very high quality product that people like. Yeah.
I mean, a supplement, well, you have kind of two different price points, right? Because like supplements, you got a whole lot of markup. Generally, the price is going to be higher. But then like with green tea, you don't have as much of that advantage. I mean, how does can you really get 5x the value from, a little bit of green tea?
Green tea comes in a lot of different ways. The way to think about the market, because I was confused as how to like describe this market for a long time, and now I think I've got it. It's exactly the same as like the red wine market or like the specialty wine market, in the sense that like there is a very high tier of tea that to those who are initiated, I guess, are familiar with, to the extent that they will pay hundreds of dollars on the ounce for the right kind of stuff, right? So if you can source that,
green tea for connoisseurs.
Yeah. So if you can source that, you can sell it at a much higher rate, I think. So yeah. So like there are these teas called pu'eres, which they come in these like cakes from China, and they're hundreds of years old, and some of those go for like 10K an ounce, like insane numbers. Yeah, and I don't think we get into like that because the Twitch audience also probably doesn't have that level of disposable income. But like, what I'm saying is like, I can shoot higher, right? And I can go for something that I might be able to buy for like $40 an ounce. And that's going to be something that I think everybody that they get their hands on, they're going to be like, fuck, I really like this drink. Yeah. And that'll be like a really high quality, right, type of thing. Yeah.
So, like thinking about what you have going with Nerd Fusion, is this going to be sort of like a network wide product push? Are you going to get everybody else in the Nerd Fusion network to join your affiliate program on the Warrior Forum?
I wish I could, but there's a level of evil I'm willing to accept, and that's not the one that So I generally think, and I wonder about your like thoughts on this, because you sold ebooks too, right? I want to get into that. But do you know Tim Ferriss? I mean, this is a dumb question, I'm sure.
I love me some Tim Ferriss.
Yeah, so Tim Ferriss, guys, is like a really prolific content creator in the sort of business sector that Gootecks and I are in. And he had a thing that he said that I really agree with. There's really two options for me in terms of pricing something or in terms of valuing something. You either go really fucking high or you go free. I don't think there's any, because if you go too cheap, you get a lot of bitch customers, and people that suck. If you go mid-range, it's kind of the same thing. And this is like I think the problem that Tesla initially had, right? Was like they were trying to do both. They're trying to go wide and narrow with the Model S and the Model 3. And so that's why they ran into a lot of problems in the first like few years, is because like they couldn't decide. I think you go free and you go, okay, here's my stuff. Just take it, and like you release that's why like my YouTube is like literally the best content I have. Like it's not, and if I am gonna sell something that I think I'm gonna really go for quality, and I'm gonna sell that at a really high price. Comparative to the rest of the market.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I'm a big fan of the freemium model, and have used the freemium model as a way to distribute content since really the early days.
So how like what kind of stuff did you do?
The first product, so I started by doing podcasts in like 2006, 2007, back when people thought you needed an iPod to listen to podcasts. And through doing that, started to launch, I made my own blog, Gootecks.com, back around that era, like 2008, 2009, and then I made an ebook, and I traded it for email addresses. It was, Oh yeah. I love when people tell me that email marketing doesn't work, and I'm just like, yeah, well, I mean,
dude,
I can't.
I'm vibing with you so hard right now.
Devin, people tell you some shit doesn't work, and you're just like, okay, whatever you say, bro.
Especially the people that say it now. Like they're like, well, banner, like emails used to have 90% open rates. Now they only have like 60% open rates. It's like, dude, like you could still convert $1 million overnight with the right email list. Like it's no problem. Like look at Ramit Sethi. Look at Tim Ferriss.
Oh, Ramit?
Yeah. Of course. Yes, of course, dude. I've done all Ramit's content, all that shit, dude.
Really?
Absolutely.
Oh,
yeah. He's amazing.
Yeah, dude. That guy. Yeah. I have a friend that works with him. And what about Chris Do? Have you seen his stuff?
No.
Oh
shit,
bro. Okay. All right.
I'm on it.
I know. Hold on. I'm gonna find a video. So Chris Do is kind of like Gary Vee for creatives.
Oh shit.
Yeah, like I just found it's kind of like your channel, where like it's just a bunch of videos in one place, all solving problems for me that I thought I was the only one dealing with it. Everything from like with Chris Do, he's he talks a lot about how to deal with clients when it comes to price points, as well as like negotiating stuff that's like really, it's difficult when it's creative work versus, when you have like a physical product that, you have very specific margins.
Yeah.
We put that in the, I'm just going to link a video in the chat.
Yes.
His channel's called The Future, Futur. And for fans of Tim Ferriss, Gary Vee.
Hey everyone, Ricky here.
Yeah, Chris Do is this guy's the truth. But yeah, so I started by doing trading this ebook for email addresses, built up a really big email list that was instrumental in driving traffic to a lot of the stuff that I was doing at the time, which was affiliate links, because there was no money in content back then,
right? Yeah.
Except for what you could make like that. And I would use the content, the podcasts and the blog posts as ways to drive traffic to my first real product, which was like an audio, because I was doing a podcast, and so I did an audio strategy guide that for Street Fighter 4, and then sold that on iTunes as an audiobook.
That must have been early. Like you must have been one of the
this was
only
pretty early.
Yeah, well, in the sense that you must have been one of the only books on iTunes that was selling.
Back then you had to use TuneCore.
Right. Yeah.
because I mean, I have like a background in I guess like music marketing and stuff, but I did that audiobook, and then I also used freemium to drive traffic from our YouTube channel to our subscription site. So we would kind of do like a time release model where if you went to the site and you were a subscriber, then you would get early access to a whole new set of videos. But if you weren't and you would watch on YouTube, then they would just come out every week.
So what he's talking about right now, for a little bit of context, is so when we learned marketing, and so like the traditional guys that I learned from were like Ramit Sethi, Jay Abram, Dan Kennedy. These are like my big,
oh shit,
yeah.
You know Dan Kennedy.
Yeah,
okay.
Oh yeah, I read every Dan Kennedy book. Yeah.
See, this is the shit that people do not understand.
Yes,
and this is why people
marketing.
Are like, exactly.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter
It doesn't
whether
change.
it's email or direct mail or banners. It's all just
It's psychology.
Views,
That's how people
clicks, and conversions.
Yep.
That's it.
So content, as we now think of it, is monetizable in the sense that like Twitch gives us donations and subs, YouTube gives us ad revenue. That never used to exist. The only way that Gootecks and I grew up to think about content is in the sense of driving something to as a sales engine. So we would use free content. So I would post something like a 10-pager on like how to fix bronchitis. Then I would lead that into a sales call to action to my actual ebook that then sold bronchitis information. And because I think we grew up with that understanding, we use content in a really different way. Because content and people that have you ever heard of like a YouTube channel called Charisma on Command?
Charisma on Command, no.
So these guys do this, I think, better than anybody does it. They're a 3.6 million subscriber channel. And they make these videos that are like really high impact on just like how to be more charismatic, but all of it drives to a $500 course.
Yes.
Which they just sell a ridiculous amount of, right? Because they're converting off their free content, and that's because they're using traditional marketing, like to think about that, right? So this marketing strategy still exists, but new school people, like the new age people, they all think, oh, the way that I monetize content is through my ads. It's like, dude, you're not gonna make shit off ads. You drive people towards your paid shit with your free stuff, and you make money off ads. That's how you actually do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The ads are if your primary goal or revenue source is gonna be ads, you're gonna be sad, broke, and depressed for a long time,
and angry when the platforms change on you. Because
totally.
Because your revenue source is going to be dependent on like December on YouTube, your ad revenue is going to be fucking crazy. You're going to be getting like $400 per video. You're going to be killing it. And then January comes around, you're like, wait, I'm making $50 per video. What happened? But your sales on your actual product aren't going to change at all if you had them.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's funny because when I look at other, I don't know, like gaming genres, titles, communities, and I see the massive numbers that other games get, and I see how a lot of content creators get to, I don't know, bank on that, or they get to coast because they just happen to be prominent figures in a game that just happens to be super popular right now. And I feel like being down here in the struggle as we have been for so long without the luxury,
the trenches.
yeah but it forces you to be stronger and more creative, hustle harder, and build a more balanced set of revenue sources, because you don't want to be the person that was 90%, where 90% of your revenue is coming from YouTube ads, and then all of a sudden you put up some video, now you're deplatformed.
Exactly. Yes.
Because you
100%.
had no email list.
Yep.
You had none of your products. You weren't doing affiliate. You didn't have merchandise, and you had gotten used to being spoiled.
And everybody, 100%, everybody makes fun of Ninja's gaming book.
Oh,
You know how much fucking money that like, yeah.
Dude, you know what? Well, you know what I love about his book is it's not Ninja's Guide to Fortnite.
Yeah.
It's Ninja's
gaming.
Guide to Gaming.
Yes.
And I'm like, this. I honestly, well, I mean, I'll have to check it out next time I'm in Walmart, but I actually I'm curious to see what's in it. Because God, that guy must make so much money off
That
of that.
and dude, we're just bouncing around, but the have you seen his text marketing campaign? Do you know about My Community? This
No.
is it. This is insane.
Good grammar and spelling are important. But if you want to write essays that inspire, messages that forge brighter connections, and emails that get the job done, you need to think of
Is he telling people to text him like Gary Vee?
This is well, okay.
I need one of those.
Okay, I'm about to tell you. All of the, because I had to look into this because I was so surprised by that, okay? All of the, is it my.community chat? What do you guys remember when we were talking about this? What is the website? Because all of the Gary Vee stuff, it's my.community.com, is it, guys? What's the website? I know we have it. This is really a big thing. Okay. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. So check this out, dude. So if you go to my.community.com, okay, it 404s. There's nothing there, okay? This is the most fascinating marketing thing. But if you go to mycommunity.com/ninja, you'll get the actual page reveal of his text. And so what's happening here is this is the secret website that every big celebrity and influencer, invite only, gets put into. They give you a number, and then they give you a UI on the back end of all these ways you can engage your customers in CTA. Because the best marketing right now, I think, that exists is doing CTAs directly to people's phones. Yep. There's no blocking of it. They're already using it.
Right.
It's right in front of their face. It's literally 2000 email marketing. It's the form of communication. So like Ninja and Gary are like next level on this shit. And everyone's like, oh, why is it? And then like think about it too from like a brand perspective. Ninja's like, hey, I want to talk to you guys. I want to engage with you dudes. Text me, and then I'll text you back. And then all he has to do is text like what, 15 fans? 20, he doesn't even need it himself to do it. To do an intern to do it. Text like 30 or 50 fans with like a nice message. They're all gonna post that shit on Twitter. And then everyone's gonna go, Ninja texted me, right? And then big brand push. And then as soon as he wants to sell a product, sends a text to every single person. Hey guys, I've got a new book out. $1 million overnight, no problem. Way more than $1 million. It's email marketing, but now it's new email marketing. Yeah, and email marketing still works. It's
Yes, 100%. That people discount email marketing, they discount text message marketing, but these are the people that have never really done it or they didn't have the right approach. Mycommunity.com is really interesting though.
It is very interesting. Yeah.
I love the 404. And I love that even if you type it in, you can't into Google, you don't even find anything. It's brilliant.
You don't find anything, but if you go to mycommunity.com/Gary or Gary,
so he uses so they're both using it.
Everybody does. Yeah. It's the website. I'm trying to find Gary's page. You have to guess it. I think it might be Gary Vaynerchuk. Or Gary V. I don't remember what his URL is, but he has one.
Genius.
Yeah.
Because I was watching some of his videos when I was watching Chris Do, and then went down the rabbit hole, YouTube rabbit hole with Gary Vee, and I saw there was one video that he had where he was I think it was where he was giving a speech and mentioned his 87-page deck about content. How to your 2019 content strategy from Gary Vee. And in watching this video, he inserts a video landscape and it says it's like your iPhone is calling you. It says Gary Vee is calling.
Yeah.
And it's like in the middle of his video, and I'm like, this guy is a genius. I need to get on the text message marketing train.
Yeah. Gary's the preeminent marketer of our time. I mean, he's doing things that are so fucking insane. And like that 85 page deck that he released for free.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Is like which is just like, and the central idea of that deck, right, is basically have a central this is why Twitch is so good. It's like have a central place where your content is created. And so like
long form content.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every day that 5 days a week, I have 4 hours of stuff I can use, right? Then take that stuff piecemeal, because the number one misconception of people in business is I get this all the time. People are like, Devin, why would you ever upload? Like, okay, so I do a 4 hour VOD, and then I take something like, sorry, dummy in chat. Okay, so I do like a 4 hour VOD, and then I take a like 10-minute segment of that VOD, and I make a YouTube video. Then I take a 1-minute segment of that, and I make an Instagram video. And people go, Devin, why are you posting the same content? Not knowing that literally 0% of my audience saw that same thing, right? Because the crossover engagement between platform is so variable, right? Like your average Twitter person is going to engage with content for like, 14 minutes before it's off their feed? And like Instagram, I think, is 90 minutes. Facebook is 60 something minutes. Point being that if you upload something at 9 a.m. on Twitter and then you re-upload it the same day at 9 p.m. on Instagram, there's going to be almost no crossover audience. And the people that do crossover won't care. They don't care. So,
Right.
So Gary Vee is literally posting the same. I mean, Gary Vee is fucking posting his tweets on Instagram. He's copying and pasting his tweets. Here's one right here. He's copying and pasting his tweets with his text fucking number in it. This has 178,000 likes.
Yep.
Yep.
It's brilliant.
It's fucking insane. Yeah.
But here, let me ask you this though. In the process of taking, let's say, 4 hours of content every day and then chopping that up Gary Vee style, how many people does it take to do all that? Like, tell me about your team, because
Yeah.
this is where I struggle, because as you can imagine, as somebody sort of raised in the wild of the internet without a lot of other people around that get it,
Yes.
and playing, you're sort of in an industry where there's not a whole lot of viewers. I'm just sort of used to working mostly by myself, and it's sort of been difficult for me, and I'm an only child, and it's been difficult for me to sort of learn how to build a team without, let's say, having a whole lot of money or anything to pay people. But it's like I run into the situation where I know how to do all this stuff because I've been on the internet for my entire life. So I can do it all myself. I understand the platforms. It's just there's not enough time in the day, because it's not a good use of my time anymore to be, let's say, handling post-production and writing social and scheduling posts, when what I really need to be doing is creating content, or making a premium product, or making decks and proposals, and having conference calls with people that are that's the best use of my time.
But so how do I for this.
Okay, all right, lay it on me. Lay it on me, Devin.
So you said, I wrote it down, I know how to do all this stuff, I understand platforms, but there's not enough time in the day. Does that have value? Your knowledge
my
of that
time
stuff? No,
my
knowledge of that
knowledge
stuff.
Oh, I think it has tons of value.
It has immense value.
Yeah.
Yes. So, what if there are other people around that want that kind of value, right? So let me tell you about a thing that I invented called the Lab, okay?
The Lab.
The Lab. What the Lab is the Lab is a secret Discord channel that lives on my Discord. And what it is it is select people who are starting out in their careers or want to learn more about marketing and basically get direct access to me and my best stuff. And I invite two types of people in there, okay? The first type of people I invite in there are people that want to work hard, they want to learn, and they want to grow as in this field, okay? The second type of person are experts, people that are VPs of Amazon, right, is in there, right? Our friend Ethan, a bunch of creators, like YouTube creators, like my friend Jeremy are in there that are like experts on YouTube. So the idea is that the people in the Lab get impact and learn as a result of an iterative process of us creating together, and I pay them. But so the combination of this creates a community that will actually build that stuff in real time, and that is how I have some sections of the lab that are just working on short form content, and we just launched TikTok, and we're launching Instagram this week, and we launched our podcast. Then we have other people that are working on the YouTube. We have other people that just work on thumbnails, and then we have other people that are doing programming projects. And so it is an iterative community of people that are learning together that is invite only. And I also try to connect those people out, because here's the other thing you have a bunch of resources for, right? You are a very connected person. You can get people jobs. You can provide people value. You have people that come to you all the time that are looking for work, right? And you know how to point those people. So you can give opportunities to those people. And that's what I do, right? Every single person in the lab has gotten some paid opportunity with another person to be able to do something, right? And every day this place gets better.
Okay, but how do you vet them?
Standard application, like they're applying for a job, CV, interview. Like you just go through the shit, dude. Like I look for people that are highly skilled in certain areas. So I'm looking for like experts in thumbnails. I'm looking for experts that make YouTube videos, experts in short form TikTok content, stuff like that. You should be getting a lot of inbound of people if you're creating content that are, and I'm sure you are, right, that are looking for people for ways to help. This is how you capitalize on that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I've definitely crowdsourced a lot of help over the years, typically, from Twitter, but also, Twitch and YouTube as well.
Sorry to interrupt, but the problem with crowdsourcing is that those people don't live anywhere. So you may get them for an individual that's the critical difference here, right? It's like I can get 1 million people to work on YouTube videos. I get literally requests for that every day. But to get people that are invested and iterative and want to be a part of your success, you have to have those people live somewhere, and you have to try to provide enormous value to those people.
What do you mean live? Oh, you mean like put them in a secret?
They got to be in a Discord. They got to be, they have to have a role. They have to have employee. The thing I'm throwing around right now is I think I want to VIP all of the people that are lab members in our chat. Like I'm just constantly thinking about how to provide these people more value. In addition to the pay can. So what we did in the lab is the pay started very low because we weren't making any revenue. So when the YouTube first started, we were paying per video like a very low rate, and then we were adding value. And then as the YouTube started to grow in revenue, I started to grow their income proportional to it so that it made sense. And so the better that the system does, the more money they earn. And now that they're at the point where they're earning competitive rates because the YouTube has done that well.
Wow. I feel like that I feel like you have an entire product waiting to happen with the lab system
probably
right now.
Yeah.
Because I feel like there's also a lot of like hidden infrastructure in terms of like your processes and like the apps that you're using.
I think so. Yeah.
What are you using? Yeah. What are you using to like manage all of
that? Excel.
Excel? What?
Yeah. We're just using basically Excel. Like we have spreadsheets that like show what's up. Yeah, it's not like that dramatic. It's just we use Trello.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So Trello for YouTube and then Excel for other shit. So Trello we have this like board where we are you on the stream right now?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, so we have like this board where we have like a system of like waiting approval, editing, thumbnails, copy.
Yeah,
that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I have a similar like for content. I have mine is very similar in Airtable.
Yeah, so it's basically like so like the people that are coming into the lab, right? They may start with like a sort of base skill or understanding of what they're working on. But my goal is to like grow them into people that can do this at like the top level.
See, I think that's the part that makes a lot of sense. And I feel like you gloss over that as though that's something that comes naturally to everybody. But I feel like maybe it was your experience with CLG or maybe like ventures before that where, you sort of gained a lot of this like managerial experience maybe. because like that's the part, because I've been doing this for so long as like sort of like full-time hustle without a whole lot of experience, like working in some sort of, working with other humans.
Yeah.
And so I really like your mindset of trying to find talented, hungry people and then grow them. The challenge is like, man, I just need to put more renewed focus on that, because it's like there's always a constant, like over the years there have been like many iterations of Cross Counter and the people that have come sort of in and out to varying degrees of getting paid and whatnot, but I don't know. I think I gotta put more emphasis on building the team, because it's like I don't know about you, but the past really all year, or like for the past month or 6 weeks, things have just been growing and expanding at such a rapid pace, and I don't know. It's like we're gonna need to pick up like way more people.
Yeah, my feeling is the traditional way of thinking about things is like I need like a full-time person for this, or I need people like this. My thinking is you start more organically and then you grow those into full-time positions.
Right.
So I fully intend,
exactly.
Yeah, I fully intend most of the people in the lab, if they want to be able to earn like full-time salary in like short order as we grow. And I think
but that's not just all through your stuff, right? Just
no,
like,
it is
just Devin Nash stuff.
Absolutely. I think that's
wow.
We're already paying a person monthly that we weren't able to do now. That's a producer, and so it like as that grow, because like, think about it, dude. Like look at a person like XQC, right? Yeah. And that's maybe an extreme example. So let's go 500 ticks back from that. If you take any of the top 500 streamers on Twitch, any of those people, they're clearing like 30 to 50K a month. That's a full-time team, no problem. You can pay
totally
6 people.
Right.
Yeah. And then what's your shit going to be worth? Like think about if XQC had a person that was writing for him, if XQC had a person that was selling for him, a person that would like the amount of value that this is going to provide exponentially above like what they're doing now is insane. And they're just not thinking about it, right? Like,
oh well, yeah. I mean, they're not thinking about, well, who needs to think about anything when you have that, when you're able to ride. I mean, obviously this is a shit ton of hard work. I'm not discounting that.
Yeah, of course.
It's just that I feel like, especially on Twitch, people will sort of ride waves of popularity and then kind of get to stay there and then just sort of coast comfortably on their sub button.
Yeah, but that's not good, because these people fade out of existence. Like everyone thinks that like it's not going to be a thing. But to go back to the delegation thing, which I think is like what I'm sensing is like actually like the real value here, like for us talking, is like I think that you have to be willing. This is what it comes down to for me. You have to be willing, because I feel you. I vibe with you super hard. And what I think this is really an issue of is that your work produces a certain level of quality. And I'm a perfectionist control freak. It should be pretty good. And if you delegate that, you're going to lose a percentage of that. And you don't want to 100%. Right? Yeah. So your effort here and your mindset change has to be that you're willing to sacrifice a percentage of quality to get shit done. Especially initially, right? Because here's the long tail, right? Let's say that you have to start a new YouTube channel tomorrow, right? You can do everything yourself at the level of quality that you would expect, but the reality, I think, is going to be that the channel is going to be objective dog shit for a certain number of months, no matter who works on it, and then that iterative process of learning is going to get better over time. And the truth is, what's 8 months from now, right? Like, what are you going to be doing 8 months from now? You'll be here.
Same shit.
Yeah. So like, if you're willing to go through that cost of sacrificing that quality initially for that educational experience for you and your delegates, you'll be exponentially further along in the long term than you will working on it yourself.
That makes perfect sense. I don't know why. You just got a way of explaining things. It makes perfect sense. You at the beginning, because there is no shortcut anyways, it's going to take a bunch of tries, an iterative process to get it right.
Yeah.
And so whether it was you trying to get it right, even at a higher level, it would still be more advantageous to have somebody else even if they start from a lower level, because it's going to take so many tries to get it right anyways. 50 tries into anything, anybody would be better at it than the first time.
And when we mesh these things together over the long tail, when we're really thinking about years and years of content creation, or even months of content creation, these like small hiccups of learning just don't register, right? Like what registers is the gradual uptick, which is, if you look at my YouTube, where like we started the YouTube seriously about 5 months ago, my thumbnails and titles are dog shit, right? But I'm using that introspection, and I'm working with my team that every single process we try to learn about why things work. And then occasionally we have a hit, right? Oh shit, like a video gets 30K when all of our other videos are doing 5K. What happened, right?
Right.
You think about that, you say, okay, something worked here. You go off that theme, you iterate. You remember A/B testing and PPC?
Yep.
Same
100%.
shit, dude.
But how do you can't really A/B test anything on YouTube.
You can't, but yes, you can't. You can't A/B test thumbnails. You can't A/B test titles, but you can build a portfolio of what works by observing past success. Because you can look at the watch time of your videos, and you can look at the engagement of your videos. You can say, okay, something I did here worked, and then you keep iterating on that. It worked again, it worked again, it worked again. So I'm at a point now where I know that if I release esports meta content, I know it's going to fucking kill it. So like the 100 Thieves compound video that I had out 5 days ago is the best performing video on my channel of all time. It's already at 60K views. I knew it was going to do that, had a reasonable way to know that it was going to do that because of the phase content I did before that, because of the Mark Cuban esports stuff that I did before that, right? I was able to understand that based on that past history of success. And that's why I'm saying you leverage that long tail of content that it's so beneficial, because that iterative process, that process of learning, right, is helping you understand for every future piece of content you do. That's why you have to be so invested in it, and you have to be willing to produce dog shit.
Well, good news. Producing dog shit is my middle name.
But it is, but it isn't, right? Because you in your mind right now have a commitment to quality, which I respect, because you're again, this is one of the problems with old school marketing. We did everything ourselves. Like when I was holy shit, when I built ebook websites, I did fucking everything. I built the authorized.net backend. I built the sales backend, the delivery system. I did the email list. I did the fucking affiliate campaigns. I did the pay-per-click campaigns. I did everything. Right?
Yeah.
I'm
still in.
And I get it.
I mean, I'm not totally there, but I'm like mostly there. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like 70% still there, because I think the biggest challenge, I feel like, is the writing.
The writing?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a writer, but I can see like poor written grammar just it's just an eyesore.
Did you ever take traditional copywriting classes?
I've not taken traditional copywriting classes, except for listening to Magnetic Marketing from Dan Kennedy. That's it. That was the extent.
Okay, so I the first $15,000 in profit that I made on my ebooks, I invested back into copywriting courses. And so I bought Jay Abrams courses mostly.
Ooh.
Jay Abrams has a book.
The master.
I think so. Yeah. Like Jay Abrams has a book called Getting Everything You Can Out of All You've Got.
Yes.
And this is probably the best. This is a very big statement, but I would say one of the best, if not the best book on marketing ever written.
Wow.
It is a insanely good book. It's one of those books where it's like you can read. It's like Cahill Gibran it's like a Bible. You can read it like Psalms. You just go through and be like,
totally.
Oh, okay, I can do this. Yeah. So I spent, and other people like, dude, like this is like, okay, a 17-year-old kid that's spending $15,000 on marketing and stuff. Everybody said I was an idiot, right? They're like, dude, go buy shit. You know, like go do stuff, right? But that copywriting skill, that writing skill has the exponential value of that going forward. I can't even quantify it. It's so you can still learn copywriting. Like it's such a really good skill to have.
No, it really is, and it sucks because it comes up so often.
It does, yeah.
And by the time I get to it, after setting up all the other stuff, it's like my brain doesn't have very much left in terms of coming up with the proper words. And now I guess I've sort of spent a lot more time recently over the past month or two working on Dex, which is its own flavor of copywriting to an extent. What's you guys' deck situation? I feel like you guys must have like a deck maker or a deck master on hand to put out decks for like everybody on Nerd Fusion.
Okay, so here's my deck philosophy. And for context in chat, we have to provide a lot of context. We're talking super high level. Usually I love this because this is like my jam. But like I'm gonna provide a little bit of context for the.
Of course.
When we say deck chat, what we mean is a series of like slides or presentations that you can then use to sell something, right? So you're thinking like Magic the Gathering, but think like a visual representation of a product or service that we offer, okay? Like a pitch deck. So here's my thinking on decks. I think you have, and this is some crazy shit. I think you have a base template deck that you can generally draw from that's like 20 slides, okay? Which is way too long for a traditional marketing deck, right? Then I think you make every single deck customized to your particular person that you're selling to. So,
Yes.
For example, I'll show you the deck so we have a client now that's the U.S. Army, and I'll show you like how that worked.
Did you do U.S. Army?
Let me pull that up real quick.
Were you part of the Street Fighter V stuff they were doing last year?
No, we're doing activations on the esports side. But I will show you the deck that we had for them, and you will get, because I think the best way to understand this is visually. So the idea is, so most people, I think their problem is they don't want to put into the work for something that is not a guaranteed sale. And they don't.
You're like,
yeah.
What are you, a mind reader?
Yeah, right. Like
I was deck phobic for I don't know 10 years because of that exact reason. Because I up until maybe last year or the year before, the idea of working with sponsors and having to put together proposals and decks and stuff just seemed so amazingly intimidating and kind of like out of reach that I was like, well, there's no guarantee of success when it comes to this. So instead, I'm just going to focus on content and the stuff that I can control and I can have, the impact that I want.
Yes.
But then last year when we were doing our Bar Fights event during Evo weekend, 2018, I guess, last year and the year before, just really had to spend a lot of time, pitching sponsors. And then finally, I don't know, something just clicked. And then I was like, I think getting a few wins and, even though it was hard with a shitty deck, I think it got, or maybe really like you're saying, iteration, it's like I failed on the first, I don't know how many, couple dozen deals. And then all of a sudden started to get the hang of it and then started to hear yes more often. And now I think I'm pretty good at building decks, but but it's still mostly me.
Yeah, and that goes back to the overarching problem, right? Is like the mindset thing. But Paintbrush, do you have our deck that we can pull up for the army?
The CLG deck.
I found a CLG one while we were talking. But so look, this is our specific sell to MSI. So we have a base template deck, right? Which is I think I actually found it. Hang on one second. Let me make sure this is it. I think this is right. Yeah. Okay, so here you go. So this is the Nerd Fusion deck that we made for the army. Okay, so look how customized this is to the needs of the U.S. Army, right? Like, we aren't using a template here. This is a fucking helicopter with goddamn spec ops guys in the woods and shit, right? Like, we made this deck for the U.S. Army, right? 100%. And we had no guarantee of a deal, by the way, right? Like we had absolutely no. This is literally like intro level talks, right? Like there's no idea. Like we could make this entire deck, and then the deal could never form. But
yes, that's where I'm at right now with one of mine.
but right, like number one, making that deck gives you that experience, and number two, the impression that you have on the person by making them a custom deck with no guarantee of any kind of receipt. You don't owe us anything. Here's our value to you. We care about you enough that we're going to make something especially for you with no guarantee of sale. That's real shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Okay, maybe that's why I've had some. Okay, so let me ask you this: when you were actually making the deck, or no, wait, go back to the deck.
Yeah, sure.
No. When did you guys make it? Did you already have a conversation?
Did you know they're called vacation days because you can take vacations with them? To places you haven't been stuck for the last 6 months. Like a Verbo. Where lunchtime and pool time are in cannonball range.
Conversation first, or did you get the heads up that this was an opportunity and then made the deck and then basically presented the deck in the first meeting?
So it depends. I think the army deck was actually like after 1 or 2 phone call conversations, and then this MSI deck was like, I think this deck looks like to me an actual like this was probably part of a deck that I cut out that was actually an ask. Like we were at a point where we didn't get the MSI deal, by the way. But I made all these assets and like we didn't convert on it. But I also made all these assets for people like 5 Hour Energy, which we did convert on, right? And we did have like a lot of success with. So these like this took time, right? Like thinking of a jersey with a design with the MSI logo on it, like this actually took an investment of time. But it was that, and so even though we were like, I would say it doesn't really matter where you are in the process. If you're beyond the first call and they've said they're interested, I think you make assets for them. That's my take. Yeah.
Yeah, we sometimes, let's see, the decks that I made. In this instance, we got the heads up on an opportunity to do an event in Vegas during NFL draft weekend, which unbeknownst to me until Friday is like a huge deal to sports ball people.
Yeah.
And here in Vegas, they're going to close down the strip for 3 days, I guess.
Shit. That's a lot.
Yeah. It's a pretty big deal. So it's like, it's one of these instances where it came to me because I through a good friend of mine who's got a real connection with one of the hotels. And so we basically cobbled together a deck in 45 minutes to go convince my friend that this was the way to go. And so now we have a meeting Friday where, we haven't had any direct contact with the hotel, but we're going to have to basically take what we know of the project secondhand and then put that into a deck with our solution and then take it to them on Friday and basically pitch it totally cold because we haven't had any contact with the hotel itself.
I think that's great. And I think another lesson there in that is I remember a story where I was like, it just didn't feel like CLG was like really pushing forward. And my business partner is a guy named George Hotshot GG. And he, Hotshot GG is like a soothsayer in the sense that like, he's like a guy that waves his dick at traffic most of the time. But then when you talk to him, like occasionally tells you your future. Like he's like
George.
Yeah,
okay,
George.
yes.
Yeah, he's he's a prophet. Like, right? Like he comes in, he drops some like super real shit, and then he goes back to like his like own universe. So George came in one day and he taught me like a really important lesson that I've never forgot, which is like, you said like, hey, we basically had 45 hours to scuff together a deck. We call that being scrappy. And I think what that means is like, especially big organizations, like Twitch suffers from this more than anybody else I know, right? Like, which is like, they're just not fast enough. Where it's like, if you are, again, if you're willing to sacrifice oh, you had 45 minutes, not even 45 hours. You said 45 minutes. Yeah.
45 minutes.
Yeah, even better. Even better. Yeah. Like, putting something together in a fast amount of time and being willing to just be scrappy, just be able to fight fast and deliver something, even if it's shit, is like such a good value in business, because the number one problem that everyone that's keeping everyone away from success is overthinking and overanalyzing shit. Like,
that's my second middle name.
Yeah.
Gootecks, dog shit production, overthinking.
The Gootecks got dog shit overthinking production. Yep. Like, is it? You know, it's this thing of like, is this going to be good? Is this going to convert well? Is this going to be good? Is this going to convert bad? Is this going to be like 99.9% of people are thinking like, man, oh, this could happen or this could happen, when like, all you need to do really is just, number one, you be consistent. You sit there and you're like, okay, I'm going to keep doing this shit, and you be iterative. You learn from every action, and like, you trust the process. Your body and your mind is going to be able to evolve, because that's what we do. We learn from shit, right? You're going to get better as you create stuff. But the one thing that I really started thinking about a lot with this is like, you had 45 minutes to make a deck, but you made a deck and you showed it to them. And that would be so much better than sitting around for 45 minutes and being like, what do we do now? When you create something physical in the world, you know, like when you create something physical in the world and it's there, like it makes such a bigger... This is one of the reasons why I hate Twitch streams, right? Is because like you make a Twitch stream, you create a VOD which nobody watches, and it's gone, right? So
it's
like
disposable.
It's disposable. Yeah, it really is by its inherent nature. But if you create a YouTube video, that's evergreen. It's something that exists there, can be discussed. I had a video 8 months ago that was like how legal view bots work on Twitch is about embeds, and the video was sitting at like 8K views, and it was just like, it was like and I was like, I had forgotten about it, right? And then 7 months later, like starting last month, the video started to get 10K views a day, and now it's up. And now it's the most watched video on the channel. It's like 250K. Whoa. Yeah.
Wow.
And I had no idea why, but that would never happen to a Twitch VOD.
Right.
You would never, because for one, Twitch deletes your fucking VODs after 60 days, right? But your YouTube videos can still be searched and still be relevant, and that's the same with like Instagram posts. That's the same with like evergreen TikTok content, things like that. No, I don't even think it's true with clips. I've never heard of a clip like just suddenly becoming 100,000 more. Like, yeah, if it's on Reddit and gets featured, like it's that time sensitive content, and then it's gone. You know?
Totally.
Yeah. And so I think that sort of idea of like, put together a scrappy fucking 45-minute deck, because that's something. It's something physical you can, well, not physical, but you can hold it and give it to somebody, right?
Right. Sorry. I missed all that.
Yeah. I'm saying like, I think putting together a 45-minute deck and being scrappy with it, it's a thing you have now. That's an evergreen thing that you have, that you produce.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm trying to. I'm trying to build up the master deck so that we have a slide for all of the various products, services, and ideas and whatnot. That way, it's much faster, because I think I think you're right on about sort of customizing the deck. I mean, I guess I never really thought about it. I just started doing it because I started using Canva recently.
What's that? Oh,
Canva.
It's like a deck creation tool, the online thing.
Yeah, it does. It does like all kinds of graphics. There's great templates, so you can do everything from decks to social media, like templates. So Square Instagram posts, Twitter, Facebook header banners, YouTube thumbnail templates, all kinds of stuff. But I started using it. I was trying out a bunch of these different services. Because I was trying to make infographics.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I really need to do more of is make
Infographics?
Yeah.
Dude.
That's an incredibly powerful place that I'm underutilizing.
It's
if I did infographics for like how to grow streams and stuff like that, like holy fuck, like it would be insane. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you got to check out Canva because the infographics templates is what made me a believer, and I think that was one of the primary reasons why one of the decks that I made got approved because the infographic slide looked the timeline infographic slide looked so good, and it looked so legit, and the other thing about Canva is you can upload with the Pro plan, you can upload your own custom fonts, so that way, and create brand palettes, so that way you can like sort of halfway or a third into the deck, I sort of changed the branding of it to match who I was sending it to.
You're still thinking in terms of when I hear you say this, I'm like, I'm not going to do that shit. Right? I'm gonna get our best graphics people to do that and then learn that
totally.
process.
Well, okay. So totally. My designer was MIA for a while, but I talked to him yesterday. And so, I basically talked to him. I was like, look I've been making these decks,
I can just make this,
but how do we work together in an iterative process where I can, where I could basically send him like a Otter voice memo. Are you familiar with Otter?
Of course. Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
You're the first person. Okay.
Otter's fantastic. I use Anchor, but I know Otter 100%. Yeah.
Okay. I maybe put like 24 people onto Otter.
Oh, yeah, it's
Nobody
amazing.
is. Otter is amazing. So I want to basically just, because I'm better at talking than I am with, writing in a business fashion, right? So I can just, it's easier for me to sit and record a voice memo and explain the idea.
This chat.
And hopefully my designer can be like, oh, okay, cool. Let me just make however many slides we need.
Yeah. I use a similar system called Pablo from Buffer. Have you heard of this?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Pablo. Yeah. I use Buffer.
So Pablo is a system where you can really easily size, you can very easily like size posts. So if you want, guys, if you're like small content creators, you want to save a lot of time and you don't have a team, like you can post like right here, like I can make a post that's ideal for Instagram. Here I can make a post that's ideal for Twitter and Facebook. Here's Pinterest, right? And you can change the contrast and things like that so that you can change the background. You can make things. You can make a blank template, or you can upload a photo here, and then you can size it for Instagram automatically. It's pablo.buffer.com, which I'll link in chat as well.
So are you using Buffer to manage social for other people?
I use Later, actually.
You use Later too? Okay, yeah. So I was a Buffer. I was like a Buffer guy for so long.
I love Buffer.
I still have it, but then Later has the ability to schedule stories because they're part of the Instagram cartel.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's right. Well, they can schedule stories. They can also schedule videos. And for that reason, if you're using Instagram, you pretty much have to use Later.
Yeah. Well, so with Buffer, you used to be able to do that. You used to be able to schedule videos, but now it's all different. But either way, Buffer can't schedule stories anymore anyways. Yeah. Oh, man. I went down such a rabbit hole because I was trying to automate do you use Zapier or Integromat?
What are those? I haven't heard of those. All right, Devin.
Well, look I'll trade you.
Yeah.
I'll trade you. I'm about to blow your mind.
Oh, baby.
Change your whole business up. All I need is an invite to the lab.
To the lab. Oh, baby.
Take a look.
What is Zapier? Connect your
can't, bro. How are you gonna say you're a Tim Ferriss fan? You don't know about Zapier.
Is this a recent thing?
No, I've been using Zapier for years.
What the fuck is it? All right.
Zapier, IFT, and Integromat are like the holy trinity of automating processes in your business based on APIs talking to each other.
Okay.
So, for example, with Zapier, once you have your Zap or automation sequence set up, you can do things like every time I post a photo to, every time I make a tweet, add a log with all of the metadata and the contents to a row in Google Sheets.
Holy shit. Oh, dude. That's insane. Automatically?
This is why I thought you were using Buffer.
No.
Because Buffer has such great, Buffer works really well with Zapier. So you could do stuff like the way I used to use it was whenever I post a video on YouTube, then that gets put into the Buffer queue, and then on a specified interval, like later today and tomorrow and next week and 30 days and 6 months from now, Zapier will basically take the same post and then put it back into the Buffer at a later date, times like 6 or whatever.
Hold on. So can you schedule a YouTube video and then automate it to go out to Facebook like 2 weeks later? Via that process?
You
to
can't
syndicate content?
You can't do it with you can't do it like that in terms of, let's say, upload a video to YouTube and then have that syndicated on Facebook. You could use something like vidIQ or TubeBuddy for that, but this would be more for sort of recycling, sort of like automating the posts to sort of continually promote previous content passively. Because right now when you make a post, okay, sweet, finally I got one. I got one, you guys. You see, I got one on that. Yeah, all right, there we go.
Okay. Can you talk to chat for like 10 seconds? Because I got to tell our manager to look at this. That is actually game-changing, baby.
Oh,
okay.
shit. Oh, shit. Devin's got to stop the show. Oh, we got a revelation. Guys, all right, go for it. All right, guys. Well, welcome to the new co-host of the Devin Nash Show. My name is Gootecks. You can hit the follow button here on Twitch to get notified when Devin and I go live. You can, if you hit the subscribe button, there are various perks available, such as being first to know about the new Devin Nash green tea flavors, strains as they were. You can also, where's the text message? Where's Devin's number? Hold on. He must have his, okay, so Devin hasn't set up his personal text message phone number yet, but whenever that's available, you can sign up for that, and that'll get you into priority for shipping on the new Devin Nash green tea subscription package, where you can get some of Devin's favorite green tea strains and flavors delivered to you every month, so that you can enjoy the same green tea as Devin does when he sits here and talks about the meta when it comes to gaming, esports, building your brand, all of these things. And you can make sure to also subscribe on YouTube, and hit the bell button so you can get notified when Devin uploads a new video, such as this 100 Thieves compound waste of millions or next big thing video.
Yeah, that video
you're
is
back.
killing it. Hello. Yes. Sorry, I had to
What'd
tell
he say?
our man, like, he's super excited to look into it. I had to explain it, though, because, like, it's pretty complicated, so he had to understand the implications of it.
Well, yeah. I'm happy to help you guys, figure out all the processes to automate and how to do it.
This is one of those things where I can, like, sit down on my couch with, like, a doobie and a notepad, and I could, like, think for, like, fucking 3 hours about how this shit will apply to the business. Yeah, it's actually unreal. It's like actually crazy.
Every service that I use now essentially has to integrate with either Zapier, Integromat, or IFT.
Interesting.
And Zapier and IFT are pretty easy to get the hang of once you get used to it, but Integromat is where the real power is. And so I've actually Tell me if this would be okay. You deal with a lot of talent, right?
Yeah.
And when you're dealing with brand deals, and sometimes I'm imagining this includes a certain number of hours streamed or running the the sponsors ads inside the stream, or maybe even making a highlight video that sort of showcases some of the campaign that these guys just paid for, right? Maybe would it be useful to have a way to compile all of the relevant Twitch clips across as many different channels as you needed and pull those clips in automatically so that whoever is doing your editing on your team doesn't have to go out and find all these clips and then download them or screen record them manually. You just already have them all in one place, so they could just download all of the clips at once, thereby dramatically reducing the time that it takes to actually compile a highlight reel.
All in what place?
Oh, let's say on their hard drive?
Like on a Google Drive?
No, like it's stored in the cloud, and then they just download them all to their computer.
Yeah, that's insanely valuable. I know at Nerd Fusion, Matt made a script. He's my business partner, made a script to do that in a way. And he managed to, I think what he did was he took the most viewed clips from Twitch streams for a particular streamer and just mashed them all together. But he wasn't able to individually separate them out. That would be immensely valuable to someone like me. Because lots of the clips that are created by the community here, we're trying to make become Instagram or TikTok content, right? Because that's so if there was a way for this to work, that would be insanely valuable. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, great minds think alike. Good news. Good news, Devin. You know what? How long have you been doing this channel?
This channel here, Devin Nash.
Mm-hmm.
It's deceptive, but 8 years.
Okay.
Yeah, but
when was the rebrand then?
Right, that's the real question. Yeah, exactly. So, because no one cared who I was until I put on the Nash. I'd say about 8-9 months ago, guys. Yeah, around there. 8 months ago.
Wow.
Or so.
Oh my God, you are a monster.
I think Twitch died.
Oh, did we? Oh,
yeah.
Did we get shut down?
Yeah, did we get shut down? The information is too valuable to. The information is too valuable for Twitch.
That's right.
What? Guys, press 1, 2, 3 when you hear this. 1, 2, 3 when you hear this, please. So I can just figure out what the delay is. Oh, okay, it's instant. All right, we're good. Yeah, 100%. Okay. Yeah, no, I agree. So we didn't cover that much offline. We were just talking about how we think that our skill sets are very similar, but that there are like edges of both sides that we can like very greatly help each other on.
Oh,
yeah.
Totally.
Mm-hmm.
Totally. Okay. This thing is going.
And we're getting progressively more excited about our marketing.
Here's the thing. I don't have anybody, dude. Like, I don't have anybody to talk to about this stuff, dude. Nobody gets it.
Well, a lot of it is because I think in the new like content age, nobody thinks like this, and in the old one, they're all multimillionaires, so they're just like hanging out on fucking yachts and shit, like Frank Kern and shit. Like, you know, they're just like.
Oh yeah,
yeah. They're like in some foreign country, like with like a MacBook Air in like Thailand, like with like a $400 apartment that's like 6 rooms. You know, like it's like that kind of shit. Like it's just a different type of thing.
What are we doing with our lives?
Yeah.
This is the level that we need to get on. And you know the saying, in a gold rush, you can mine for gold, or you can sell pickaxes and shovels.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to sell pickaxes and shovels.
100%, dude. 100%.
I don't care at all about this gold. I just want to. It's not the move.
There's so many people that like it blows my mind. Like in 2020, like we still have people that are like, I want to become a YouTuber. I want to become a Twitch streamer. Right? Why don't you want to become a brand? Why don't you want to become a marketer? Right? Like. Why don't you want to become a person
Yes,
that actually represents all these? Like, you do not need to be a Twitch streamer. You need to be fucking ubiquitous. You need to provide value on every level, right?
I think it needs to be qualified first by just asking somebody's age, because you only want to be right. Like, young people want to be a Twitch streamer because they've never seen their favorite platform go away. They haven't been around long enough
to see MySpace.
Yeah. Dig.
Yeah.
Do you remember Dig?
Oh, of course I do. Yeah. I use Dig all the time. Yeah.
I mean, so it's really easy for young people who have not seen the decline of everything that they love on the internet one by one.
Yeah, they think that everything lasts forever.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely does not.
Yeah, and even if, and a lot of times, if you're, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier, and I think this is like one of the most important things. If you are singular to a platform, that platform may outlive you, right? Like, there are plenty of Twitch streamers that nobody talks about anymore. And more importantly, if we look at a longer cycle market, right, like YouTube, where YouTube has been around longer than Twitch, a lot of the YouTubers who first started on YouTube and even had millions of followers are not relevant at all now. They didn't diversify. They don't have brands. They went back to going to do regular jobs, whatever. Everyone, the thing is, like, and the number of people in esports too. I remember in 2015, 2016, when I was running Dignitas, there were a lot of people that Dignitas NA with Odie. There were a lot of people that came into, Odie. Like
I've met Odie once, but I didn't realize that I didn't realize you were also running Dignitas and CLG.
Well, Dignitas was like my first gig. Like, I did the NA division with Odie, and then after that we did CLG. And so, like, when that dude, like, there are plenty of people. Like, right now, I know a couple of people that were in the LCS. Right. They were League of Legends pros, and now they work at gas stations.
Ooh, like, cautionary tales.
Yeah, well, because they didn't take the time to build their brand. And like, I would always be talking to these guys. Like, and they'd come in, they'd be like, all I want to do is compete. I don't want to do any kind of content. I don't want to do any kind of thing like that. And then it's like, okay, like, you're gonna pay the price later on because you're not building your actual equity.
It's true.
What's the difference between Bjergsen and everyone else on TSM? Right? It's brand. That's it. Right?
Yep.
Think Bjergsen worries about his spot on TSM, even if he underperforms by 20%?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't
the
matter.
Brand will keep you. Well, the brand will, help keep you safe. The brand will help you
negotiate
carry forward.
Yeah. It will help you 100%. Everything. Yeah.
100%. I mean, because here's the thing. Like, at the end of the day, it's just about eyeballs, attention, and how much money you can generate.
Yeah.
And you can be the best player on the planet, but there will always be a better player.
Yeah, somebody will come along.
Yeah. And if you're dependent solely on your performance, man, you better be able to sustain that level of performance forever.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
which nobody can.
Not gonna last. No, of course not. Every competitive career has the same cycle.
Yep.
It's just a question of how long can you get that to last.
Yep.
And content is, well, sort of building a brand to extend past your competitive results is essentially the, modern day retirement plan.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, some, I don't want to be in any business where some 16-year-old kid can come in and absolutely fucking oust me, right? Like, one of the reasons why I've tried to spend my entire life building so much equity in the marketing skill is, like, everything you learn about how to sell to other people and how to design and how to create something of value is one step. So, like, when I'm fucking like 80 million years old, and I'll be there and I'll be like, you know, and I'll just be like, this is how you sell. Like, no 16-year-old kid is gonna come in and just gonna. He might go viral. He might be lucky, but he doesn't know how he did it. Right. But I will be able to consistently produce those results because of that equity that I've built in understanding that process.
Yeah, right. Yeah. The experience that you gain from building your brand is more important than any sort of short-term gains that either were won through competition or getting lucky, going viral.
Exactly.
Because you have to know when you succeeded because you were good, or because or you succeeded because you were lucky.
Yeah. And I also believe that there's very much a forced culture in luck. Like luck is a super, super overrated. There's so many people that are like, oh, like Dr. Disrespect was lucky. And it's like, no, bitch, that guy was making content for 10 fucking years on YouTube. Like one of the, if you ever want to go on like an LSD inspired trip, like go into Dr. Disrespect's YouTube videos and search by old. Have you ever done this?
No, I didn't even know that he was a YouTuber.
Yeah, that's how he started. It's bizarre. Like, you can go through this, and if you sort by the oldest stuff, there are like these weird like TV videos of him doing these like acts, and they're super like they're just fucking bizarre, man. Like you go, I'm telling you, it's some crazy shit.
Love it.
Well,
I mean, this is how you develop a character.
Super weird. Yes. And like the point was that like he was iterative, right? And like what first video 10 years ago, right? And like he made videos over and over and over and over again until he built this person.
Well, I mean, that's where so many people focus on what they think is the goal instead of the process.
Yes,
because people think like, okay, well, if I'm going to be the next streamer, or I'm going to be the next Ninja, or the next PewDiePie, or whatever. So I'm going to invest a bunch of money to make sure I have the best possible quality stream. And then I'm going to start streaming with no audience, no experience, and I'm going to keep going from now until for as long as it takes. And for most people, that takes about 2 to 3 months, and then they call it a day and go do something else. Because they were spending they invested too much effort and resources versus what they were able to get out of it.
I get so many people that are in my chat that are like, I'm trying to decide between the Sony a6500 camera and the 9000 AG 1000 camera. It'll cost me approximately. I had like one guy unironically that was like a 5-year streamer that like came in and started talking to me about how buying an IRL backpack for streaming was like a legitimate expense and that everyone should do it. And I was like, okay, that's going to cost you $3,000 base, and then it's going to cost you $1,000 a month on top of that, right? To run that stream to literally nobody. Like people don't realize like you have a phone, right? Just fucking take
exactly.
Yeah, just be scrappy. Like, okay, fucking get your shitty $10 C9 whatever. If there's anything you can ever learn about content, it's that quality doesn't. There are so many scuffed bullshit fucking YouTube videos out there with millions of views, okay? Like that guy that fucking set up that shitty camera with the trumpet and plays the song for the cows has like 1 billion views. Have you seen that video?
I have not.
It's exactly as a guy plays trumpet for cows. Yeah.
Like, but you don't need need good quality until you actually need good quality.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, we're somehow still here. Yeah. Exactly. Like, how are we still on the Dr. Disrespect video, guys? Like, okay, there we go. He just plays his trombone, and then cows come. 17 million views. Like, you don't need. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, you don't need amazing quality. What you need is amazing content. And
exactly.
The trumpet for cows coming over this horizon is something I've never seen before.
Yeah, dude, was that for a stream though? Dude, do you think that XQC is like the top content creator on Twitch? Does he have sliding screens that fold over into different scenes? Does he have a fucking Sony? No, it's literally a guy farted into a mic with a fucking $50 headset. It doesn't matter, dude. He's the most popular streamer on Twitch.
Yep.
And he doesn't have shit. Like it doesn't matter. Like all y'all that are spending like fucking thousands of dollars on equipment and shit like that, right? Like, sure, look, there are people that are dedicated to quality like Dr. Disrespect, but you better believe that Dr. Disrespect didn't have that setup before he was Dr. Disrespect.
Totally.
Yeah.
And when you look at those old videos, it looks to me like he just started with what he already had.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
you know, people get this idea in their head that there's some sort of secret, or that they, for whatever reason, are going to defy the odds, not really understanding that it's consistency over a really long period of time.
You know what it really is, man? And I thought about this a lot. It's another way to procrastinate. That's what it is.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah. Like,
totally.
It's the same people that are entrepreneurs, and they're like, I need to have my desk, I need to have my chair, I need to have my setup, I have to have all of my programs ready, I have to have my email set up. It's like, no, all you need to do is just the thing. But
right.
you don't want to do it because you're scared. You're scared you're going to fucking fail. So you're going to put everything in front of it. You're going to spend all this money. You're going to do everything you can to create distance between you and the thing you need to do.
I do it all the time.
I do that shit too. I mean, like,
yeah.
dude, it's a super real part of being human, but it's the consciousness of that I think, like, the more aware that you can be of it, the better it gets. And I highlighted that because that's something we need as like a short TikTok team. We fucking need that right there. There's so much procrastination in this world.
Well, it's easier. It's easy to procrastinate. It's easier to procrastinate than it is to, you know, work up the courage, I think, for some people to just turn on the stream and see what happens without trying to figure out all of the little details. Yeah, it's just because I don't know, like, people get this idea that they want to be this person or they want to do this thing, but without actually really considering what it's going to take and the consistency over a long period of time, and then over investing time, resources, and then not seeing the results, being frustrated, and then the shit goes on sale when they don't need their C9000 or whatever camera they got.
And I think I totally agree. I think, like, the other thing too is that, like, people think that, like, you and I are, like, immune to this. Like, dude, we struggle with this every
more than anybody.
day. Yeah, exactly. It's just that, but it's that, I tell, like, people like ask me all the time. They're like, Devin, like, how are you so motivated? Like, how are you so on fire? It's like, dude, I wake up every day and my first mode is like, well, it's time to eat cookies. It's time to smoke some weed. It's time to play Path of Exile for 16 hours. It's time to, like, right? Like, that's every day for me. Like, I don't wake up like, whoa, let's do it. Yeah. Like, you know, I literally wake up and I'm like what? I don't want to fucking exist. Like, I just want to, you know? And, like, right? And it's like, you have to just wrangle that shit into, like, a V-neck jujitsu choke and be like, shut up, bitch. Put it down and be like, okay, we're doing this thing. We're doing it. All right, and then you get up and go. Like, it's you force it, you know? Like,
yeah. No, I mean, well, here's the thing: motivation comes and goes, which is why it's more important to build the habit, because the habit of being consistent will carry you through in terms of your actions when your motivation
fails
doesn't.
you. Yeah, when you're sick, when you're tired, when you don't want to do it. Mm-hmm.
And that's why, like, when it comes to content, it has to be so manageable in terms of the effort, resources, and time you spend on it, that you could do it every day for years, or let's say do it every week for years, without it becoming so resource intensive, either mentally as well. Mm-hmm. That I don't know. Like, that's where people get stuck. it seems.
Well, that's why I don't understand how people on Twitch can do shit like a 10 to 12-hour stream every day, and then expect this to be remotely sustainable, right?
I mean, right, exactly. Is it sustainable, right?
Yeah.
Like even when it comes to YouTube, right? People, because people ask me like about that stuff, and I'm like, well, how much time did you spend on it? And they're like, I don't know, a couple days. And I'm like, okay, so you mean like a couple hours a day for a couple of days? They're like, well, like maybe like half a day, twice. So I'm like, okay, so 8 hours a day you spend on this video, and you've never really done videos before, and you're not trying to be the world's greatest video editor, and you spend all this time trying to get all this shit perfect, and then 10 people watch. Now, how long can you go about spending, let's say, 1/5 of your theoretical work week on something that generates no views, no money, no impact? You can only do that for a couple of weeks before life catches up, and you're like, well, I guess I'm not going to be a YouTuber after all.
Yeah, same as the people that are on like our Twitch that are streaming for a year every day, and they're like, I don't get it. I'm playing Doki Doki Adventure at 3 a.m. every day, and nothing's working.
Why does nobody watch?
Yeah. It's like, have you ever sat back and like thought about your process for like 2 seconds, where it's like, like you've been streaming for a year, and like you haven't once, like you're just like, everything's fine, like it's gonna happen. And like one of the things I do is like a very sick hobby. Like this is like some like Saw shit, like what that clown with the tricycle.
Yeah.
I sort by 0 viewers, and I go in and I watch the streams incognito, and I just see what they're doing, right? And there'll just be a guy like clicking through menus, and like and like they'll just be like going like click, and like occasionally talking, and they'll have like their whole brand, and they'll have all these custom graphics and stuff and everything, but it's just the most boring ass shit ever. They're never thinking about
totally.
You know?
Totally. It's like the balance, right? The people who can get all of those details right are not actually the people where it matters if they get it right.
Yeah.
Because the part that people miss is, what is it about me? How can I create and deliver value to an audience over a consistent period of time? What value does one person at 3 a.m. streaming Doki Doki Adventure, what value does that person bring?
Yeah.
And it's like, what people, the way that people need to think about like streaming, if they were to insist on starting with Twitch, is like, you need to just think about, how can I create highlights and clips from this stream that can be put onto other platforms like YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, or whatever, to help build an audience that can then eventually make the time to watch me on Twitch when I'm live.
Or the way I think about it in like even a broader sense is like, how do I express the most authentic and best version of myself for others, right? How do I incorporate the thing? Because here's the thing, like what I've learned through, like the one thing I've learned through life of all the fucking years we've been on this planet, because we're fucking old, and like, right, like there's like one thing I've learned: every single person is interesting. Every single person has something that, like, when they evoke it at their greatest level, they are fucking fascinating. And so many people, they ignore that. They try to get rid of it. They try to push it away because they've been taught that being unique is bad, or they've been taught that like these are things you shouldn't do. You should fit in. You should do these things. And fuck, like when you are willing to share that unique aspect of you that makes you authentic, like that is the real value that you have as a human being, is that uniqueness that makes you you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That is your unique selling proposition.
That is your USP. That's right.
Yeah,
yes.
Everybody's got one, but people really try to hold it back, especially when with the societal conditioning, and then thinking about having like normal day to 9 to 5 job. But it's like those days are numbered, and people that are watching stuff on Twitch, like people that are growing up right now, like they're not going to have a 40-hour-a-week desk job that they got to go to.
We're going to automate all that shit. Yeah,
exactly. Zapier is coming to take your lunch money, and AI is a real thing. Everybody needs to think about what is going to be the 2 to 4 side hustles that make what was previously one desk job before.
Yeah.
just the way of the world.
And I read somewhere a pretty reliable source. I remember that 40% of America already is like freelance contractors. They're people that are already doing this, right? So the question is like, in an environment where it's no longer like, okay, you've got this one skill that you just apply for a job and you go get your 9 to 5. Like, what is valuable? Well, it's creative expression. It's shit that robots can't do. We hope, right? Like it's stuff that in your most creative and authentic expression and your evocation of that, whether you do design or whether you do videos or content or whatever, or programming or whatever it is, like it's that expression that makes you valuable as a human being, right?
Yeah, and being able to take that expression and the expertise and then turn that either into content or services or both or digital products. I mean,
yes,
that's the part where I feel like, because me and you have that sort of Dan Kennedy, Jay Abraham background, like that's why I'm always thinking about digital products, right? Because because of guys like Tim Ferriss and Robert Kiyosaki, I'm just like, okay, cool.
I'm a big Robert Kiyosaki guy also. Read all of his books. Yeah.
That's what started for me, actually.
Rich Dad, Poor Dad.
Yep. Rich Dad, Poor Dad. It was funny. My mom, when I was in high school, my mom was like, you got to read this, I'm like, whatever, Mom, whatever. And then finally, when I read it in college, I was like, oh my God, this is, it definitely changed the way that it definitely changed my life, because after that I was just like, oh, okay, cool. Well, I mean, passive income is the way, because time freedom is what matters. And the best way to, it was difficult to do passive income, before the internet, right? Because how would you do it? You're a homeowner, you have property. Okay, maybe that's one way.
You had to have have a big business, like you had to,
or you're an artist, you have a CD on a record label. I mean,
the classic way was investing, right? That would be the way.
Oh yeah, right. If you had money, sure.
Yeah, exactly. But now, I mean, like a person with no money can make passive income. Right. And it's just like the ecosystem has changed. We're talking about a book called Rich Dad, Poor Dad. It's a book about how to think about income, and it's by a guy named Robert Kiyosaki. I actually bought the Rat Race game, the board game.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Me too. I played it. Yes. Played it one time at a family dinner.
Oh my God. That's awesome. You're the only person I've ever met that bought that fucking. It was like $150. It was insanely overpriced.
Oh, totally.
Mm-hmm. So Robert,
it was fun. I wonder where it is now. Oh man, we should play it.
Hell yeah, dude! Like that's some sick content, dude. Like I feel that's so hard, dude. Robert Kiyosaki made this like really overpriced board game, where it was similar to like Monopoly, or like actually like kind of like Chutes and Ladders, where you would like move through like this like Candy Lane type board, and you'd have to make financial decisions about like what you're doing with your income that would either increase your income or decrease it, and you would have things happen to you. And you had to like, the idea was to get out of the rat race, right, and like quit your 9 to 5 so you made passive income. Yep. And I bought this fucking game, and he did too. And Gootecks is the only other person I know that bought this game.
That's right. It was meant to be.
It was. That's actually insane.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
That's
what are
crazy.
The odds?
Yeah, it's like we have the exact same marketing upbringing.
Where did you grow up?
Dude, I grew up in San Diego.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm from LA.
Awesome. Yeah, I spent most of my time in LA after I realized that was the real place I had to. Like, eventually, are you still in LA?
So up until almost 2 years ago, now I'm in Vegas, but I still go back to LA a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, LA. Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody's going to be moving to Vegas eventually. Wait, are you still in LA?
So here is my timeline. So I grew up in San Diego when I was young. I moved to Lake Tahoe, and then I lived in Nevada for a while. And then I moved from there to Los Angeles, and then I moved from Los Angeles to Seattle, where I currently am. And my theory is it goes like this. It goes San Francisco, Seattle, and now those two are now saturated. Then people are going to realize that Texas is the next place, Austin.
Yeah.
Then after that, everyone's going to realize it's Nevada, and everyone's going to go to Reno and Vegas, and that's where it's going to end. Reno is like the actual sleeper OP right now. Want to know why? Because Tesla built their Gigafactory there.
Oh, okay. All right. I actually
40,000 employees.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually saw the Tesla factory on my way. Yeah, on my way to Burning Man because that was we stopped.
Oh, we fuck yeah! You went to Burning Man.
Have you been?
Yeah.
You haven't been?
Yeah, of course. It was in my backyard. It's like 40 minutes away. You could drive.
Oh, when you were living there.
In Tahoe. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So do you still go?
I haven't been in a while, but I want to. Yeah.
Oh shit!
I knew a really crazy dude there that like ran one of the like big tents like that had the music. Yeah. Oh man. Oh, I love that shit, dude. I'm super into all that stuff. Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah, like the whole like spirit. Like I had a really crazy history of like the whole like spirituality like type stuff, and spent a lot of time like meditating, a lot of time doing like way too many psychedelics, stuff like that. Like,
wow.
I had
no wonder you're so smart.
I had a really crazy part of my life where because I grew up in martial arts. That was like my whole world until I was like 20. And I competed, but I met a guy through my initial school, which was a Kempo school. I met a guy that taught Aikido, but he was also I don't tell this story that often because it's like so crazy that it's like one of these like, chat's gonna be like, what the fuck? Like I rarely ever tell this story, but he was a full-blown Apache shaman. His father was a shaman for the tribe, taught him everything he knew. So that was my first experience with peyote. And with mushrooms, like we went all natural, right? And he taught me a lot about that. I trained with him for 6 years. Wow. And that was a very big part of my initiation into that world. So I've gotten into that whole thing and sort of like everything as the aspect of that. And there's a lot of crazy shit in those stories that I don't tell the stream because it's just like everything these days, dude, is like so scientific methodological. You don't have if you don't have like a scientific method or process to it, you can't explain it. It's not valuable to them. So I just don't tell those stories.
Well, I mean, this is how we gain the type of experience that gives us the perspective to think outside the box and to do things differently. Because I mean, you're on the bleeding edge. I mean, this type of stuff, I can't believe it's only been like an 8 or 9 month rebrand.
I have a feeling that you have a very similar history in spirituality.
Oh, yeah. Bro, you got to be a little bit crazy to, if you don't have a certain amount of life experience, it's difficult to relate to a lot of people. And I feel like because of my experiences, I'm able to talk with people about just about anything.
Yes.
On their terms, and but the other thing is through have a wide variety of experiences and interests, I'm able to pull different things into the creative work, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah. So many people focus on like what they can test, but there's so much more going on. Like there's like, and I think that world sort of teaches you that, right? Like, there's weird things like the ability to like think about an idea and then just trust your process to actually come up with it after like you've slept on it, or you can kind of like let it go and put it on paper, and then like it comes back to you in this way, right? It's like this trusting this sort of brain process that's so much deeper than like sort of the base level consciousness that we have, right? Like,
totally.
Yeah, putting things into deep intuition and then allowing them to come back like produces some of your best work.
Oh, totally. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you can sit there and try to figure out what where this image or text should go relative to this stuff, and you can spend all this time and get stuck. And then at least it's kind of funny for me when I'm sitting in front of the computer working on something, and then I get up, the timer Alexa tells me, the timer goes off, and then I go take a leak, and then I'm like in the walk to the bathroom taking a leak. It's like I'll have that like instant moment of clarity. It used to come a lot more in the shower, but now it happens when I'm like taking a leak.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's just when you take yourself out of the situation of being in front of the work, then you don't have that blocking the inspiration or the muse or the source or whatever of the creativity and the ideas, because I guess I've sort of come to realize that I'm more of a creative person, even though like for most of my life I was like, no, like I'm not creative at all.
So. Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't think so at all. But now as I get older and I do more of this stuff, and then I see actually what not creative people are like, I'm like, oh fuck, like if only I would have realized this sooner. But then still need to learn how to balance the creativity with the other side of the brain.
I think a lot of it is removing the barriers in your brain that are holding back creativity. Things like stress, things like holding a lot of drama and shit like that in your brain, where it's like if you're thinking all the time about how like your relationship sucks, or this person doesn't like you, or you're worrying about work or your boss or shit like that, like all that stuff blocks your creativity by a huge amount. Like you have to really be open into there's a really good book by Amanda Palmer who called The Art of Asking. This is a Tim Ferriss recommendation.
Yeah. She was in that band. I forget the name of the band, but I know.
You know what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
And it's like this. It's that ability to just like clear your fucking head of all this bullshit and just like write it down if you need to. Like that's what I do. I write down a shitload of stuff. I write down stuff so that it's out of there, so that my mind has the time to process this stuff and come up with it and think about it in a way that's cohesive and actually can express itself in the world in a meaningful way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you write stuff down like in a notebook, or
I use a program called Evernote.
Oh, you use Evernote?
Yes.
Okay.
And I write. I couldn't tell you. In fact, I wish I could show you, but I'm looking right now. I don't show this to like chat and stuff, but I'll show you later. Like I'm looking at like hundreds and hundreds. So show notes, like I've shown this to chat before, where like if I go back through my show notes, I have pages and pages of everything that I do has several hours of prep, right? Like if I go through here and I'm just clicking on like a totally random one, and we open it up. This is from, I guess, 2019. Every breakdown, links, everything, right? Every day. I write down everything that I learned from that day. So here's another one, just opening in like a 10-6. Key action statements, notes from email, things about partnerships, things like that. I write down every day what I learned. I also do you know Tim Ferriss's 80-20?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Holy shit, that's been one of the most productive things I've ever done. So I do that every 2 weeks, and I've done that for years, ever since even before esports. And
really?
I use this template, and I've added a couple of questions to it before. But it's some of the Tim Ferriss questions, like what are 20% of the activities and people that are producing 80% of what I want? If I only I could only work 2 hours a day next week, what should be my focus? And I write all this shit because I think asking yourself these power questions is what helps your brain. So you sort of train your brain to think in terms of exponential value. And in doing so, you sort of grow yourself to start thinking about these opportunities, these sort of gaps automatically.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
How did you build the habit? Because it seems like this would take a lot of time, especially if you, let's say, spent a bunch of time, let's say doing a show with somebody, and then, you have your template and form that you fill out with all the other stuff. How do you find the time to be so thorough with, some of your notes and written work?
I think I just think it's such a critical process of being human, right? That for me, it's a sanity type thing that I feel like if I held all this stuff in my head, I would fucking obliterate myself, right? Like it's like Exodia level. I just like phase out of existence. So I've made this a process more as a result of mandatory, right? Like it actually doesn't take as much time as you would think. Like so mainly how I do it is I spend an hour at the end of the day, and then I'll sometimes do it throughout my day. But it really takes like one concentrated hour to get everything that I want to get out of it for, just exponential value. Wow. And it's like, if you don't have like 15 minutes or 30 minutes in your day and I go hardcore, right? Like I think you only need like 15 minutes for this shit. If you don't have 15 minutes, you don't have a life. Right, yeah. 15 minutes for meditation, reflection, introspection. Yeah. You have to look back on your time and be like, "What am I doing that's causing this to be so toxic?" Because I think most human beings should have a very healthy amount of time for reflection.
Totally.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, you have to make the time.
Exactly.
You know, that's not one of those things that generally were probably not taught in school. Maybe probably not taught by, you know, like with people close to us growing up, you know.
Or they're not taught at all. It's just, and I think one of my most valuable things that I ever did was at CLG. This is like the most busy I ever was in my life, right? Like I'm running a 100-person company. It's 7 and I wake up at 6 in the morning actually for hot yoga. Then I go to bed around like 1 or 2 in the morning, and this is 7 days a week because Saturday and Sunday are our competition days, right? So the only way that I really stayed sane doing that, first of all, remember, like, back to is this a sustainable thing, right? I could do that for long enough that I could sell the company, and then I couldn't do it because I knew that there was a tail on that. There was no way that I was going to be able to do it. So I would go to this little store that was called Yusha Fon Tea, and it was a Taiwanese store with like a person who would do like a tea ceremony for you, and you paid like $40 or $50. And I would give them my phone at the door, and I would take a notepad, and I would sit there for like 3 or 4 hours every week writing down what are these questions. What are the top problems with CLG? What do I need to be focusing on? What's going on in my life? Who's taking too much of my time? And I would just brain dump that, sip tea, and then for whatever reason, the guy would give me goldfish crackers. That wasn't like part of the deal, but he just liked doing it. So it was like,
this looks like it'll help. Eat these.
Yeah, like I think describing this like highly spiritual tea ceremony thing, but he'd just give me like this box of goldfish cat crackers. So fuck it, like I would eat those, sip the tea, and write that shit down. And I would do that every single week. And it was the most, to this day, I have not found like a time that was more valuable than that.
Wow.
That was the most valuable stuff I've ever done.
Huh. Okay, I got to start doing that.
Yeah. Because you're
so
connected. You got your fucking 3 screens and phone shit like that, dude. Like, how did
you know I have 3 screens?
I'm in there because I have 3 screens, and I know you are the marketing like me, so we all both ended up that way. But you've got all that shit, dude, and like, I get it. And so like, one of the most important part of that paragraph that I just said was I handed my phone to him at the door.
Yeah.
He knew not to give it to me until I left.
No
matter what. Okay? Like my girlfriend could be on fire. My fucking house is burning down. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm there in that place. And this is something I learned. I do a lot of yoga because I'm a basic white person. And like, so I do a lot of hot yoga. But one thing I learned from yoga was like, when you're on the mat, you're on the mat. For that hour, nothing else matters.
Right.
You're practicing. There's all kinds of shit going on in the rest of the world. And, you know, fucking coronavirus and fucking Iran and shit. Like, there's all kinds of stuff going on. But for that hour, you're on that mat.
The good news, it'll still be there when you're done.
It definitely will be. Yeah, coronavirus waiting for you, man. It would be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about that. You can take an hour off. It'll be right outside when you come out.
Right there waiting for you.
No problem.
It's so true. Yeah, I'm sort of trying to rebuild the habit of writing more and more stuff down. So I got like the planner that has all of these different forms to fill, all these different boxes to fill in, gratitude, what am I excited about?
Oh, did you do the gratitude journal? What's that thing?
I've done the 5-minute journal.
That's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, I did that too.
I have like 2 or 3 of them filled out. Yeah. Now I ran out of that. I ran out of pages, and now I just have the app. But I haven't yet built the habit of using the app. But the thing that makes the app cool is you can include a photo,
right?
And it'll send you the reminders. So I have that, but I've also been using. Are you familiar with Notion?
Oh, I've heard of that, but I don't know exactly what it is.
Oh man! So if Airtable is Sheets on steroids, Notion is Docs on steroids.
Okay.
And I was watching this workshop at like 3 a.m. This morning. This guy, Tiago Forte, who was a big Evernote dude, he did this course called like Building a Second Brain with Evernote. And so he did this workshop yesterday on Notion and basically made the case that all of the people who have been using Evernote for years, are probably going to be migrating to Notion in the not too distant future.
Oh shit.
Oh, bro,
my god, this has a to-do list in addition to the oh no.
Oh, just
You're
wait
changing
till
my fucking life.
I know. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah. This is
You're welcome.
insane.
Wait, use my referral. Hold on. Use my
Use my
referral. Don't sign up yet. Don't sign up yet. Use my referral code. Hold on.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Y'all got some itchy trigger fingers around here. Hold on. Let me pull up this.
Oh, so this is link. This is a CRM too?
You can use it as a CRM, yeah.
I'm looking at it. Like it's got.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. All right. Here we go.
Oh, this is insane.
There we
go.
Links in the chat.
This is insane. This is actually. I will use your referral, by the way. Yeah. This is actually crazy.
Dude, here's the thing. This is what it just came to me. There are so many of these services out there that you and I already use.
Yeah.
Otter, Evernote,
Anchor,
Notion,
everything.
Anchor, yeah, the whole shebang. How do we get them? How do we set up deals with them to give us money for what we're doing? Anyways, like you know how Joe Rogan at the beginning of his podcast has all those commercials with all those promos.
Sure. Yeah.
And you're just like, okay, well, they paid him up front and he's getting money for every sign up. How do we do that?
Are you a big
web apps?
Are you a big Joe Rogan guy too?
Oh, bro,
dude,
of course.
Oh my god.
Of course.
You're like my long lost brother or something, dude. Like this is fucking crazy.
Bring it in.
I listen. The digital. I feel it, man. I vibe so hard right now. Oh my god, this is insane. Like I listen to so much Jerry. That's like the whole reason why I want to do like deep dive discussions on Twitch with like really interesting people. But that was like I want to become the Jerry of Twitch. Like I think that's like a thing. Yeah,
bro, it's funny that you say that because I've had the same thoughts, and it's like when I see what he's doing and then I look at the way that Twitch, I mean, it's just, the platform is really young.
It is.
But when you got that Amazon money, it's probably going to be around for a long time. So somebody, and I feel like you and Train and like Raj, but Raj is a little different because his show is like it's a show.
Raj is like, literally 2020 Howard Stern.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he's just completely like it's Howard Stern, Judge Judy. Like I think like his kind of content is like the "You are not the father." Then the guy throws the chair and does the dance. Like that's Raj Patel 100%. Or it's what it's becoming. Right. Like that's 5 years down the line. Yeah, 100%. Like,
and there exists a need, like you're saying, for quality, long form discussion with interesting people that the Twitch audience would know. And damn,
this Notion product looks super cool. This is like actually insane, and it's priced like Evernote too. Like $4 a month is like it's. But going back to the question of like how do you sell this kind of stuff? So I have a really forehead answer, but dude, like I still think some of the best sales is direct contact. And I think the way that you do direct contact is you send an actual curated non-template message of how you can provide value via email. And then you follow up, right? Like I talked to a guy from a company called Zygo Media. And what they do is they like automate YouTube for streamers. So this guy named Gareth, and what's like you're a streamer, you make fucking buku money, you don't care, right? You just want your YouTube done for you. He just comes in, charges you a monthly fee, and does everything else, right? Super good plan. And I asked him, I was like, dude, how do you get in front of influencers? Because holy shit, like how do you talk to the average influencer is the most difficult person to contact in the universe, right? Like unless you physically hold them down at a convention or something, there's no way that you're going to be able to talk to this person. They're just terrible about getting back to people, right? Like, and he told me, he's like, dude, it's just hard fucking fault. Like every day on Twitter, hey man, you want to talk now? Hey man, what's going on? And then like 2 days, follow up, like boiler room ass shit, right? Like call them up, hey man, are you interested in this? Whatever. Okay, don't answer the phone. Four
They
days
say
later,
Wait, hold on. They say money doesn't buy happiness. Look at the fucking smile on my face.
It's just
What a classic.
I love that with Gwen Ross, right? Like third prize is you're fired. Like it's like and it's that kind of thing where it's like just that cold hard follow up. Like okay, like I've emailed people and I email them every 3 days. And I just right, and then like it's gonna be 2 responses. Stop talking to me. Holy shit, I hate you, which is fine. It's an answer. And then it's like, okay, I'll be back in 6 months when you might have changed your mind. And then like, or it's like, yeah, okay, we actually want that. Sorry, I've been really busy, right? And like that's the answer. Like you hit up Notion and you don't stop doing it until they tell you hard no or okay, let's do something.
So in this instance, like thinking about the Notions and Otters of the world, based on, let's say, the level that you're at or the talent that you have access to, how would you go about structuring the deal, or what would you approach them with? Because let's say you can drive a lot of signups, but maybe they just want to provide commission for signups instead of money up front.
Yeah.
When really you're trying to get.
I think there's a Chinese menu status, which is the way that I like to do all kinds of decks. I like to give different tiers. So what I'll usually do is I'll do like a moonshot where it's like, okay, this is like a monthly stipend on top of like commissions on top of like sponsorships, like Cash App style, like funding tournaments and stuff like that, like they're doing for 100 Thieves. And I'll do a moonshot.
Wait. What?
Cash App just did a 500K tournament for 100 Thieves. Yeah, that was the Super Bowl activation. Did you see the results of it? It's actually in my show notes. It was like insane. They got like 400 million impressions, guys. Was that the number? It was some absurd number of something like that. But yeah, like that kind of thing. You do like a moonshot, and then you do a low tier option, which kind of is affordable, and then you do a mid tier option, which is like the best value for you. And the mid tier option is what you want them to go for. If they go for the high tier option, great. But if they go for the mid tier, so like with Notion, I might do a low tier that's like, hey, here's like a very small base monthly fee, maybe $200 to $500 per big influencer or whatever. Plus like, and there's like a couple CTAs involved with that, because ideally you should have like a rate card, right? Like, and you should do something there. And then like maybe it's like a few CTAs, and maybe there's like a small there's a commission attached to it, and you get most of your money through affiliate, and you hope they don't take that. You've got like a mid-level thing where like that's like your actual best value, where you've got like a decent monthly stipend, and you've got like a bunch of ways to interact, and you've got like a moonshot that's like all those other things, like all that support. That's how I'd probably approach them. And I deck it out, right? Like the same way we've been talking about. I would build it out, and I would think of like 3 different ways. I'd put it in a slide and I'd send it to them after we initiated conversation.
So let's say you're hitting them on Twitter, or you found them on LinkedIn, or you cold email or whatever, basically you would sort of introduce yourself, say, hey, I can drive some signups. I got a bunch of influencers. Can you jump on a call? I like my first message, because I think this is the most important part of the sales process. I like my first message to be highly emotional. So I will look for some kind of word lead in. So here's a perfect example of how I'd approach Evernote. Okay, this comes back. This is the copywriting shit, right? Of Notion. Here's exactly how I would do it, right? Hey guys, I've been using Evernote for 5 years. One of my friends, a guy named Gootecks, actually told me about you guys, and I was unbelievably surprised by all the things that you guys can do, and I fucking switched over instantly. I was amazed. Then I was thinking, shit, I run a YouTube channel with 50K subscribers, and I also run a Twitch with 100,000 followers. God damn, I could actually do a lot of stuff with you guys. I'm so passionate about your product right now that I think we could do something amazing together. And it actually happens that I know all these other influencers that could do this too. So, like, would you guys I'd love to work with you guys and talk about how we could connect, because I see this incredible opportunity right there with us, because I think Notion is an amazing product and I am in. Okay, right there. Would you buy that? Wow. I would definitely give you the time of day on that one. Damn, that's really good.
That's how you do that, right? You do that warm kind of lead. And I think the difference is so many people, they send an email and it's just like cookie cutter shit. It's just template shit. It's just like, hey, I think there's a fantastic business opportunity here. Do you have time for a call? Like, what do you like? No, like, dude, like, make me feel it in my balls.
Right.
Make me feel it in my chest. Like, I want that energy, right? And it reminds me of all of these emails that I get, like, every day for these fucking sponsorships. I can pull it up right now. Okay, here we go. Hello, I'm the PR manager of, I'm not going to say the company. We develop an application to improve the experience of playing multiplayer games. This is the email I got 3 hours ago. We want to invite you to advertise our application. Can you tell us about your prices? This is not spam. We're waiting to hear your answer. I don't care about this.
Yeah, I get
right?
that. Yeah, I get
yeah,
those.
like this. There's no emotion in this, right? Here's another one, right? Here. Good day, YouTuber. My name is Emma.
Good day.
Literally said that.
Good day, YouTuber.
Good day, YouTuber. My name is Emma. I'm the manager of whatever. Whatever is a set of utilities for optimizing PCs. It provides an automatic service for removing malware, fixing registry errors, and protecting personal data. See what she's doing right now? She's telling me all the reasons why her service or product is valuable, which I don't fucking care about. Tell me why I'm valuable. I only care. Right. So you see how when I started off my copy for Notion, what did I do right away? Here's why Notion is fucking awesome. I was using Evernote, and then I heard about Notion. I'm like, shit, you guys can do pictures, you just do videos, you can do all this stuff. I'm in, right? I said immediately what the value add was for their product and why I'm passionate about their product. Because if you're a human being, you only want to hear about yourself. I don't give a fuck
totally.
about this.
I don't care about you.
Yeah. I don't care about this like, we're optimizing PC. Like, okay, whatever. Like, what about me? I'm fucking awesome. Talk about me. Right? Like, that's how you do copy. That's how you sell people. Like, so many people, they go into it and it's not emotional. They're just not. They're not like they don't make people care.
Yeah.
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 You want to sell. You got to feel it in your chest.
No, yeah, totally. I mean, it makes it, you really have to put that enthusiasm and the personality behind it, especially if it's actually a product that you do like, and you already are a fan of. That makes it a lot easier because I feel like this would work. The reason why I'm sort of focused on web apps right now is because they have, number one, it's a digital product. Mm-hmm. It's, typically relatively low cost, but they usually have a sweet referral program. And I feel like they're used to spending money on digital forms of marketing and advertising anyways.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like, but as we're like doing our events coming up and we're like looking for sponsors, it's like if we only have if we're trying to sell ad inventory, to stuff that's like a digital product, it's going to be easier, I think, to get results.
Easier is not necessarily better though, because I would challenge you that you are right. Selling to web apps is going to be much more familiar in terms of the space, and they might convert much easier because they understand it. But your challenge is to sell inventory to people that have never dealt with digital and tell them why it's important, because that's where the real budgets are, my friend. Right? Like you talk about the major F500s, they still don't understand digital. If you can get in front of them and you can sell a passion story, that's where you're going to make a shitload of money. The web apps are so they know too much. It's like, okay, here's how I'd say this, right? So in esports, if you're selling to endemics, you're selling to Corsair, for example, all my friends over there, so I can talk about them. They're fucking smart, right? They know the affiliate prices. They know the exact value that is going to come back and forth. They're not gonna waste a penny on this shit, right? But if you're selling to someone that's not familiar with digital marketing, right, you can go in there and you can do so many value adds and you can upsell so much higher because they're willing to try things because they know their traditional shit is failing. And they're spending $150 million on billboard ads that aren't converting, right? So they can take 5% of their fucking marketing budget, which is probably a bigger deal than you've ever fucking converted on, right? And they could give it to you because you're the only one that's bold enough to stand in front of them and say, look, this shit works with a passionate enough story. That's my opinion. I think like like one challenge that I did was, can you sell Instagram to restaurants, to local restaurants, right? People that have never heard of it, because you can say, look, go to micro-influencers with 700 to 1,000 followers that are in the area, have them come to your restaurant for free, right? And then post pictures of it and get infinitely more foot traffic. And I've got a guy in Seattle that runs a restaurant right now that's clearing $80K a month just by this marketing only. That's the only marketing he does. He talks to local Seattle influencers about coming into his restaurant, gives them a free meal in exchange for a picture. They have 700 followers on Instagram, if that, maybe 300. But all 300 of them are local Seattle people that are friends of theirs. And he utilizes micro-influencers to bring in that. Yeah, it's 80K revenue. It's like 40, 30K profit in the end. So can you think about this kind of inventory selling in a way that challenges you to sell to people who are not endemic to the space? And that's how I think about everything.
The challenge of people not. Yeah. Okay. So it's kind of like if they're endemic, then you basically have to give them like the locals price.
You have to know that you're dealing with the initiated, right? You're not going to be able to throw a smoke screen. He's going to stand there, right? Like it's that type of thing. You know, the Batman Bane fight. You know,
right.
Yeah, they're too familiar. They're too initiated. So yeah, you're not going to. And that's not to say that you're trying to pull something over on your clients. It's just that what I'm saying is like they know they know the runaround, right? And they know exactly what they want to activate on and what they want to do. So it's so much harder to sell endemics on really big new projects because they've probably been burned a lot by like how many people have been burned by Twitch influencers that didn't do calls to action that provided ROI. Oh, I remember a couple years ago when people were tossing $1 million budgets into Twitch, and they weren't, and like people were dropping like these huge campaigns for influencers. These endemics were doing it, right? Like Asus and fucking God, what was G2A, right? We're putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into Twitch and not getting those conversions, and now those endemics are initiated. They know that now, right? So selling them inventory is way harder. Yeah. Because at least if you want to go for big contracts. Yeah, someone said like NVIDIA is actually a great example. When NVIDIA started out, they spent a lot of money in the space, and now NVIDIA is like crack team, SEAL team 6 shit. Like you go to them and you want to advertise something endemic for Twitch or YouTube, they will tell you exactly how to be. All right? Like they'll be like, okay, here's what we're doing. And that's not always good because that stifles creativity and larger inventory ideas for things like Zizarin, one of my friends on the Path of Exile community, is running a bunch of tournaments now for like Path of Exile leagues that are getting sponsored that are really, really good and converting really well. But endemics wouldn't think to sponsor. He's getting a bad response from endemics because endemics are not used to those sort of things working well because they haven't historically. So he's actually. Why do you
think they're working well for non-endemics then?
Because the ecosystem has changed.
Oh.
Yeah, the ecosystem has changed, right? We're in a different world than we were 4 years ago or 5 years ago on Twitch. Like the same things, people are more receptive to pre-planned events and content on Twitch. That like, why is Critical Role doing so well? Right? Do you know that channel?
No. I live in a cave. The only channel I watch on Twitch is yours.
Woo! Let's go. Critical Role is the most successful D&D channel in the world. It has 40,000 subscribers. About as many concurrent viewers. They're on for 3 to 4 hours every Thursday. And the reason why they're so successful is because the ecosystem of Twitch is now changing to support more pre-planned, long-form content that look at Raj, right?
Right.
Like I don't think that Raj could have existed in the same way in the Twitch ecosystem 5 years ago. I don't think that's a thing. I think that's becoming a thing because just chatting is the fastest growing category on Twitch. More people are coming to understand what live streaming is, and they're now looking to production quality as a differentiator from, oh, I sit here, here's my webcam, and I play a game.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, there's not a lot of, because the market is so saturated with the people who are just sitting in their room streaming on a
there's
webcam.
a billion people like that. You can watch anybody be good at a game. Like, and look at all the old broadcasters, and we do all the time on this channel. Look at all the people that have been streaming for 4 or 5 years, and they're still using that template. Webcam, playing a game, they're declining in viewership, 30 to 40% year over year, like clockwork, right? Mm-hmm. And then the people that aren't are leaving Twitch. They're going to Mixer because they're taking cash deals. Because it's a way superior model than donations and subscriptions.
Well, yes. Yeah. But then not everybody is up in the 1% of the 1% getting those lucrative offers from competing platforms.
Oh, yeah. And that's why I'm just referring to that very small percentage that does do that. But the other people that are staying on Twitch, right, and they're playing games and they're just following that same template, they are not, as a net, increasing in viewership. The people that are increasing are the people that are doing pre-planned content, just chatting content, which is pushing the bar, right? IRL stuff. People like Hot Chubby, which are like are doing crazy new shit, dressing up in a Teletubby costume and singing, or doing like IRL content where you go to the Space Needle and stuff, right? Like this is the kind of stuff that's pushing the bar because people get it. People get the old video game content.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the landscape has changed a lot.
Oh yeah.
But it just seems like if you're going after non-endemics, well, I guess probably most businesses are non-endemics at this point. So
absolutely right. Yeah.
So you got a clean slate with everybody,
especially most big businesses, which is actually the really important thing. Like they're endemic businesses. Like what are the biggest endemics in our space? Like Monster Energy, maybe. Like and then like some of the hard work. Like Coursera is like attached to a pretty big company, right? And stuff like that. But that's not compared to like, Google or like Johnson and Johnson. Or like Ford, or like Toyota, yeah, like we're talking about companies like a billion plus market cap, and they're companies that spend, I mean, a vast amount of money on traditional advertising that is not building their brand anymore and has not converted them. Because look, I worked with a lot of the older blood in marketing. I had an opportunity to do that at CLG, and I can tell you the number of people that are spending $15 million on a billboard, $20 million on traditional advertising that nobody cares about. Right. And they're not hitting the demographics they want. They're not getting the results they want, and they can't prove it out worse, right? The thing about digital that is that we can track everything. Affiliate campaigns, we can track everything. We can track it through a link. We can tell you who's buying from where, their freaking name, their age, their dog's name, the dog's age, the grandma, everything, right? I got all that data, especially through Facebook ads. But so when you go into a non-endemic meeting and you sell them on the idea, it's like, look, what if I told you that you could spend a fraction of the budget that you're already spending now on traditional marketing on this digital, and you can track all of it? We don't even need to guess. We can prove it. Would you be willing to do that? And then they're like, well, fuck yeah, right? Like, and they might be a little bit scared, so they might just dip their toe in the water. But for Coca-Cola, dipping their toe in the water is a $500K deal, because they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on marketing per year on other shit that they know is not working.
How do you go about sort of addressing the conversation about, let's say, their existing marketing budget that is being spent in different ways?
I just shit on them, but there's differing ways to do that. Like, I think the problem is that there's a lot of really defensive people in the ad agency world that are trying to keep their jobs like through the sort of old ways, right? And when you run into the problem is, and this is like the kind of difficulty of working with non-endemics and like really getting like really deep in the weeds here, but the problem is that typically when you're working with non-endemics, you're actually not working directly with the company. You're working with whatever agency represents them.
Right.
And then that starts to become really complicated. So like the entirety of like the Fortune 500 universe is run by like 6 advertising agencies in New York City. And once you build relationships with those people, they're increasingly willing to start like looking into digital as more of like a viable like platform. But there's a lot of old blood there that's really scared evolving. So this is somewhat like just like a process of trial and error. And the number of times that I've been in a Death Star meeting of 30 old people that have suits on that are like, this is not important to us at all, we don't relate to this at all, is high, right? And I have been so one of the big impetuses for why I rebranded from Mylixia, which is my old gaming name, to Devin Nash, right, was this reason. Was when I came in and I was like, hi, I'm Mylixia. I run an esports organization. It's a bunch of people that play. They're already checked out like 2 seconds, right? They're like, yeah, go fuck yourself. This is some weird Zoomer shit. Like, we're not interested in this, right? I've already lost them. So there's a lot of like weird, too much for like, I'd have to like think. I don't have like a process for it. It's just like, it's like everything else, right? Like experience, where it's just like little course corrections to make yourself more accessible to these guys. That you just learn by doing it. But if you never approach the non-endemics, you don't get to learn. And I think that's a big problem that a lot of people are doing. Is that like I would take a look at Cross Counter and be like, what percentage of our outreach is non-endemic? And if the answer is, not 10%, if 1 in 10 of your pitches is not to a non-endemic, then I would think about that, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, so sales and pitches and all this stuff from an outbound perspective is really a recent development for me, which was sort of the luxury of focusing on inbound marketing and creating the types of content to drive traffic to where people want to hit me up. So now I'm in this situation where now I'm selling ads and booth space at Evo and for at other different tournaments and people with a lot of inventory. But yeah, I mean, in terms of actual outreach to non-endemics, have not done a lot of that. But if I'm selling for Evo, that makes things a lot easier.
Oh yeah, and you should be doing both. But look, like there are inbound marketing ways to do this, and I'll give you like a direct example because I think it would provide a lot of value. At CLG, I ran an inbound Facebook PPC campaign. I targeted only marketing directors of large companies that I knew had budgets to spend.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wait, because you were in your Facebook ad, you were specifically targeting people with that
the job
title?
Correct. Yes.
Of marketing director?
Marketing directors and VPs of marketing for large non-endemic businesses. And I spent $50 and got $400,000 deal.
Wow.
So there are ways to do inbound marketing, but you have to be very creative. Yeah.
Right. But what when you were sending people to a landing page?
It was a 30-second ad. So it was just an ad about why CLG is super cool. And we had it done by our production team. And it was like a very accessible ad. So it was like, it started off, I think the first 15 seconds was just like about how esports is like this new thing, because I knew that most of them would have that imprint, right? So about marketing, you're a traditional marketer, so everything is impressions. Yeah. Right, so it's like that first impression of Devin Nash or Gootecks. Okay, I've heard of that guy, maybe, but like your second or third time checking me out, that's when you're going to follow. That's when you're going to engage, right? Or it might be your 9th time, right? But it's like getting as many impressions as possible. So I knew that CLG as a company didn't have enough impressions to sell anything. And we're talking like household name, right? Like if I said, "Hi, we're CLG," I'm going to lose them. But if I said we're esports, then I have a connection because I knew there was already a certain number of impressions that were made as a result of that. So definitely if you're a VP of marketing at any company today, you've heard of esports. And so I bet on that. And then I said, "Hi, this is esports. We're one of the premier leaders in North America for this. This is how you get in contact with us if you're looking to take your marketing to the next level." I spoke to them. It was a specific video to marketers, right? And then I blasted it out. And my response rate was fucking crazy.
That's fucking brilliant.
Targeted ads, man.
I wish I would have thought of that. But here's the thing. I don't need to think of it because you already did.
Yeah.
That's brilliant because here's the thing. It's funny if you you ever try to watch YouTube but you weren't logged in and so your YouTube premium doesn't work, and so you see all the ads that all the plebs see.
Yeah.
And if you type in Shopify and Instagram into YouTube, you're going to get a bunch of videos telling, people showing you how they made $4,537 in their first month on Shopify.
Sure. Yeah.
Month. But also there's like 3 mid rolls of guys doing the, modern day equivalent of, selling the no money down, Robert Allen no money down real estate program in an infomercial. It's kind of like that style, right?
Exactly like that. Have you ever heard of my favorite story about this? Okay. Have you ever heard of a guy named Ty Lopez?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm a huge Ty. I did a video. It only got 3.4K views 8 months ago, but it's it's got a stupid ass thumbnail. This is back when I'm like super scuffed. But it's one of my favorite videos. It's called Ty Lopez Outplayed YouTube. So what this video is about 4 or 5 years ago when no one was running PPC on YouTube. What Ty Lopez did was he invested all of his money into pay-per-click ads, specifically targeting self-improvement videos. So what? And here's what he did, dude. You're gonna love this shit as a marketer. I'm so glad I can tell you this story. Okay, what he did was he put his own 3 to 4 minute the full fucking video in front of every self-improvement video. So the video would start and the ad would be his video. So he literally hijacked channels on YouTube and then converted to his product. And he took over YouTube, and all of his money that he had, he reinvested back into the YouTube thing. So that's how his 67 Steps program took off and was one of the most successful campaigns of all time. He literally fucking hijacked everyone else's channel because nobody was paying for the attention. And yeah, it was so smart.
That's brilliant.
I know.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Because I've seen the ads. Actually, I hadn't seen them on YouTube. I'd only seen them on Facebook, but I never knew the origin story.
And then what was so funny about it, too, is that everybody started memeing him for doing it, right? Everyone's like, fuck, I can't stop seeing these Ty Lopez ads. And so it's like this here in my car type thing. And so everybody got butt frustrated, and that increased it even more because now he's getting earned media.
Right.
And the same thing happened for a game about a month ago. Have you heard of Raid Shadow Legends?
No, what's that?
Raid Shadow Legends is a game that started doing the same type of thing on YouTube, and they did this thing where they did these giant influencer activations. They basically paid like every gamer on YouTube. Like how many? You put a 1 in chat if you've heard of Raid Shadow Legends. Go, right? Like they like literally like how many times have you seen these obnoxious ads? Right? Like. What Raid Shadow Legends did was they paid influencers a stupid amount of money. Like it was something like $100 to $150 per accounted for sign up, right? Because like okay,
what?
Yeah, $10,000 a video, fucking insane amount of money for everybody, right? And people got so mad that they started like there's a literal video on YouTube why I won't support Raid Shadow. This is my favorite video on YouTube right now. It is a video that says, I won't be bribed by Raid Shadow Legends. It has 1 million views, and it's a whole video about how this game is garbage. I hate this game. This guy just gave 1 million views worth of free earned media to Raid Shadow Legends. Congratulations, right? No, I don't want to play Raid Shadow Legends. 846K views, right? Don't invest in these epics. 20K views. 182 views. It's like on and on and on. Like, right? It's literally marketing through obnoxiousness. I fucking love it. Oh my God. Yeah, it's insanely effective because all this is generating earned media for them. It's going to be more downloads. It's going to be people to check it out, right? But there's no bad publicity.
You know, I had to look it up. I had to see if I got an offer for Raid Shadow Legends. There it is.
You got one?
No, I have 2. Hello, my name is Eugene. Nice to meet you. It's great when your YouTube channel can bring you money. Now we have an exclusive new offer for you that can be an easy way to earn by promoting different mobile games and apps. Right now, we have Raid Shadow Legends offer available there, which I think might be interesting for you.
There it is.
And you know what's fucked up? I even responded to that cookie cutter you know, I mean, I might as well be BCC'd with like 1,000 people in Gmail right now.
Are, yeah, 100%.
But I reply with, sure, I'm interested. And then, oh, okay, this is where we got stuck. See, I could have been getting my fair share of those $150 sign up referral fees.
Yep.
But instead, the email that I got back from Eugene was, thanks for your reply. Here's a link for the platform. And then it links me to the platform. I'm like, well, I'm not fucking signing up for this shit. And then that's where I got stuck. And then he follows up 8 days later. And then a week after that. And then like 10 days after that.
Yep.
And another
Yep.
12 days after that. This started in December. This started
He's
on December
still going.
10th. Here's the thing. Obviously, he's using
The
some sort of CRM.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. What's your CRM situation?
I use a service called Pipedrive.
Oh, you use Pipedrive.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's the same shit. Just
Pipedrive actually sounds quite familiar because I was in the market for a CRM once I realized I was going to need something to manage all of this.
Yeah.
And had come across Pipedrive. Yes, it did. I knew I'd seen it somewhere. I knew I saw it. Guess where I saw it? I knew I saw it as one of the things that works with Zapier. Oh, you're going to love this.
Ooh, it integrates. Oh, no.
Mhm.
Oh, no,
yeah.
Gootecks.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Sorry, guys. We just we got to cancel the rest of the show for the rest of the week. Got some real work to do.
Yeah, we got some real shit to do.
Yeah. So, how are you using Pipedrive? Like, what's the funnel look like?
It's pretty straightforward, just your typical CRM. So you've got your accounts, you've got which are your businesses, you've got your individuals in it. The most valuable thing about a CRM, I think, obviously it's the, hey, you should talk to this guy, like the reminder. But one of the most valuable things that I actually use it for is I take personal notes on people that just things about people. Like has a little dog that's cute that they really like.
Yep.
And then I'm
Smart.
like, how's your dog? Right? And they're like, oh my God, he remembered my dog, right? It's like that kind of stuff. So I'll take like special notes on things like if people like care about something, I'll try to take a note on that, and then I will bring that up in the account notes. And so I'll be like, oh, that's right. This person really cares. Like I might like remember that you really care about Burning Man. And that's something that for you, like I don't even need, because there's so much shit we link up on, right? Like,
right. No, we don't need notes on this one. We got a whole page.
Best friends. Yeah, we're done. Like we've already got there. But like I think for a lot of people, there might be like one or two touch points that you're similar on. So it's really valuable to sort of mention that. And then I usually like leverage on those, and then I'll go off of them so that I have some sort of like point of contact with every single person.
Do you have any like automated sequences or something that when they get added to the funnel, they get something?
I do that for email marketing, but I don't do it for like specific like. So I use Pipedrive only for like sales clients, like people that I want to do. I would say like probably $50,000 or more deals with. Yeah. Like if I'm not doing a deal of that tier, I'm probably not going to fuck with them.
You don't even get into the CRM unless you're trying to spend 50 racks around around these here.
That's the entry fee.
Yeah. Fuck
because dude, like here's the thing about email, okay? Email is literally someone else's calendar for shit they want you to do. So if it's not going to be a really high value proposition, I can't be fucked.
Right. Totally.
Like,
no, it's so true. Yeah. I mean, I had severe cases of email anxiety.
I hate email
so long.
I've shut down my Twitter DMs. I've shut down my Discord, except to friends. I've shut down all my shit. Email is the one thing I have open, and it is abused to high heaven. Hi, Devin, how do I start a stream? Hi, Devin, how do I start a YouTube channel? Hi, Devin, I didn't watch the fucking hours of shit you have on this on YouTube, and I decided to email you about it anyway. How do I do this? Hi, Devin, I'm 24 and lost in life, wandering around in circles, and I don't know what to do. Yeah, it's like, oh my God, and hi, Devin, I hate your D&D character, and here's a 6-page thing on why you should use your spells differently. Just on and on and on. Yeah,
Yeah, I've gone through that same struggle, and then once I started to use a CRM, I didn't realize that a CRM would have solved my email issues so long ago, because it's not so much the people that I'm dealing with and I want to talk to that give me the anxiety. It's really like it's too easy to get distracted in all of the stuff that exists in the inbox and that shows up while you're not there. But then when I'm using Fresh Sales, it's like I only, even though I have it connected to the email and I can send emails through it, I'm only seeing what I've purposefully added. So it's really easy to cut through the noise and not have to get distracted by all this stuff, because, you know, it's really easy. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah. The quadrant. Yeah. 7 habits of highly effective people.
Yeah. This is the thing that, like, email almost always falls into quadrant 4 for me. And one thing that's like really interesting is I think a lot about Tim Ferriss's method of doing this is that he seems to have thought about a way to sort of delegate email. And I'm kind of at the point where I might like get an assistant to just answer emails.
Do you have an assistant to do regular stuff?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I use outsourcing a lot. So this is another thing that I learned from Tim Ferriss, is that I started very early in my life, and I use a lot of Indian and Filipino outsourcing, especially for research.
Yeah, I know I need to do that, but it's like one of those things where it's not just the delegation, it's also like sort of like the process.
My girlfriend.
Yeah,
because my girlfriend's Filipino, so everyone's in chat is like,
that's how you found her. I mean, what a yeah. You were hiring for all different types of positions.
It's cheap. Yeah, you know that Tim Ferriss actually did a like a girlfriend style like PPC campaign. Did you read about that?
No.
He did this thing where he hired like a person to go find people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Like delegating your online dating activity and profile in an era where you couldn't just use like a browser extension to just swipe right a million times.
Yeah. And apparently it worked.
Oh, I believe it. Well, here's the thing. It's as we know, as traditional marketers, everything is a numbers game.
Yes.
How many dates did you go on this week? Well, how many thousands of times did you swipe right? Oh, you only swiped right on the ones that you found attractive. Well, I guess you're not going out this week, are you?
Yep, dude, and like,
I guess it's just me.
No, 100%, dude. Like, when I think about this, I think about Army recruiting, because like, Army recruiting is exactly this, right? It's literally they go everywhere. Hey, do you want to join the Army? No. Hey, do you want to join the Army? No. Hey, do you want to join the Army? No. Hey, do you want to join me? Yes. Okay, right? Like, it's just a pure numbers game. It's like literally go to every school and ask people until somebody tells you yes, right?
Right.
Like, that's all it is. Just a pure numbers game.
There's no secret. It's really just like, can you keep at it long enough to hear somebody say yes?
Yep. That's it.
Well, so like, what was your? Because I know, like, I've even gotten to the point where I used the site, like it was like onlinejobs.ph or something to find like Filipino help, and I got, because I needed like videos edited. This was like about a year ago, and I got so many different. I got so many I was buried in responses. That was like part of it too, but then there was something. God, there's just something, I don't know. I think I got some unresolved trauma or baggage or something, because there's something that sort of stops me from just like getting on a call with somebody and being like, so do you want to work for me? I don't know.
If there's one thing to take away from this conversation, it's that you have to think about that a lot, because like that's your biggest exponential value to yourself, is that thinking a lot about that delegation thing. It's not uncommon. Everybody has it, right? But I'd say for the outsourcing thing specifically, I've found that highly creative shit is not good to outsource. So, for example, like I really like all the design stuff that we do. That's all lab, right? What I outsource is, I'll give you a really good example of one of my favorite things I ever outsourced. I found a pair of pants at H&M one time that I really loved. It was like, just it fit perfectly. It was super soft and silky, and I fucking loved it, right? And then I went back to H&M to buy more of these pants, and they were gone. And I did like all the homework. I went to the H&M like the big store, I called corporate and I was like, can you get more of these pants? Like, oh, sorry, we don't make those anymore. And I'm fucked, right? So what I ended up doing was I was working with a company called Brickwater, I think, in India. And I ended up packaging up and shipping my pants to them. And they made me 3 pairs of the exact same pants. They found a guy in India to do it for $5 a pant. Exactly the same pants. And they shipped me back my original pants plus 3 new ones. And I wore them for years.
Wow.
Hell yeah. That's like my favorite thing for outsourcing is like, can you do like hardcore research? Can you do like something that's like very tangible that you can get where you can like give them an objective and they can do it? That's the best kind of outsourcing. I outsourced ideas for my ex-girlfriends for stuff like if I wanted to give them a present or something. I would say, think of something. Here's a list of my girlfriend's likes, which I have in a template, a notepad.
Of course you do, right?
You never know. Yeah, so here's all the things
every girlfriend's algorithm follows the same sort of general structure.
Yeah. I know my current my girlfriend right now. Her favorite flower is a peony, right? I know that I have this all in a template. I can pull it up and everything, right? I take notes every time she says something, right? And then I wait for that, and then I outsource that to someone. Say, okay, here's all of her likes. Think about something that she can have, and ideally order it and send it to me also, and you go do that, and here's your budget to do that, and then they think of it, they give me the top 3 options I one, and meanwhile I'm doing other shit. Like,
yeah, that makes a lot of sense because if when you're just trying to find somebody to do like the tedious stuff or the right, but I think you're right. Like anything related to something creative is probably one of the last things to outsource. But all of the little things, like, man, I was trying to. Yeah, you're right though. Like research, and I was trying to find all of just all the brands that have done stuff. Just trying to make a list. Or an Airtable database. And I'm like, man. I can't sit here and type these companies down for more than like 2 or 3 rows worth of data, right? Yeah, I'm like, okay, wait. Mm-hmm. But it has to be done because once I can get that, I got a better idea who to go after.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And I was actually using. Have you used? Are you familiar with Graph Commons?
No.
Oh, Graph Commons is sick, but it's basically a way to map. Networks and data. Mm-hmm. I stumbled upon it. Let me see if I can find you. I don't expect you to be, but how well versed are you in the Jeffrey Epstein case?
Enough that I don't think what happened.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that was a big cover up of our time. Yeah.
Well,
I'm as familiar as Joe Rogan, like, because I listened to all the podcasts, the JRE shit about it, right? So I know about the island. I know about like great. I think, okay. He's like, good.
So for enthusiasts of Jeffrey Epstein, I bring you in chat the Jeffrey Epstein Network Graph Commons compilation. I don't even know what to call it really, but it's basically like a map of publicly available stories and information and everything that really sort of paints the picture, a more complete picture than anything else that I've seen.
I think we crashed it. Yeah.
Shit, hold on. Let me find the video because
yeah, we did crash it.
There's like a video where this guy,
or it doesn't exist, so maybe Illuminati.
No, I'm looking at it. No. I'm looking at it here. Hold on.
I'm getting a 404. I think we might have crashed it, guys.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Oh, that was easy.
Yeah.
Damn, the Joe Rogan effect.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, now we really are the Joe Rogan of Twitch. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I was trying to build. Oh, god damn it! Oh, they really do. They really do scrub everything.
Oh shit! This is insane.
Yeah, but you got to see the video that goes along with it. Hold on, let me find it. Okay. There's like this guy that made this 18-minute video going through the map. And once I saw him use it for this, I'm like, oh man, if I could build something similar for my stuff, I would be able to see so much more of what's going on. Oh, here we go. Here's the link.
EVE Online map. Yeah, seriously.
I think this video. Oh, wait, hold on. There's like multiple versions of the video.
Yeah.
Because the longer, more recent one has like 18 minutes. Mm-hmm. But essentially, what I like about Graph Commons is that you can in this video, in the 18-minute video, he talks about how this whole thing goes back for decades, and there's ties to the mafia from decades ago, and Donald Trump is connected to this. And it just goes to this whole thing, and I'm like, man, how do I build one of these for mapping out like FGC esports stuff? But then ran into this issue of data collection, because you can import, you can link it to a spreadsheet, you can import CSVs, whatever. But I'm like, fuck, I gotta actually get all of this data in one place. And I think the answer is probably going to be, some help from the Philippines and India.
Yeah. This is the kind of stuff. So like what this takes is the aggregation of a great deal of like articles, research papers, and things like that. And that's the kind of shit that you need to outsource. Because if you're doing this shit, like, I mean, you have to, at some point you have to put a value on your time. And I mean,
totally.
like a dollar value. Like
totally.
Yeah. And I think like if you're collecting, like articles, right? Like you just can't. Yeah, like this is fucking crazy.
Yeah,
this is nuts.
I know. That's why I'm like, fuck, I gotta build this, but it's gonna take some time. But yeah, I was super inspired by that, because I think I'm procrastinating doing the outreach to non-endemics when I got the big blue check mark. And all I gotta do is be like, "Hey."
Yeah. Are you? Oh, do you? Are you verified? I mean,
what aren't you? Of course, I'm verified.
Yeah. I mean, dude, like you need to be.
I need to abuse that blue check mark, right?
Yeah. Well, it's so powerful because you get to the front of everybody's queue. It's insane.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Well, that, and they get that notification. Like, I mean, sometimes the blue check mark follows me, and I'm like, oh, hello, who's this?
Yeah. I totally agree. Like, I think it's just it's enormously powerful, right? Like,
yeah. What do you, going back to what you were saying about non-endemics that are spending tons of money on advertising that they're not quite sure is working?
Yeah.
What do you think about, what do you think about like local businesses?
Dude, I think that local businesses are in the best position they've been in years, and like they're actually so sadly underutilizing the power of digital media to move them. So, like one example that I used was the local restaurant that I told you about.
Yeah.
Right, using Instagram influencers. But there's basically like two very simple things you can do as a local business that I think take you to the next level. One is to register yourself on Google Business. Right? And literally just register yourself, which is free and takes like 2 seconds. And then secondly is you use Facebook for local business and local event marketing. And like you can, if there are people in your area, like unless you have literally opened a hot dog stand in like Alaska, right? Like you are going to get traffic like crazy. And some of the people that are making, it's actually, I'm a little bit jealous of it, because the people that I know that are making the best turnarounds in right now are either in retail or small retail, right? Like Supreme style drops type of things. And I think that's why you see like I consider like 100 Thieves like really ahead of the game in terms of like marketing. That's why I think you see them doing that kind of thing. And then also like restaurants. Like there's a salad place CEO that I know, right? And he's turning over, his top stores are turning over like 120K per store in revenue. And he's selling grass, and not that kind of grass.
Not that kind. Yeah,
right. Is great too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's sort of okay. So we're going to be doing. Oh wait, are you going to PAX East?
I don't do conventions anymore because I did 35 of them in 1 year at CLG, and then I lost my fucking mind and stopped doing it. So now I only do PAX West, TwitchCon NA, and maybe South by.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you'll be at. Okay. All right. Great. So mark your calendars, because by the time we get up to Seattle, we will be in the last leg of the Bar Fights 2020 tour.
Ooh.
And so in sort of thinking about the places that we're trying to hit, starting with PAX East and thinking about how I gotta sell some ad space, I gotta sell some booth space, just sponsorships in general. And so I thought about how I think a lot of events, when they come to pricing their digital sponsorships, are wildly overpricing. The prices are way too high, because they think of they're trying to price their stream advertising similar to the way that they price, let's say, convention space, whether it's like a 10 by 10 or whether it's on-site signage. And so number one, they have way more ad inventory than they think they do.
Yeah.
And number two, because they think they have a lot less than they do, they're charging a lot more. And that keeps a lot of smaller potential advertisers just simply locked out, because, if you're not already used to dropping $2,000 to advertise, you're not going to start with a fighting game tournament, right?
Maybe. I think it depends how you sell the story.
Well,
yeah.
So I think that the opportunity for us with bar fights, as well as, let's say, with other tournaments that I can sell for, other events that I can sell for, is engaging local businesses, specifically restaurants, because everybody that's going to be at the venue, like let's say, for example, it's PAX East, it's 55,000 people coming to Boston.
Yep, they're going to want to eat.
A lot of people, like let's say we're doing an after party and we have hundreds of people in our venue. But instead of just trying to focus on selling stream ads to endemics, what if instead it's sort of repositioned as local ads for the burger spot next door that, if we are successful, they'll get all kinds of, new hungry people that are coming to eat after the event, during the weekend, whatever.
I think that's super smart. I mean, I think like basically what we're talking about is the way I envision that is like, look, we've got a tournament. We can do a call to action to send people to somewhere that will be like a viewing event or something like that. And we can do that from the show floor, which is going to get 120,000 people or whatever it is at PAX West or East, right? This is how that's going to pan out, and selling that as an activation feels really good to me. I think that's pretty good. And we've seen it before, right? Dave and Buster's does that all the time with PAX. There's like bunch of they do like a bunch of because there's a Dave and Buster's in downtown Seattle for PAX West. There's also one at East, actually, I think, and there's one in South. And they usually do a activation with PAX to have something go on there so they can drive traffic there.
Really?
Mm-hmm. One of the things about convention space I think is really interesting is I actually think that conventions, I might be in the minority of people that do this, but the caveat is I have paid for lots of booth space, so I'm not talking out of my ass here. But I think convention space is actually crazy underpriced if you're selling product.
Selling physical products there on the show floor.
Yeah. I you think it's like, even for like a 40 by 40 or whatever, you're paying like $60,000-$80,000. Like you're going to clear that so easily in product in the first couple of days.
Okay. Let's scale that down. Let's imagine a 10 by 10.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So it might cost you like, I don't know what, 10, 12, maybe 8 to 10 for a 10 by 10, depending
on the size of the convention.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, there's
PAX,
right. Sure. Yeah. I've not done a booth that big.
So you get a 10 by 10, which is decently big, right? You can definitely sell a lot of product out of there. I think of MetaThreads, right? Like Steve Navy and those guys. Mm-hmm. Like that's pretty much the size of their booth at PAX, and you better believe they're doing way more inventory than that at that event, right? Like the foot traffic is freaking crazy, and so I think MetaThreads is kind of like a living example of this because they're at every event. I mean, they're at every event and they're always selling. Coursera is another one that sells product right out of there. They do really well. I know I'd have to think about it because I haven't been on the show for in a bit, but shit, there was a really good activation at PAX West for Graveyard Keeper. What's that? Graveyard Keeper is like a little Steam game that you play where you're a graveyard keeper. Mm-hmm. And the way they did it was they actually went and physically rented coffins. They physically rented like 8 coffins for their booth space. And then they took a fog machine, so they made it look like a grave. And they would put you in the coffin, and you would play the game. In the
coffin. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this became a big viral thing. Got a lot of sales for the game. Like they paid back their booth space in like tons of ways, right? And they weren't even selling a physical product there. They were selling the codes for Graveyard Keeper, which is a digital game. And the booth wasn't that big. It was like enough to hold 8 coffins.
Right. 8 coffins is all you needed,
like
right?
10 by 10, yeah.
These coffins are nuts to butts right now.
And I was so interested in the booth that I was talking up people until I found the marketing guy there. And I was like, dude, what is this about? And he told me this whole story. He's like, you know how hard it is to fucking rent a coffin?
There's plenty of people you could buy from, but renting
buy a coffin, no problem. But like, think about the sales pitch you have to be like, no. I just want to borrow this.
Yeah, I'll bring it back. Trust me.
Yeah. Like, is this Jesus Christ or something? Like, this guy's planning on coming back? Like,
no. We only need it for a couple of days. Yeah. Trust me.
and so they actually, like, he said he went through like it was a legit like mortuary that sold it to him, but they went through like, or coffin shop or whatever, but they had to go through like 3 or 4 that thought that they were like, this was like some zombie shit before they could find this, but it worked. Like, yeah, it was, and it's like that kind of. But I don't even think you have to do that. I mean, Corsair sets up a booth with like their latest thing is the claw machine. It's this you
like a crane game.
Yeah. You get a coin from one of the people up front. That's like a Corsair person. Once you talk to that's your call to action to like initiate with the product engagement, right? And you put the coin in, and you can win. You can actually win some cool shit. Like I won a mouse, I think. And but I just got a coin from like someone I know there. But like, you put it in, like you play the claw game, and this dumbass claw game has a fucking line out the door. There's like 80 people that want to play this shit because literally people that go to PAX, and this, like that don't have the VIP thing, because we always do, right? Like we go wherever. The people that don't have VIP, their literal thing to do at PAX is wait in line.
Oh yeah. No, it's actually amazing. Like
it really is.
I look at all the normies, and I'm just like,
yeah. Like,
what are you doing?
I will walk by and people will be like, I have been in the Cyberpunk line since I was 14 years old. Yeah. And now I'm 84 and I'm about to play the game. Like, people just wait so fucking long for this shit. And like,
been here since PAX 1940,
Like, and like, I'm like, why, and it's so funny too. Like, people didn't believe me that I proved you could do this as a normie. Where for the Cyberpunk game, I don't know why this was. Oh, I remember why it was. I only had a normal badge because I had given my VIP badge to a person to get in before, who was a legitimate VIP. They had to go collect their badge. But for some amount of time, I had a normal badge. So I wanted to go into the Cyberpunk thing, which means I would have to wait in line, right? And I'm like, fuck that. I'm not going to do that. So all I did was I went up to the upper floor of PAX, and there's all the corporate offices, right? Went and found CG Project Red, went up to the front, which has no line, right? Because it's just the corporate office where they take business stuff. And I said, hey, like I'm part of like a media group, and I'm really interested in trying out Cyberpunk. That's all I said. And they gave me a pass. I walked right up to the front, normal badge. Yeah.
Yep.
Right? Like.
You know what it is? VIP is a mindset.
I love it, Gootecks. VIP is a state of mind. That's so fucking true. VIP is a state of mind. Yep. It really is. It really is.
This badge could say anything, or I may not even have a badge.
I got in a lot of trouble with Reddit one time because I told this story of there it is. We found it. It's a meme in chat. I had this story of how like I don't really wait in line for things. I just sort of go through.
Of course. No, why would I? Why would I wait in line?
And I had like a front page LSF that was like, CEO says that he doesn't wait in line. He thinks he's better than us. It's like, no, I just don't want to waste my time. Anybody can do it. It's just like, it doesn't mean that I'm not going to push a grandma into the street to go through the crosswalk faster. But if there's a place I need to go, I'm just going to walk into that place until somebody tells me I'm not I can't
exactly.
do that. Yeah,
exactly.
Like, and no one's gonna tell me that because they make $14 an hour and can't be fucked to do it. Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's worth more. It's too much of a pain in the ass to give somebody a hard time that clearly is supposed to be there,
right?
Based on the way that they carry themselves.
And especially even if you get stalked by there's like the cursory type thing, like they look at you and they're like, and then you go, oh yeah, it's fine. Right, you just like say that and then keep walking, and you walk. Yeah,
right.
They're never gonna stop. They're gonna be like, "Oh, he said it's fine."
He said it's fine. I
have like a bomb, like,
That's exactly. They're not paid enough to stop you. And well, I mean, these are what we learned. These are the things we learned through experience in gaming, where other people are trying to be streamers on Twitch, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like some people are trying to move mountains, and some people are trying to stay home and just play video games inside.
Have you ever been to our Twitch?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
No, I follow. I mean, here's the thing. I follow lots of things that I'm not necessarily a fan of or I don't agree with. I just don't want to be. I don't want to be out of the loop. So I see them. I
have like a really hard time with our Twitch because there's like those people on there that are like, I have been streaming for 1 year and I just reached 30 followers. Guys, I'm killing it. I was at 2 average viewers and now I'm at 4 and I'm making it happen. Like today 4 viewers, next day the world. I'm going to become ninja. And I'm like, bro, like your scale is just not good. Because I go into Twitch and I look at that and I'm like, there's a motherfucker over here that's eating a sandwich for 40K viewers, right? Like if I'm not doing something phenomenal, like fuck this. Like we're gonna figure out how to do it.
So we talked about how you're giving away your best stuff for free.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because I mean, Gary V, Christo, all these guys recommend doing that, but aside from consulting, of which I saw your doc in that, I don't know, some video, your template for that.
Oh, yeah.
But where is the Devin Nash, how to build grow your audience or build your brand,
this is such
ebook, video course, audio book? What's up with that? Where's that at? Because here's the thing, like, I know all this shit is on YouTube, but who's got the
pay
time?
For a condensed version of it.
Who's got the time?
All right, Gootecks, here's where you do some therapy on me.
Okay. Oh shit. All right.
Because this is my huge weakness. All right. I have the Gary V problem, which is I feel like if I built a course, it would dilute my message.
If I built a course, it would dilute my message. Okay. What is the message?
Yes. So I try to bring my best content for free, like we were talking about, right? Now, if I build a course, what I feel like, and I know it would provide value, and I would work really hard on it, and I would do videos, it would legitimately do everything it says. It wouldn't be schmaz at all. It would be like my best work, right? I would do it. It would be a condensed version. It would be valuable to people. But I feel like everyone would just say, you just create this content because you have a course, because you want something from me. So I'm not going to actually treat you as an authority because, and this is the same reason why Gary Vee's never done his course, right? Is because Gary Vee wants you to know that the value that you provide to him, value that he provides to you is just is. No ask. He doesn't want anything from you. So I feel like if I take that critical step and I make a program, I acknowledge how much money it would make me. I know all that, but I feel like it will dilute me in that sense that now it's not just about the value. There's also something I might want.
Well, okay, I could see that. But also, Gary Vee has multiple books.
Yes, he does. Yeah. And shoes. Yeah. He sells a shoe line. Yeah. And products. I know. Yeah. I know.
Do you think that if you have a book, that dilutes the message?
No. I think there's something about online courses that does it.
Right.
But
okay.
I also am totally open to this being wrong. And like this being like a bad mindset, because a lot of my compatriots in crime have told me, dude, you're actually doing a disservice to your community, because you could condense this information in a way that people could access it and have an answer to their problem, and you're not doing that because of your bullshit psychology.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing. I don't think that just because you have a product that condenses your knowledge, I don't think that that actually means that you can't give away your best stuff for free. It just means that some of your best stuff is getting special treatment and is being collected all into one place.
Yeah.
The other thing is too, even if you gave it away, it would arguably provide even more value if it was given away for free, because now not only do I not have to go through hundreds of YouTube videos that are really long that I can't even watch or listen to because of my attention span. If all of that is condensed into an ebook, and if that ebook was free, then it would be so much more valuable, because then more people would read it, and then you would get more consulting. Because really, it's customer acquisition for somebody like Gary Vee now, right? He puts out all this content, but you still hit him up for consulting.
Gary Vee is like another level, because he's actually using himself as a self-fulfilling prophecy for his agency. So his main clients are like the non-endemic, like Lexuses of the world, that are coming in because he is actually his own proof of concept. But that's some fucking five-head shit, right?
Right.
Like,
right.
And to some extent, I'm following that model, which is why I have an agency, right? Like I am proof of concept for Nerd Fusion. I literally am, and like a lot of people want to work with us because I am. Like, look, can you grow a brand? Yeah, I fucking did it, right? Like, can you make good content that's compelling, that matters to people? Like, right, I did it too, right? So, like, yes, you can be your own proof of concept, but. I don't push my consulting and barely ever talk about it, but like, and I do have like more clients that I know what to do with, to the extent that I should actually raise my prices. But I think like, if I'm going to build a course, what I'm thinking about is like, shit, man, 30 to 40 to 50 custom videos, homework, like written shit that they can do, that they can actually follow along with. Like a private community of people that they can interact with, that are interacting in that course via Discord.
What do we say about iterative processes?
Like, I'm going hard. I think a course is where you go hard. I think a course is where you, like, if you're going to charge something like that, like, you really, really go hard for that product. You provide a ton of value.
I don't disagree, but in my experience and looking at the modern course landscape, due to the increase in Skillshare, Skillshare as a Udemy, subscription platform versus Udemy, which is like course by course. It's like on Skillshare, they're trying to get the courses to be shorter.
Yeah.
Instead of longer.
Of course, because people's attention span is goldfish shit. But those, I would argue, Gootecks, that like the same people that have like a fucking cat level attention span are not going to convert on these courses anyway.
Totally. I mean, you're trying to sell, you're trying to sell the $500 course or the $5,000 seminar.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, partially, like, again, remember what I said in the beginning of our talk, which is like, I think you go free or you go high. So, I don't think you mid-range. And I think that's the case with like courses too, which is like, okay, you know, my YouTube completely free, my Twitch completely free in theory, unless you're beans and pot and you sub for 5 months. Thank you, man. Like, but I go free or I go hard. If I'm gonna go hard, I might charge $100 or $150, which for Twitch on the high end is really high, right? but it's going to provide $500 worth of value.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like there's going to be more and more value in creating some sort of like mastermind group of influential people in the space. I mean, basically, like your network is so strong,
Yeah.
right? And I feel like there's a bigger play for
Good
the
point.
high end of that market to do, for the type of, for the, the guys that are doing like 30, 40 grand on Twitch because of their sub buttons, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's like there's a market there to do like really, really high end consulting and bring those people together, because there's such a small number of people that even understand what that's even like and goes into that.
Yeah.
And I don't think that they're all connected in a organized way, but you could be the ringleader of all of that.
I could. There's such a thing as too many projects.
Well, yeah. Something's got to die.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like I try to set goals that are like really, really like objectively basic. Like, so for this year, like I want to develop one product that is like physical. I have goals for like how many, like I want to hit 100K subscribers on YouTube. These are like really objective goals that are like pretty straightforward and sort of already along the lines of projects that I'm working on. Like I have internal goals for Nerd Fusion, like and like talent that I want to pick up, and like sales goals. And I think if I go too wide, it's like I sort of just start to like, you imagine like going into a black hole and just becoming spaghetti, where you sort of just thin out into the point where you're just sort of dissolved, right? Again, diluting the message, right, a little bit too much. Where there's so many people like you and me. There are maybe hundreds of ideas a week that we are like bombarded by, and I think what you say no to is like way more important than what you say yes to.
God, it's so true. And especially when you're looking at the deal flow and Pipe Drive and you see the dollar amount attached to each one, you're like, wait a minute. There really is something to be said about the people who are willing to pay the most are usually the people who are the clients who are like the least amount of headache.
100%. Yeah.
And it's like
if
on
I
the
sell
low
a
end
course,
of the spectrum.
If I sell a course for $10, the amount of BS that I'm going to get from returns and people that are arguing about it and toxic members of the community and all this stuff. Because have you seen Stephen Ellis's model for
no.
What is his company? Oh God, you have to see this. This will blow your mind.
Oh yeah, tell me about it.
It's the thing that he's doing with Stone Mountain. What's it called, chat? Stone Mountain and yes, thank you. It's called Pipeline, not Pipe Drive. So what this is a members only community for content creators.
That's what I'm talking about.
And he did this with Snoopy. It's Snoopy and Stone Mountain. It's I think it's like $30 a month. Yeah. You can either buy $340 a year, so subscription. And basically what this gets you is a Discord, a private Discord, and then some like resources, like classes and like some like different stuff like that, right? I don't want to say publicly how much this guy is making, but you can imagine, and we can talk about it. But it's an unfathomable amount. Stefan is like next level. I know the guy pretty well, and like this kind of type of system has like an enormous amount of value along the lines that you're talking about. It really does. And I know I could do it, but again, I sort of just think of things in terms of like, I want my message to be as pure as possible. And right now, these guys, they don't owe me anything. There's no product they have to buy. There's nothing they have to do. They can sit here on their neighbor's Wi-Fi on a stolen laptop and they can consume this information. And it's entirely 100% authentically pure. And there's something good about that, right? Like one of the things I really admire about Gary Vee, how many like motivational speakers do you know that their job is motivational speaking? That's what they do. What I like about Gary is that Gary Vee is his fucking side hustle, just like Devin Nash is mine, right? I've got a fucking agency, right? Gary Vee has a fucking agency, right? Like Gary Vee has a company that he doesn't need anything from you. And I think there's a certain type of power to that.
I mean, totally. I mean, being in a position of not needing the deal is the best negotiating power that you can have.
Yeah.
And
he who cares the least wins.
Totally.
It's a Tim Ferriss quote. Yeah.
No, it's so true. And the best way to not care. I mean, this is part of the problem. I mean, this is something that I've experienced because, from doing content for so long and sort of having that be like the full-time focus for so long, it's really easy to be too dependent on outcomes that you can't control versus, let's say, having this actually be the side hustle because the main business is, this is just the main business is paying the bills. But it's like, I don't know. I don't think I would do it the same way again, like of just trying to, but it was also a different world, like 10 years ago, there was no, like, the gig economy was not a thing.
No. Yeah. It is a different world.
Yeah. So it is a little different now, but God, but at the same time, when I think about how to monetize, I mean, at some point you get to the level, or maybe you already have, where, you're doing, if you're the Joe Rogan of Twitch, right, then, you're going to get Joe Rogan style ads at the beginning of your stuff because eventually the advertisers show up. So then doesn't that dilute the message?
No, because I think that's par for the course with that kind of thing. Like, people attach. So, like, what if Joe Rogan was selling like an advertisement on how to build a good podcast, right? Selling his own product. That's critical. There'd be no question that a lot of people would buy that. Fuck, I'd buy that shit. Okay, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's just start there. Okay, but I do think it would take away, because Joe Rogan is actually really good that you use that example, because Joe Rogan is really a person who, like, stays very pure in the terms of the way that he does that podcast. Like, he like, I'm sure, how many offers do you think he's gotten from networks, from fucking people that would pay for exclusivity, media rights deals, right? But he specifically doesn't do that because he learned from Fear Factor that once you involve these sort of big heads in the process, these executives that are going to tell you what to do, you lose some kind of authenticity from it. And I think one of the reasons why the Joe Rogan podcast is such an amazing success is because of just the deep authenticity, the ability to have, like, a very deep dive discussion like this, that, like, there's no one else on this call. There's nobody whispering in our ear saying, hey, you can't say that. Right. And that adds a certain level of depth to it that I don't think you get anywhere else. And then, so par for the course with that is advertising, right? Hey, we're sponsored by the Cash App, right? And it's like, okay, I get that, right? That's part of what you need to do to run this. But you're not selling something that is specifically yours, that is related to how to do this. There's just something that rubs me the wrong way about, like, being a motivational guy that's selling how to be a motivational guy. I just don't want, I don't know. There's just something about that I don't want to dip my toes into, and I don't feel good about. I haven't,
Interesting. Yeah, well, I mean, I can see what you're saying. So basically, monetizing in ways that have nothing to do with the type of value that you're providing,
or little to do with it. Yes.
Yeah. Or your specialty, right?
I upsell, like, I do consulting, right? But the vast majority of my consulting clients are esports people or people that are in the gaming industry at some level. I take very few clients that are like, how to grow my Twitch stream, right?
Well, I mean, they can't pay your rate.
Some
anyways.
of them can. Some of them are like Oilers or Leprechauns that, like, just want to start like a Twitch stream, and they're like, hey, like think about this.
Sorry,
right? Like,
they're Oilers or Leprechauns.
Oh yeah, sorry. They have like a lot of money. Like, yeah, like a Leprechaun has like a pot of gold.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, all right, Oilers and Leprechauns. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I feel like there's like a T-shirt idea in there somewhere, man. Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, they have like a pot of gold, and they're like, oh, they could give you a bunch of gold and shit like that. Like, there's a surprising number of people that have a lot of money and want now, like, okay, think about it. You'll understand this immediately, right? There's a lot of people that have a lot of money, but they don't have a brand. So what they want to do is they want to actually like when you make a lot of money, you realize that that's not actually happiness, right? Like you go, oh shit, I've got millions of dollars now, and fuck, I'm still the same douchebag. So then you think the next logical thing you think is if I'm popular, then I'll be happy, right? Which is also not true. But this is 100%. So the next thing they think is like, hey, I want to be a streamer because they think now if people love me and I have money, I'm going to be fucking awesome. But they don't realize that they'll also get to the point where they're popular and then they're still unhappy. But that's right. It's just different stages of neuroticism until they get there.
I feel like you need to send these people to me.
Yeah.
And
the Gootecks consulting rate.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Like, I
send you the leprechauns.
Yeah, send me the leprechauns, and then we'll go spend the money at PAX West in. We'll spend the money at TwitchCon. There we go. Yeah. Not in your hometown. Yeah, you know the spots in San Diego.
I do. Yeah.
There we go. That's the new hustle. Taking the finder's fee off of the consulting referral. Off of consulting referrals.
Yeah. I mean, popularity becomes the next thing that you reach for once you have the money. So like people want to activate on that. Yeah, and there's a lot of potential clients there that I could utilize that I don't really do unless I'm interested in what they're doing.
Damn. Yeah. Because you got too much stuff going on.
Way too much, dude. I've got like it really is crazy to me when someone says I'm bored, because I'm like, if I lived 100 lives, I could. And this is not even just like work; it's hobbies, dude. Like jujitsu, fucking dance, fucking playing an instrument, learning a language. There's so much to be fascinated with this life.
Exactly. Yeah. And people just limit themselves because they don't. Nobody told them that they need to go and find their. They need to find their passion.
Yeah.
Which
you do by trying shit until something hits you and sticks.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the Nerd Fusion site.
Uh-oh.
How do you split your time? Like, how do you spend so many hours streaming and then still have this be the side hustle? How do you even have time for Nerd Fusion and this?
So I actually don't stream that much. I spend 3.5 hours live a day, and then
that's okay.
And 5 days a week.
Alexa, what's 3.5 hours times 5? 17 hours. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. It's not that much. So I work a part-time job. It's literally my side hustle. My full-time, but the other 40 to 50 goes into Nerd Fusion. That's 60 hours a week. Yeah. So the total is 60 hours a week, which is fine. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
So it works out. It shakes out. The thing that's actually fucking me right now is the content that I have to do in addition to this. So it's like this D&D show that I'm committed to on Wednesdays that I really shouldn't be, and the Scuff podcast. That those two things are just like fucking destroying me. Because like Trainwrecks will make that show at 10:30 in the morning. Or no, 10:30 at night, and it goes till 6 a.m. And then I will have to wake up 3 hours later to go to work, and I'll be like, cool, like that kind of thing. So it's actually but on this schedule, when you think about it, it's actually pretty balanced. Monday to Friday, I stream 3 hours, sometimes 4, and then I'm done. And then after that, I work on Nerd Fusion for the rest of the whole day, usually before and after. And I put a lot.
This
of
is your lunch break.
Yeah. It's just like this is chill, and like then I'll usually spend 30 minutes to prep the show. And or a little bit longer if we have like a discussion like this. Like I'm usually like pretty prepared for these kind of things. So like that's the thing, dude. Is like I'm a firm believer that no one, and I do mean no one, should be streaming like 10 plus hours a day. I think.
No.
It's the height of absurdity. Yeah, it's crazy.
No, here's the thing. I thought you were doing about 3 hours a day, and I'm like, how does this guy do so much?
Oh yeah, like
yeah.
No, dude, like, if you look at my channel, like, we'll look in the last 30 days. I think I'm up a little bit now, but how much have I been live, guys? Like, the last 30 days, 79 hours, okay, so that's 80 hours divided by, 4 weeks? It's the 20 hours a week. Yeah, part-time job.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's like, I you know, obviously, like I built an audience because I had built, you know, because I'd created so much fighting game content for so long.
Mm-hmm.
But as you can imagine, you know, people get older, people change, and interests change. And it's not that I don't find fighting games interesting. It's just that I've also made literally thousands of videos, like playing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in the process of going on this journey and having a lot of similar experiences as you, it's like I've accumulated all of this, a similar amount of knowledge and whatnot as you have. And it's like, I need to get it out of my head because it doesn't do any good here in my head. But at the same time, it's also not a really good fit necessarily for cross counter. I don't know. So because it's like I want to get to the level where I can just focus on just doing stuff like this for a while, where it's like I'm just, because there's a lot of people that you help, and I know there's a lot of people that are going to need to know this stuff.
Thank you. Yeah.
And there's also value in putting together the course, which totally opens the market for somebody like me who's got no qualms.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you should. You should. Yeah, it's a $1 million deal. I mean, straight up, like it's there's millions of dollars on the table for building something like this, and I know that I could be that guy, but I've lived my entire life following like my passions of what the things I want to do, and I'm doing fine, you know.
Right.
It's like, you know, the streamer Moon, right?
Mm-mm.
Moon's like this comedy streamer who's one of my favorite people on Twitch. We're going to talk to him tomorrow. And he gets like 10, 12,000 viewers. Doesn't take sponsors. None. He's got enough.
Well, I mean, right. I mean,
I'm blessed, man. My life is blessed. Like,
yeah.
I got mine. It's good. People want to sub. They want to. Okay, if you guys really like my content, subscribe, and that's good. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, you've built. I mean, you got quite the track record, a body of work. You know, and
I'll do more. I'm
right.
Like, we're gonna sell this agency.
This is just.
Yeah. Like at some point, we're gonna sell this agency to some fucking big ass media company, and we're gonna fucking do another sale, and then maybe I got one more in me before I'm way too old for this shit, and then we'll be good, you know. Like, I'm not worried, you know. Thanks, Sailor Pluto, for the 5. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm like barely.
How much money do you need? You know.
How much money do I need?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
How many Teslas do you want? How many? Like, I don't know. I feel like at some point, you know, it's like. It's not going to be the thing that makes you happier.
Right.
You know?
It's not good. Right. Money doesn't buy happiness, but you sure do notice when it's not there.
I'd say more money doesn't buy happiness.
Right.
Some money does.
Right. Yeah. Some money relieves that stress.
But it's like if you're Moon and you're clearing $1 million a year, like,
right.
Do you really need that extra 20K sponsor? Is that going to be the thing? And like, dude, this is the thing. This is the trap. Is I feel like, and like back to like, you know, kind of the spiritual side of it is like, you get so caught up in like the acquisition of things, right? It's like do you ever watch Spirited Away?
Spirited Away.
It's a movie about a girl that goes to like a bathhouse. And, and it's and you know she goes to this bathhouse and there's this little dude there. And he seems pretty chill, but then he starts seeing gold and he starts eating it, and he's getting more and more gold and he's getting bigger and bigger and bigger until he becomes this terrible monster, right? That's fucking gonna take out the whole place. In Japanese mythos, it's called a no mask, right? Mm-hmm. It's this spirit that's greedy. It's a very nice spirit, and it's very nice and calm. But as it grows and gets more things, it becomes this big. This big, like, terrible creature. And I think that, like, of course, the Japanese built this myth, as all myths are. Here, we'll find him. Here he is. Yeah, this guy. They built this myth because they wanted to expound on this principle that it's like, you know, you acquire these things continuously thinking that this is going to be your satisfaction, your fulfillment, only to realize that it's turning you into a monster. And I think as human beings, we have to always be vigilant that acquisition is not happiness. Acquisition is not fulfillment. It's the opposite. And the more that we delve deep into these places, sort of the darker we get as beings.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely that sort of Gordon Gekko-esque element of greed. I think that starts to develop after a certain point. After a certain point.
Yeah.
God, how long have you been doing Nerd Fusion?
I've only been here for about a year. Because we sold CLG in 2007, end of 2018. So then I came up to Seattle. Actually, I was just kind of wandering around for a while. I had some really crazy shit happen to me where I was in a 13-year relationship, and
oh shit,
it blew up.
Whoa.
Yeah, it went really bad, and so I basically was like in a position where I was like, holy fuck, like basically I lost everything. And so I basically gave away everything that I owned. I watched too much Marie Kondo. This fucking
nothing brought you joy. Just clear the whole shit out.
You know, I really regret it actually. Like there was a lot of like sentimental stuff I gave away. Funny enough, but story for another time. But yeah, I gave away everything that I had, and I just wandered around. And I went to a bunch of people's houses. Like I stayed with Destiny for some time. I went with like I went around. Just tried to rethink my life and like get a hold of myself. And then it was Matt at Nerd Fusion who reached out to me and said, listen, like there's more to your life than just doing this. Like you need to step it up and get back into it. And I was like, fuck, okay. So I took a plane to Seattle. I physically walked around until I saw an apartment I liked. I bought it. And then now I'm here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's just par for the course. It's just another day in Devin Nash's life.
Yeah, I lost it was really crazy kind of spiritual experience to go over to go through that. So.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, I can only imagine. I mean, the sort of being in a 13-year relationship and then getting out of it and the trauma that came with that.
Oh,
plus
fuck, dude. And
having the exit of CLG, it's like.
And nowadays, man, like, dude, I own next to nothing. I don't own a car. I rent my apartment. It's a 1-bedroom. I eat good food. I chill. I don't own a lot of shit. I could probably pack it up in a couple of boxes and my computer, and I'm good.
Yeah, less is more.
Yeah, brother. That is one of the ways that I live my life by. The less is always more. You know. Like, there's an old movie that you might know because we're boomers called Heat.
Oh, yeah. With Val Kilmer.
Val Kilmer, Al Pacino, and Robert De Niro. And when that scene where Al Pacino, the cop, pulls over Robert De Niro, and they go to the cafe together for coffee. And De Niro drops that line. He says, if you're not ready to leave something behind in 30 seconds, if the heat is around the corner, that's the discipline. And I live my life by that.
Yeah, I need to. It's really easy to get emotionally attached to people, situations, pieces of ourselves, our identity, and being able to shed that quickly, and not get too overly invested.
It's all ephemeral anyway. We're all going to the same. We're all going to the same place.
Nobody gets out alive.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, sooner than we think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A lot of like sub disciplines, I think, as to like ways that you can, structure. And everyone's different, right? Like for some people, dude, it might be the family and the kids and everything, and like the house and everything. That's like their shit, and like that's like their dream. That's one of the reasons why the 13-year relationship blew up. Is like I think she eventually wanted that, and I was like, dude, I'm
you're barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah, like I'm living and like so it's like you like somebody may hear that story and they'll be inspired by it. Someone else may hear my story and be disgusted by it, and both are true. Because like for whatever, but that's basically what it all comes down to. I think is like. Identify your authentic self and then live by that, whatever that truth is. And don't let anybody fucking tell you any different, at least of all me, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's sort of one of the things that just not enough people do, because I feel it's just not something that's really like taught. Like I read this book, The Alchemist.
Yeah, of course. I've read The Alchemist 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Amazing book. Yeah.
That was
Paulo Coelho, right? Like Yeah.
Paulo Coelho.
Mm-hmm.
That was what I got out of the book. Everybody gets something different out of that book, but for me, it was like, okay, find the passion, find the thing that I care about, and just follow the sign, and really follow the signs of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
And that once you start to, it sounds dumb to people who don't get it. It's just going to sound.
Oh, it sounds
retarded.
hella stupid. Yeah.
It sounds
like,
stupid.
It sounds like The Secret bullshit. Like,
right.
We're casting spells and shit. Yeah.
But when you read it and you start to really look inside yourself and see what it is that gets you excited, what it is that makes your voice a little higher, like ooh,
Mm-hmm.
And for me, it was really sort of seeing that the only thing that I really cared about at that level was Street Fighter and fighting games, and just sort of have found in my experience that when I'm following my passion, the universe just kind of opens up, and I'm consistently put in the right place at the right time.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
With the right people. And then when things get really hard, I always have to think, okay, well, I must have fucked up somewhere, because
that's why you are who you are. That's so critical that you think that.
Yeah, you run into this roadblock because you somewhere, I don't know, didn't follow the signs, or didn't follow your passion or the heart or whatever.
Didn't follow the signs. Yeah.
Disregarded the intuition. Yeah.
I think so much stuff has been like you point back to like all the stuff. Like I got into Dignitas because Alberto Crumbs, right? His girlfriend randomly found my stream when I was doing League of Legends content and said, you'd be a good player development coach. I talked to Alberto about it, and he talked to Odie. Odie brought me in as I volunteered for Dignitas for the first like 6 months. And I didn't charge them at all, which is another good thing we haven't talked about, which is working for free, right? But I intentionally didn't do that. I got into Dignitas, right? I got into CLG because I was at the LCS working for Dignitas, and I sat down next to Hotshot, and he said, I could really use some help with this business. And I said, cool. Like, that's the next thing. And the point being is, like, I could never, ever have predicted the things that happened to me here. But I set myself up and I followed the signs as best as I could so that I could do it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that requires that leap of faith.
Oh, it's being on the edge of a precipice at 24/7.
Yep.
Because the best way to not live true to yourself is to not ever take any risks and just stay safe.
Totally.
It's to never be on that precipice.
Right, because if you just listen to everybody around you,
that's what
they're
doing.
just going to yeah.
They're
unless you're the one. Whatever, the 5 of your friends, all your friends just happen to be like, big movers and shakers, and you're the one.
It's lucky, yeah.
Yeah, but usually it's not like that. Usually, the people in your life, when you're talking about making changes or, trying to pursue this or not doing this anymore, like usually the people in your life are just going to tell you about, and they might have the best of intentions,
they definitely do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they just want to protect you.
They want to protect you, and they also might want to protect their own ego, because some of the things that you might want to do might make them might sort of rattle them a little bit.
Yes,
with
which sometimes means
doing.
that the most dangerous people can be your own family members or friends.
Right. Yeah.
Because they're the ones that are actually holding you back.
Totally.
100%.
Yeah. Like I'm super lucky that like my parents always encouraged me to, try to just go, do my own thing, try to figure out what I like. And it's really unfortunate when because I have friends too that sort of, I'm sure you have the same, that are like stuck in jobs, relationships, just subpar situations, because they're not out there even trying to live for themselves.
Yeah.
Because they're so concerned with like, what are other people gonna think? And I thought, when I was watching before you brought me on, you were talking about haters and talking about how when somebody's hating on you online, they're really just, the anger is just something about them that they're sort of projecting onto you in a
I have a good
text
story
based.
about that. I gotta take a leak real quick.
Oh yeah,
All
go
right,
for it.
I'll be right back. Hang on.
That's
I don't
okay.
know how
Yeah,
you
I'll hold
haven't
down.
yet. Like
Actually, I was gonna go after you, but what's up, guys? Welcome to the Devin Nash Show. We are here chit-chatting, talking about life and business and esports and the meta game of operating here in the 21st century. If it's your first time watching, Devin Nash is live 3.5 hours every day here on this channel. Hit the follow button, the like button. If you really want to get on his good side and potentially get an invite to the lab, definitely hit that sub button. And I'm sure there's all kinds of different perks that come along with that. If you're just joining us, my name is Gootecks. You may know me, whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyways, my name is Gootecks. You can check out our little fighting game channel called Cross Counter TV. Haven't been super active here with the live streams recently, mostly because I don't know. As you know, some of you have heard today with my talk with Devin. It's like so much of my time is consumed by making decks and creating pitches and whatnot. So it's sort of it's been taking up a shit ton of time. But yeah, thanks. What's the lab? Well, if you don't already know what the lab is, then it's not my place to tell you. But what is it that brings you guys to the Devin Nash channel all the time, so regularly?
Hi.
Yo. I'm just keeping them company.
Thanks, man. That's good shit.
Yeah, I told them that if they're trying to get into the lab, that they need to subscribe. And somebody said, "What's the lab?" And I'm like, "Well, don't even bother subscribing."
They got to send me an email with like a resume and like a really, really good pitch as to why. That's how. One of the best talks I've ever. Yeah, this is legitimately one of the best talks we've ever had on the show. 100%.
Oh, Thank you.
And that's coming from having like a lot of guests. So this is big.
Hey, well, you know what? Not everybody gets it, Devin, but some of us do. And we gotta stick together.
I have a feeling that we're gonna do this more. So
yeah, man. Yeah, well, hey,
if you have the time, I mean,
here's the thing.
It's amazing.
For you, Devin, I will make the time.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna get my own personal Indian and Filipino assistants to do all of my data collection, do all of my online dating, swiping. The creative stuff will stay internal, and I got so much more time. Here's the other thing. Okay. What we'll do, we're going to tell them not to listen for a second, but here's what we do. We start doing this more often. Mm-hmm. And as we do it more, we'll start to know what are the recurring themes, what do we really have a lot of expertise on, what's really in demand. And then I'll make the course, the ebook, the product, or whatever, and you don't have to
on ClickBank.
Exactly. Full circle.
Yep. I know how this goes.
Yes.
And then I kick it off for 15% or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, the courses are real shit. Like, no, I've been doing a lot of things. Like, so this is part of the reason why my commitment for this year is a physical product, right? Is like, that's sort of my little step into the kiddie pool for a while. And then maybe after that, I can convince myself to do something digital. Right. Like we're getting, we're getting there. It's taking some time, Gootecks.
Baby steps.
Yes.
And, I mean, here's the thing. Like, there's so much in all of those videos, and but here's the thing. I think I have to do it. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Mm-hmm. We're gonna do these regularly. I'm gonna start working on a product. That way you can sleep at night without the guilt of putting together a product based on our combined knowledge. You could just, because if you're just an affiliate, hey, you know what? People are asking for refunds. Sorry, you're like, oh, I don't know. All I got, my affiliate commission check showed up this month.
I don't know what happened. That's what I just got $50,000. That's weird. Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I just told people that. Well, this like, it's funny, dude. It's like, because I got a call from this like, so this website, because we were talking about it a little bit earlier, this Todd and Holland website. This is the tea shop that you were talking about before.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
yes.
And so this is owned by like a little grandma and like her husband in Chicago. And like when I started talking about this tea shop, just because I really like the product, like I'm not sponsored by them or anything. Like she was like, "What the hell?" Like just getting online orders from people like 24/7 for this, and like like it's been so affiliate works. I mean, you know it works. That's the oldest school of marketing.
I know. Hey man, you ain't. See, here's the thing. Now. See, when it's just, I'm sure you experience this, right?
Yeah.
When you tell somebody something, but it's you telling them, it's Devin Nash telling somebody that Devin Nash already knows on, some sort of personal, professional level. Mm-hmm. People are just like, yeah, whatever, Devin. Whatever. I'm sure. Well, it works for you because of XYZ, but it would never work for me because that shit doesn't work. So fuck you.
You know what?
But now there's two of us.
True. Yeah. you know, one of the reasons why I actually it was able to circumvent that is like it's like bitches, I did this 5 months ago, right? Like I wasn't a person before and now I am, right? It's like and it's like that, so it's like I'm living fucking proof that anybody can do this. Actually, you can go through my YouTube and you can look right now at the 100 view videos, and then and it's I don't know, man, like anybody can do it. You got to work hard and you got to be pretty creative in the process, but anybody can
totally
do. Yeah.
100%. There is, I mean, we have to be careful with that messaging because what that results in, right, is the people that are the Oilers, the Leprechauns, and all the people trying to spend, the money on the camera without actually having ever streamed or gotten a viewer before.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain percentage of people that are just going to go off about that anyway. I think at Tony Robbins, he told this story about how his products only have a 10% open rate for the people that buy them. So people buy this $400, $500 self-improvement course. 1 in 10 are going to open it. How many more are going to actually complete it? That's sort of the nature of the beast in some way. You can't prevent that kind of thing. It's like, I think about all the people that go to those self-improvement concerts, like the UPWs, like Unleash the Power Withins and shit. Mm-hmm. And then, they just go and go and go. They go to 80 year
junkies
because that's their hit of dopamine, but they get home and they're like, I've got my dopamine. I don't have to actually do something.
Yeah, I have done that before.
Me too, dude. That's how I started. Right, but I in high school, I remember this is such an embarrassing story. Holy shit! I used to watch Dragon Ball Z motivational AMVs.
I did not even know. That's a hashtag brand new sentence for me.
Yeah, that's an actual thing. I would watch Goku Power Up and like you can do it type videos, and I would get fucking pumped because I would believe that some part of me was absorbing that so that I could be a more successful human being. And I think everything that you do carries with you and goes into your subconscious so that all of that stuff kind of adds up for you to go to the next level eventually.
So you're saying that these Dragon Ball Z AMVs
in some small way made me who I am today.
Laid the foundation.
Yeah.
Really.
And dude, I still have, I think it's a 300 video motivational page that I still add to today, where sometimes I'll just go through and I'll just it's just the cheesiest ass motivational videos. It's you are limitless, like this video, okay? And it's a video about this guy that wakes up at 4 a.m. and does shit. I don't know, what is it? Guys, these are just classic stuff.
4.0s, 3.0, they went to the Ivy League high schools.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
These great high schools. Most of them are not doing what I'm doing. Why? Because it's not about...
And I just watch that shit every day, to this day. And until I get, again, because I'm trying to force myself out of the cookies and ice cream mentality that is my default.
Right.
Every day like every single day that war starts again. It's like fucking Edge of Tomorrow, bro. Like it straight up is like, right? It's fucking Groundhog Day. Like I wake up again, the fight starts again. Every day.
Yeah. Right. And it's a battle between you who needs to get shit done in the real world and you who doesn't want to do a damn thing.
Yeah. You want to hear my favorite story? This is a story I haven't told in a while. I know I'm a big storyteller, but this was told to me by the previous Apache shaman that I mentioned before. And he said, and some people in the chat will know this story. He said, Devin, I want you to imagine every single day there are these two great wolves that fight within you. There's this fierce white wolf that represents productivity and there's and passion and drive and everything that you want to achieve in your dreams. And then there's this fierce, just ugly, terrible gray wolf that with these snarling fangs and blood dripping from their teeth. And this thing represents laziness and fear and lack of motivation and all the things that are consuming you, your shadow. And every day at the start of the day, these two wolves will get into this fight, this mortal combat for the scraps of food that you have, what you are. And then he pauses and, you ask him, well, which one is going to win? And he says, the one you feed.
Ooh, yeah. The wolf that you feed. So how do we feed the white wolf and starve the gray wolf?
That's the motivational videos, dude. That's the discipline. That's the everyday reinforcing that, right? That's the everyday reinforcing that through those small kind of dumb things, and making this into an actual discipline of feeding that wolf, so you get that result.
Yeah, I mean, cultivating discipline is a constant struggle until you've cultivated discipline. And even then, it's also like one of the flimsiest things.
Yeah, it's still a struggle every day,
I think this is why habits, like now, have you read Atomic Habits?
Yes,
Habits?
I just read it. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Great. Okay, perfect. Yeah. You know that part in the book where they're talking about how the habits will carry you through when the motivation falls off, and about how if you get 1% better every day for a year, you're like 37 times better at the end of that time period.
Better,
yeah, exponentially, because it's not a linear thing.
It's cumulative, yeah.
Yeah, and that for me was such a. I actually, even on my Instagram, I have a screenshot in the stories highlights, because it was like, damn, that explains. That puts it all into perspective, right? Which is that, when we're thinking about creative work, especially, and then sort of taking that break and then coming back to it, and trying, especially when we look at how people build an audience and succeed in content, right? It's just a little tiny actions over an extended period of time, instead of
Joan, your internet service is horribly slow. It's time to make a change.
of small condensed or like large condensed chunks of time that are unsustainable, and when you're first starting out, ultimately like don't even really move the needle anyways.
Right. And because the brain is trained to look for results, like with the fact that we don't see them initially, right, makes us think that we should quit.
Yes.
Yeah, when that's literally the opposite of what we should do.
Right, because what you got to do is fall in love with the process, because then it doesn't feel like work. And if you fall in love with the process, you're not worried about the results, because you're only focused on consistency and getting that little 1% better every time.
Yeah. And I applied that to, like, it's so funny how you start to apply those things where it's like, for 8 years as a broadcaster, I might hover around like 50 to 100 viewers. And it was like, when I finally was like, you know what, fuck this. I don't even really care about success. I just want to really do something that I think is valuable, which is like deep conversations like this.
Stuff, yeah.
But also like gaming industry meta commentary that I think is like important because I love gaming. I love this industry. I want to talk about this stuff. Then it comes, right? And I don't even, dude, I don't look at my view count except unless it's a 30-day period. Like I don't look at I don't know how many subs I have right now. I don't want anybody to tell me, because I don't give a fuck.
It doesn't matter.
I want to make the absolute best thing I can right now today. And you're helping me do that because this is literally one of the most amazing conversations we've had on this show.
Thank you.
So,
hey.
Yeah. So
thank you.
You're amazing.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's been a lot of fun. Because there's so few people that get it.
I feel exactly the same.
What was the turning point where you sort of I'm imagining you were streaming for 8 years, 50 to 100 viewers, just streaming mostly games and you playing.
Yeah, standard shit.
What was the turning point or the catalyst for saying, hey, forget it. I don't even want to play games anymore. I just want to talk about this real shit.
Well, God, it didn't happen that long ago, right, guys? It was like 8 months ago. What did we do? I think
you're saying some of the people watching were part of that crowd before.
There are a few. Most of the people that are watching now never knew me as Melixia, which is pretty crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's fine. But there are a few. Yeah. Occasionally you'll see one pass by that's like, you'll see the like 5-year badge where it's like, oh shit, he actually is like one of these like really older streamers. I think the decision was I always had a belief system that Twitch was not the appropriate place for deep dive discussions and meta discussions. And I always held that belief and basically that belief was really easy to prove, right? Because no one was doing it. So like all I had to do was just go into any category and be like, yep, well, no one's doing this. And when I do it, I don't get a lot of viewers. So it's obviously not going to work. And then at one point I said, what happened was, as so often happens with these things, my sense of urgency around the need for this kind of content was greater than my desire to be successful. I didn't care if it didn't work. If there was 25 people here that were going to listen to it, then that was going to be what it was.
Yeah, exactly. Because sometimes you're trying to reach as many people as possible, or you're trying to build an audience or whatever. And but other times, if you know it's not for everybody, then you can accept that it doesn't matter that the numbers are smaller because these people are far more engaged in hearing the message.
This is the 1,000 true fans concept, right?
Right. Yeah. Because it doesn't matter if you have so many people watching you, but they don't actually, they don't actually support you, or it's not like they don't care.
Think about Shroud and Ninja, right? Like 90K people watching on Twitch, they go to Mixer and there's 3K, 10K. Like, where are all these other people, right? They didn't really care about you. They didn't really subscribe to you or follow you, right? They weren't actual fans. They were just along for the ride.
Wow, was that the drop? I haven't even.
It's like an 80 or 90% drop for all those streamers. Yeah.
Hey, fuck it.
But dude, they're living it. I mean, they're fucking streaming to their core community. They can play any game they want. They're making a shit ton of money off their contracts. And if they ever do decide to come back to Twitch, you know what? All those people they'll still be there. If Ninja comes back to Twitch, it'll be right back up to 30, 40K concurrence or whatever.
God,
it's just so they lose nothing. It's just I don't know, man. I think about that so often. It's just like, dude, it's such a weird, and I do think about that a lot, like the sycophantic thing, where it's like, and it does. This Tony Robbins, right? Mm-hmm. I'm a big Tony Robbins guy, and like,
same.
Okay, fuck, dude. God, like my literal brother from another mother. Yeah. I went to a bunch of UPWs and stuff like that. Walked on fire, the whole 9 yards and all that shit. And one of the stories that he told at a UPW that was so surprising to me, and I never forgot, was he was like, one day I was at a Denny's and I had a couple dollars left in my pocket. And I was hanging out outside and I had enough to like buy like a Grand Slam. But I saw this like kid that was trying to pay for his mom's his mom's like breakfast for him and for her, and he ended up giving the money to the kid, and he didn't eat. And then he said, I went to a Denny's the other day, and he said no less than 4 people offered to buy me food. Like, oh shit, Tony Robbins, like, dude, I'm such a fan of your stuff. Like, you've changed my life, all this stuff. Or I've heard of you or whatever. Here, I'm gonna buy this, like, right, like, for you. And he's like, I couldn't help but think, where the fuck were these people when I was nobody? Right.
Yep.
And I think about that a lot.
Yep. I think about that shit all the time. Yep.
When I became CLG CEO, dude, all of a sudden, man, the number of people, the number of girls, the number of people that wanted to talk to me that didn't give a fuck where I was before that.
You were the same person.
I was exactly the same person. I was also the same person streaming video game content, talking about this shit before. But all of a sudden,
all you did was remove the game?
I removed the game and I changed my name.
Okay, all right.
And now everybody
full
gives
rebrand.
And it was a full rebrand, but now everybody gives a fuck. Right. So I am very careful because I keep people at an arm's length. I know who my true fans are.
Right.
Most of these guys don't give a shit. I still appreciate you because you're here supporting me, and I'm grateful for that.
Check
you're
this shit
a
out.
lot to me, and you don't have to. You're not obligated to give a shit. But I understand the relationship. You know.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's true. Like once you get to a certain level of success or recognition or whatever, all of a sudden you start to attract a lot of people that either come out of the woodwork or had been there, but now all of a sudden everybody wants to be your BFF, and it can be difficult for some people to separate that. But I know exactly what you mean. Like, you know, it's very easy for me also to keep most people at arm's length, but then every now and then, you know, somebody sneaks through, fuck some shit up. But yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Because I think, I don't know. It's like this is part of where I got stuck, you know, where it's like, I've known. Because after Evo this year, or actually, sorry, most of last year for about 6-7 months, like I wasn't playing games, I wasn't doing content, I wasn't streaming, I wasn't doing anything because I was just so focused on Evo stuff. And when I started streaming again and making content, it just, I don't know, I forgot where I was going with that. Doesn't matter.
Were you saying you kind of feel like some people are inauthentic, or was that where you're going? Or like
it's like because I took such a long break from doing fighting game content specifically, but still never really did anything in terms of this extra body of knowledge that I have. About this, you know, the meta game, as we'll call it.
Yeah.
And I started, but it's like, I started doing an esports podcast that was kind of talking, you know, with, you know, fucking, you know, Slasher and
of course. Yeah.
Slasher and Zorine. And so we were doing this podcast for about 8 months last year. And it's like, not that I expected the views to
invite
do
me, bro.
Well, because I always thought of it as like an industry podcast, but it's like I think we were trying to do too much, and then it became too resource intensive because, you know, it was difficult enough to get the 3 of us together at the same time, same place consistently, but then also our producer who is running the stream. I mean, you're sort of in a position where it seems like it's just you, but there's like one other person there.
In terms of
the actual production when you're streaming.
Just me. Yeah, the actual production, but the systems behind it and like the lab this is like really integrated. I wouldn't be able to do what I do without the lab for sure. So I think creating the appearance of that, but simultaneously having a sophisticated backend that supports you right, is key.
That's the never-ending struggle, and I feel like that's also part of where a lot of the potential is, because the back end that you've developed, both with the lab as well as the experience that you've gotten through CLG and Nerd Fusion, I feel like that's the type of stuff that a lot of people, it's not a lot of people that have to do it, but the ones that do have to do it have to go through the same shit that we did to figure it out manually. And that's the type of stuff, the back end stuff, that I think is like
see if something
super
worked. Don't start it yet.
important and interesting, and nobody's talking about that.
Yeah, even I'm not talking about it. Building systems, like that's something even I don't cover. It's so meta and niche kind of to the particular industries that there's not enough widespread appeal for it. So like, again, that's like course material, right? Like the problem is if I'm doing YouTube.
Welcome to the end of the stream podcast.
I have to contend with the fact that like if I don't go really broad with my reach, like I'm not going to get results. And I'm familiar enough with how broadcasting works at this point that like one of the things I realized was like
hold on, boom.
If I make a video like about the 100 Thieves compound or like some kind of Twitch meta subject or something like that, like I'm going to kill it, right? But if I make a video about how to review resumes with vice president of Amazon that's reviewed 1,000 of them, that objectively is going to be like a career development thing, that's like one of the most valuable things in your life to get if you're trying to find a job, that's going to get like 5 or 7K views, and it's just like it's that constant push-pull with content of realizing it's like I this took me a long time to figure out, but I can never go as deep as there's so many things that I want to cover and talk about on this show. I just don't, because I'm gonna lose everybody. Like it's just how it is.
So even this is mainstream.
This is a pretty deep talk. Like this is like
no. I mean, like your general, like generally talking about like esports and landscape.
I mainstream it so hard, dude. Yeah, I do. Like and I'm mainstreaming it more as time goes on. I'm making it more and more accessible. Which I'm removing that depth. This is the most in-depth conversation we've had on this stream in a long time. And like when we come out of the fucking gate. Like gladiators with like, oh yeah, you do PPC, you do warrior form, shit like that. Like, dude, the number of people that are in this chat that are gonna be able to understand that are like 1%. Like what are your margins on those products and things like yeah, these are just not like things that like you have to go. I mean, think of the kind of stuff that like I want to believe that there is, and I'm so grateful for the audience I do have, because like holy shit, like, but I'm not XQC, right? I'm not, and I'm never going to be. I'm never going to have that kind of following. The very fact that I have enough of an audience here to sustain this kind of content, there's enough people that really do want this to support it, is fucking unbelievable. It's amazing. My gratitude cannot, like, I can't even tell you. But I also know I'm not a 10,000 viewer streamer, and I've always known that. You know, like that's the reality. Is just there's just there's a ceiling here. Yeah.
You said that you're constantly you're actually going more mainstream, and you don't get to go like in depth on stuff. What would you be going in depth on if you weren't worried about losing people?
Fighting game content.
Probably exactly the stuff that we're talking about. So, for example, like meta systems as to how to build these businesses and build these products. Like really deep esports shit, like exactly how different positions work. Really deep philosophy shit. Like more along the lines of like spirituality, like meditation, stuff like that, and like effectively how that stuff works, and like that kind of shit. There's just like a sort of checklist in my mind of things that I avoid now or try to touch on very lightly, because I think that for the most part they're just not they're not interesting to people.
To this audience,
to any audience on Twitch.
Oh, right. To this audience on Twitch. Yeah. I feel
this audience here on this stream, people that are regulars here are more tolerant of that, because they sort of, because it leaks through, despite the fact that I try to cover it up. Yeah. So yeah. And then the other thing that bothers me too is like people say they want it, but they don't actually. So for example, if I go, hey guys, like I'm gonna start a gaming stream, like everybody be like, dude, I watched the shit out of that, and then it'll actually be 7 viewers. So you can't use the market.
No. Yeah, you can't ask them.
Yeah.
what they want.
Mm-hmm.
That's, sometimes I see that, and that's usually one of the parts when I see people talking about content, and I'm like, maybe you can observe the audience to see what they want, but asking them straight up never really. Yeah, that doesn't really seem like that.
Go by objective metrics. Go by clicks, right? Go by the things that you can track.
That shit was touchscreen.
Like, I guess the answer would be,
my girl
if I
got
go
a
up
new
to
laptop.
people in the street and I say, "Hi, would you buy this product?" I'm gonna get 90% that'd be like, "Sure, I'd buy it." But I say, "Hey, will you give me $5 for this product right now?"
Right.
The number, it's a much more reliable indicator of it. Yeah, exactly.
Totally. Yeah, I've been reading this book, an ebook. Hold on, let me see what it was on my Kindle about price strategies.
What should I do on my laptop? Open
and
Twitch or
called
Discord? I should do Discord on my laptop, huh?
It is called monetizing innovation.
Yes.
Interesting.
And it's on Kindle,
Go.
but it basically talks about how everybody does the pricing strategies backwards, because they
Where you got it marked
look at the
out
cost of the product,
I got it.
then distribution, cost of goods sold, whatever, and then try to basically build the price around the cost versus starting with a price and then working backwards to figure out what you can actually do for that amount of money, which sort of ties into the whole, the low, medium, or like the 3 different packages or 4 different price points.
See anybody?
Idea.
I don't see nobody. Oh yeah, there's somebody behind you, bro.
If you start with those, with the
right
the
there.
super expensive package,
He's in the house.
the balanced value package, that mid-range that you want them to be at.
Let me
and
get
then
this
the
gun
low-end
first,
package,
and then I'll be over there.
Get him.
It's easier to work backwards and see what you could actually do, as opposed to trying to mark up the product.
Oh, I'm getting shot
especially
from
if
behind,
it's
bro.
anything like creative, versus like a physical product that's very cut and dry.
Yeah, I mean, I love that idea of like going in with sort of an outcome. It's like, okay, I want to create a very high-end product that's going to appeal to X, or I want to create a very low-end product that's going to appeal to XYZ type of thing. I think that's a good mindset to have. Like, that's how I think.
How do you run faster on foot?
Like I said, like if I ever was going to build a course or something, I'd approach it from like the really high margin, right? Like the high value.
crouch.
Like, this is going to be something that's like, if you buy this about this skill, this is the only thing you ever need. Right, you don't need to buy another thing. This is going to be the thing that you need, and then that's it.
Yeah. No, somebody was shooting at me from behind.
Let's say working with brands and you're trying to price stuff out.
Well, that's the Chinese menu strategy, right? If you're working with another client, you give them a lot of options, and you let them decide. But
right.
you can scope so much out, because most of sales is just asking basically most of sales. This is a different concept, right? Is like entering into the conversation in somebody's head, and then just selling them what they tell you they want. It's literally that simple. It's like they already know what they want. Why try to sell them something that
look, there
you
he
just
is.
listen to them. What do you want? And then they'll tell you, and you can sell it.
I see him.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's
him?
part of why I think I've been more. I think that's part of why I've been more successful recently. Is really just, I think maybe it's just been having more conversations and sort of just asking more more questions about what hurts, like how can I help?
What are your problems? Yeah. How do I exactly? I think it's so effective. It's like that's where I start with all consulting. Like, what are you struggling with? What are the things that like I can impact and I can help? And also, like, the thing is, like, you might find sometimes that you'll reach a point with someone where you
I've
can
been
help
helping
them,
twice
right? And
before
then
trying
that's
to
not a
attack
business
us
deal.
again.
And that's great too. It's like, okay, I actually can't help you. There's actually not a problem that I can impact that you can solve. But 99% of the time, there's something you can impact that you can solve.
Totally. Yeah, I mean,
hey.
I guess that's one of the
Check it out, bro.
concerns that I have more recently is like,
I saw it.
because I don't have, maybe it's just because I haven't built the master deck and haven't had to actually build out each one of those slides for the different offerings. But it's like every time I have a conversation with a potential client,
that same gun,
I'm like, well, you may have like I can,
Is Soul Gus
because I've done so
better
much,
than
and
NetShop?
accumulated a lot of expertise. There's a lot of angles that I can
Yep.
help
It is.
with. But then I get worried, like, oh well, maybe I'm trying
Alright,
to
we're done looting this
offer
place. We gotta
too
go.
Maybe there's like too many services. Maybe I need to just focus on only like one thing, because lots of times I'll get hit up because brands need content or they need video or something.
Where's the
But
store map?
they
We
actually
gotta
need
go,
a
right?
lot more. They think they need that, but they need
Need to buy
a whole
some
Yeah,
shit
they
ton
need
more
like a
than that.
marketing fucking
They need an
overhaul,
entire-
social
yeah.
media.
We got time on
Yeah,
this.
I
Yeah.
run into this on the agency side all the time. I try to stick to our core value adds. Because if you try to be Jesus for every business, you can't help anybody.
Right.
Yeah, it's like saving too many drowning victims. You're gonna drown yourself, in my opinion. Like I think you have to understand the core value add that is
How
like
much
the
armor you
deepest
got?
core competency you can
Yeah,
have, which
one
is hard as
extra.
a marketer, right? Because you can just your
All right,
your literal
you're good.
skill
Keep
is
it.
how
I
to
got
sell.
one.
So I mean, how much does that apply to? It's all business, right? Like that ability is insane. So I get it, man. I'm in the same boat. But like at Nerd Fusion, we try to stick to like we
Yeah,
will
most of
help
the chests, when we
your
have the same place
we
will
do
be
studio, so we do production,
pretty
and we do
similar.
talent and activations around that. And like if somebody wants their whole social media empire rebuilt, like you gotta contact whoever does that.
Right.
Or if somebody wants their
Hold
PPC
up.
campaign built or whatever, like yeah,
I'm
like 'cause you
broadcasting
can,
right now.
that noodling effect,
Really across.
where you just stretch yourself
It's a very
infinitely
dangerous.
across the cosmos is real shit.
So when it comes to those types of brand deals, like let's say you got the studio, you can provide the influencers. It seems like social content or campaign is the fries to that burger and Coke.
Yeah,
Uh-uh.
it's a snake eating its own tail,
Fix
right?
my
So the idea
camera.
is like we offer activations, sponsored activations with companies and talent.
All right.
And then they go, oh, cool. Well, we need a place to film that. And we're like, yeah, you do need a place to film that.
Wow.
Crazy. We got this giant studio over here, full of production capability that can make movie level shit. And we just happen to have that for you right here. And oh, look, we have all the talent for it right here that already is in
All
Nerd
right, let's
Fusion.
go.
That's super weird too. So I guess we just got the whole package and then whoop, and give it to them and then ship it, man. Stamp that shit, ship it out. Easy.
Right.
So
But
that's the
because
plan.
Oh,
Yeah.
But-
turn that
but
shit
when it-
off.
okay, in situations
You need
like
to fix
that,
the audio and shit.
did
That's
they
yoke shit. nigga.
maybe they can come to you now, but they didn't always
Huh.
come to you. You went and
Fix it on your
try to
part, man.
find-
Holy fuck.
you went to cultivate and
Yeah.
do it cold
Muted it, huh?
cold contacts,
Because I'm on
build the
fucking
relationship,
If you're
and
an,
then now they come to you.
yeah, but if you're
Picking
an
up the
agent in the
audio
Twitch
signal
world and the YouTube world
in
now,
my
I mean,
camera
you usually
phone-
have
my
more
camera
info
mic.
what to do with.
It's me.
Gas is coming.
Well, I just started, so
Am I
my
going the
inbox
right
has
way,
still
dude?
got a lot of.
No.
Well, I mean, then your game is outbound. Your game is just like,
Where
and
the
like
fuck
what
are
I
you?
do is like, I
You
just
follow the
like what I
line?
did 5 shitty email
follow
introductions.
anything.
Can't
today.
see the line, bro.
That was my role. As long as I
Map,
got my 5.
Line on your map.
I
I
can't
would
see
do
it
Some
because
days
my
I'd do
face
10
is
or
in the way
15.
from
Most
my
days
thing,
I'd do 5,
my
but I
stream.
made sure 5 days a
I
week
can't
I
do
would do
anything about
5.
that,
And
can I?
dude, that can add up a lot over a year. And it's like, because the thing is, you only need a few kind of like hits to really have a pretty big thing going. Because most
I'm
of the
hit.
deals that you're
I'm
going to
hit.
close are big.
Stars wacky.
But when
Like,
we
how
would
many
reach
sparks
out
do you
and-
need for Evo, you know? Like,
I mean, there's a lot of space to fill.
there's a lot of space to fill for sure, but
Not to mention
right,
the not to mention the ad roll.
that's true.
Spread out across, let's say, 5 or 6 different channels.
Yep,
gotta
but
shield.
you need,
Just gotta get a weapon,
you know,
too.
like I think you'd be surprised like how few clients relatively can fill that.
Damn, hell yeah, that's a
We're
good
talking
one.
like you're not going to be selling like
Drop my
40
ass in
deals.
one
If you are,
silly
though,
ass
fuck
shot.
I
yeah.
didn't want to fight here.
Or you're not going.
I
big
got
enough,
hit from somebody
right?
behind
like
you, bro.
like your deal should be pretty respectable in size, so that you can get there.
So that you can fill all of the space, or
I'm saying I don't know what your inventory is, but what I'm saying is like you should be shooting for like. I mean, I'm just gonna outright say it. Like, I think you should be shooting for like $100,000 deals plus, and that's gonna fill that inventory with a lot more like high quality and high volume stuff, right? Versus like 50 tiny developers that are, paying $500 each, and there's different methods to this madness, like, and it kind of, to some extent, depends on the culture of your. FGC is kind of interesting in that way that, like, this is what I'm talking about is not endemic to FGC. FGC barely has ever been sponsored, and like much less been sponsored by like Coke, right? Like, and that might be sort of infinitely more about this than I do, about how to relate the culture and what sort of what sort of people respond to that, because I know there's a lot of unique considerations with FGC, things like culture fit, authenticity, stuff like that. That goes beyond my pay grade. And into yours, into your Venn diagram. Yeah.
Do you think would it surprise you to know then that they're
sweet?
So when it comes to targeting or engaging with the FGC audience, I mean,
you know how that is, bro. My shit
why it's such a seemingly such a struggle for people who are trying to go out there and activate those big, huge, six-figure brands. Do you think that they are hindered because of the perceptions of the audience, or are they hindered because of, let's say, something else like a smaller amount of viewers or people compared to other genres?
FGC is just sort of historically resistant to like outside pressure, and this is one of the things that insulates it from like the esports bubble, like OWL and CDL and that bullshit. But it also simultaneously, this is a long ass conversation. But to some extent, it's also the product of the fact that like none of the publishers of these classic games like Smash or Nintendo and like Street Fighter or whatever have ever really supported the fighting game community. Right, so the fighting game community has learned to sort of survive on its own, like Lord of the Flies shit. Yeah. Like they're out in the jungle, While meanwhile, like the LCS, like people are like Hunger Games status, like eating grapes and fucking wearing like cloaks of fire and shit for $1 million sponsorships. Like the FGC community is fighting for every scrap, and so I think that makes them naturally resistant to like non-endemic external pressure. And so in doing also creates the effect of like, well, it's a lot harder to get players and fans to associate with these types of activations. But this is like we could do another show on this. Like this is like and we should, because this is like a big topic that I've thought a lot about, but I think you inherently know a lot more about than I do.
That's right. Stay tuned next week.
Yeah.
Next week.
I gotta pick my girl up at the airport. So
no problem.
And I think this is also the longest we've run on one show, right, guys? I'm pretty sure we're up there, which is I love deep dive. This is my shit, dude.
Same.
Yeah. So I love this. I'm so grateful for you coming. I seriously cannot tell you. That's awesome,
dude. Thanks so much, man. I'm glad we finally got to connect and sit down and turns out, we're fucking we're like hustle soulmates, cut from the same spiritual cloth.
Yes, man. And I think that'll become more true as we develop this. And I also want to honor you for just like your conversation ability. The questions you ask are so. And I noticed it on the podcast too, but really, you just ask so many interesting questions. Like I feel like you have a fascination in the world.
Thank you.
Yeah, that like you're just interested in people, and it's like this is a really cool quality.
Thank you. It's I am lucky to have gotten to develop that through doing podcasts in the early days, and just sort of being good at listening and making sure that I understand and sort of feeling comfortable, just asking the right questions to get people to open up to spark the next thing.
Yes. Yeah, and now we both do that, so that's why we have a 6-hour show. That's fucking awesome, dude. So, dude, thank you for coming out.
Oh, dude, thank you. Yeah, so much fun. Yeah, we got to do this more often. Next time, maybe we talk about the FGC stuff, because I'm about to dip my toe into trying to do these big non-endemic deals. So
fuck?
Okay, that's our next subject is FGC and non-endemics. How can people find you?
You find me on Twitter or Instagram at Gootecks, Gooteck.
Alright. Go. Don't let me jump, bro. It wouldn't let me jump. I'm a chicken now. My shit was lagging, bro. I'm gonna die. Alright, bye. Yep. He took off that way into the houses. Alright. There's another guy. Yeah, he's over there. Where's all these guys' guns at? Did you dissolve them? There's one right here, bro. Got a BR.
Repairing armor.
You want this slug rifle?
Sweet ride.
The fog sets in.
Babe, there's a guy on here named G. Willikers. You wanna check here first? Alright, let's go in. Going to the town. Oh yeah? Coming. Guy right here. Oh.
Repairing.
Here, bro. Storm's coming in. You building some shit? I'm good. I'm good. Sensor drone? I already got this. I already got this healing thing. I don't want that. I'm pretty good where I'm sitting. I just need a little bit more armor, but that's alright. Got somebody coming in. He's up there, 230 meters. I know, I'm just be advised, you know what I mean? Oh.
Not yet. Armoring up.
Nope. That's what happens if you don't have fly. You can't get up shit. You gotta use your health first. L1. Yourself.
Restoring some
L1
health.
yourself. This guy uses the fucking health. This is the other reason.
Under fire.
Told you. I can't hear you. Told you. Those are the people that killed me. They suck. And all the excuses are gonna come in. La, 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 la. Ah! GG's.